Chapter 801 The Grand Comprador Merchant 7 More. Brother Sakai, we haven't seen each other for quite some time since we signed the Edo Treaty, right? Zheng Zilong poured a glass of wine for Sakai. He had heard that you had a heart attack with anger, so he couldn't help being funny. Since your Kyushu army knocked, my body has been getting worse every year, and now it is less than 50. But I feel that I am already a 70-year-old man, Sakai said weakly. A person who can still drink is not like a 70-year-old man. Zheng Zilong clinked glasses with Sakai. What the hell did that little girl come from? Why are your Beiyang fleet being alarmed? It was the first time that she came to Edo Castle. I am afraid that her identity is not trivial. Sakai did not understand this matter, and always felt heartened, unwilling. As for the trash brother, he got involved in this kind of thing, and if he was abolished, he was abolished. No comment. Our Beiyang fleet came to Edo Castle, just wanting to know what Edo Castle looks like from the sea. Zheng Zilong shrugged. Even brother Zheng, you've perfunked me like this. Sakai knew that he couldn't ask much from Zheng Zilong. Brother Sakai, why bother? Naturally, he will know when he should know. I'm just afraid that by the time I know it, it's already too late. Sakai Tadakatsu shook his head. Don't mention this thing. Now the times have changed. Do you still want to work for the shogunate? Although you live very well as a big landlord, even if our Kyushu army does not interfere, you will soon be overthrown by farmers and merchants. Haven't you noticed that with the frequent trade, the residents of Edo Castle already have a great influence? Zheng Zilong said. It can be seen from this riot in Edo Castle that even my house was burned by them, but I can't hold anyone accountable. Tadaka Sakai couldn't deny it. The residents of Edo Castle unknowingly began to have influence against the shogunate. Rather than just sit and wait for death, it is better to join our Kyushu army. The shogunate will soon collapse, just like a sailing ship in disrepair. No matter how repaired it is, it won't last long. Just change to a new ship, Zheng Zilong said. If it's overhauled, all the planks, masts, and keel of the sailboat should be replaced. Then is this ship still the original ship? I still want to try. Sakai drank the wine in one go. The news that Zheng Zilong's Beiyang fleet arrived outside Edo Castle also gradually spread in Edo Castle, causing a lot of panic. The residents of Edo Castle were afraid of going to war with the mighty China. The Beiyang fleet was a powerful army stationed by China in the Eastern Concession. They were approaching Edo Castle, which was probably a sign before the war with the shogunate. But they did not know that Zheng Zilong, the commander of the Beiyang fleet, was trying to recruit shogunate minister Tadaka Sakai. Don't worry, I promise with my personality that the arrival of the Beiyang fleet is just a friendly visit, and there is absolutely no intention of starting a war with the shogunate. As a Chinese, am I still staying in Edo Castle? If the war starts, I won't be able to escape. If I lie to you, you can just come and chop me at that time. In the Tokyo branch, the president of the Tokyo branch promised to the merchants of East Asia who had come to withdraw money. Because this time a war is likely to break out, the Tokyo branch has suffered a lot of impact. Toyo merchants stored the payment and deposit in the Tokyo branch. In the event of a war between the shogunate and China, they worried that the Tokyo branch would go bankrupt and the silver that existed there would not be able to get out, so they all came over to make a run, almost bankrupting the newly established Tokyo branch. Fortunately, Daewoo brought people back and curbed the risk of the run in time. The measure she took was very simple, that is, to raise enough silver tools from Huexi merchants. Whenever there is a run by Dongying merchants, then let them take it. The merchants of Toyo who came to withdraw money later saw that the Tokyo branch was confident, and they did not think that the Tokyo branch would go bankrupt. In order to continue trading with the Chinese merchants, they naturally did not rush to withdraw the money stored in the bank. Oh, why the shogunate is okay with the people who arrested you. In the words of your people from the Central Plains, that is to go to his shogunate. What's wrong with doing business in a friendly manner? The Dongying merchant patted the bank's counter and said, because of the assassination of Ataka Shigetsu and the assault of Tadaki Sakai, their trade with Chinese merchants was suspended for a few days, and the losses were heavy. The shogunate daimyo and samurai occupy a large amount of land and tenant farmers. It is really unlucky for us to set up factories to have land without land, and workers without workers. A man dressed in gorgeous clothes and a thick golden chain walked in swaggeringly. Bank. Isn't this Tamura, the president of Yokohama Trading Company? Tamura-san, what good business is there these days? The merchant in the East knew that man, the most famous comprador merchant in the East. I will tell you if there is a good deal. Come here. Bring the silver bullion up, and I want to deposit. Tamura waved proudly, and soon several people carried 2 boxes and placed them on the counter. Tamura opened one of the boxes like a show, revealing the shining silver bars inside. The merchant from Tokyo in the Tokyo branch saw Tamura alone and brought 2 boxes, and they were filled with silver bars. He swallowed his saliva, his eyes were hot. This fisherman, relying on his relationship with the Kyushu army, helped the Kyushu army search for raw materials in various places, and also helped them open up markets and sell goods. I don't know how much profit from it. We have calculated it in private and suspect that Yokohama Trading Company is better than the Shogun. There are even more silvers. Really? More than the cash of the shogunate? It is very likely to be true. Although the shogunate has a lot of land, he may not receive cash. If it is only cash, Yokohama Trading Company may be even richer. No wonder he always looks arrogant as the president. It's really uncomfortable. If we had a relationship with the Kyushu army, we might be able to replace him. Then you have to reassure the Kyushu army. The guy Tamura is very proud of us, but in front of his Kyushu army father, he is like a dog. Several Donghying businessmen discussed in private, full of envy, jealousy and contempt for the lucky fisherman Tamura. Tamura, the biggest comprador businessman, did not hear what they said about him, and he didn't care. Money is king. Tamura put 2 silver bars in his hands to play with, and the cold touch made him love it. President Kane, has the run problem resolved? A pleasant voice came from the back of the bank. Tamura was attracted by the sound and couldn't look away when he saw Daya appearing from the background. Chapter 802 Assassination of each other 8 more. Thanks to you, everyone has regained confidence in our Tokyo branch. Deposits are slowly returning, and there is no shortage of funds. We also know the way to deal with the run, but without your face, it is really impossible to gather at the beginning. So many banks are coming in an emergency, said the president of the Tokyo branch. That's great. I want to go back to my place to rest, so I won't bother too much. Daya said to President Kane. Should I send someone to see you off? President Kane knew that the incident involving Sakai had happened not long ago, and was a little worried. No, I have something to protect myself, Daya said. President Kane understood that Daya was talking about muskets, and that Sakai was not killed by Daya on the spot. He was lucky enough. Daya appeared in the lobby of the Tokyo branch and surprised many people on the spot, but Daya only stayed for a while and left, and many people couldn't recover. President Kane, who was the woman just now? Tamura asked President Kane. I came to our bank to help. Have you heard of the Sakai incident? President Kane replied. It turns out she was the woman who made Sakai Tadakichi seriously injured. No wonder that Sakai Tadakichi harassed her. Tamura heard President Kane said that Daya came to the bank to help, and thought it was just a female employee of the Tokyo branch. Suddenly came to his mind. Although the Kyushu army is like his father, he is now the largest comprador businessman supported by the Kyushu army. How can he be better than a female employee of the Kyushu army? The fisherman Dankun, who relied on the Kyushu army to make a fortune, was thinking about marrying a woman who would take the Chinese. After seeing Daya, he was even more anxious. However, he heard that Chinese women like to be reserved, and still can't go to her directly. In the future, he will find a way to come to the Tokyo branch a few more times. No woman should refuse silver bars. Tamura took 2 more silver bars and put them in his hands. He wanted money and money in the future, as well as beautiful women in his arms. This day will be as moisturized as it is compared with Tamura, where the limelight is flourishing. Shogunate Minister Tadaaki Abe worked hard and was still tracking down the murderer who assassinated Itakura Shijo. This time he set his target on the Huaxia Club, which was turned into secret activities. Moreover, Abe Tadaaki gathered the murderer to the members of the Huaxia Club who appeared during the Edo City riots, and quickly traced the clues. Sure enough, during the Edo City riots, almost every riot scene had core members of the China Association, and the newspaper articles that encouraged the Edo City riots were also published under the pen names of their core members. Tadaaki Abe investigated participating Jiang. After the riots in Huking, the residents found the pattern. The Huaxia Club, Tanaka, the traitor, has been hiding in the Tokyo Academy secretly directing other members to carry out assassination activities. We have not yet been able to break into the Tokyo Academy to arrest him. This person is extremely cunning. Last time we almost killed them all. As a result, Tanaka Naichi took a few backbones to the mainland to find the support of the Kyushu army leader, so we had to release their core members. Now they have resurged. After understanding that the murderer behind the scenes is the Chinese Association, Nobizuna Matsudera for anger. Although the Kyushu army did not directly participate in these incidents, they are undoubtedly biased towards the Huaxia Club, and even the Huaxia Club was supported by them. If it were not for their support, we would have put them all to death with our ability, Abe said. Their assassination will certainly not end so soon, but some countermeasures have been thought of to deal with them. Shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu was very satisfied with Abe's ability to work. Yes, I already have a way to deal with the China Association without irritating the Kyushu army, Abe said. What method? Tokugawa Iemitsu, Matsudera Nobizuna and others were having a headache for the assassination of the China Association. I have two plans. One plan is to invite the king into the urn, so that the various big names and banners will set up traps to lure core members of the Huaxia Club to assassinate them, and then ambush them all around to culminate them. The second plan is to pay a tooth for a tooth and a knife for an eye. The shogunate can also send assassins. Quietly get rid of Tanaka Saichi, Abe Tadaaki said. After hearing this, Tokugawa Kamatsu's eyes lit up. A top-pronged approach will definitely destroy the Huaxia Club. This matter will be left to you. The minister will definitely destroy them completely and present Tanaka's head. Abe Tadaaki replied, Your Excellency, the minister is determined to support the shogunate's innovation. Nobutsuna Matsudera seems to have made a major determination. The hardliner Nobizuna Matsudera's sudden support for change surprised Tokugawa Iemitsu and Abe Tadao. Why did you suddenly change your stubborn mind? Tokugawa Iemitsu asked. The Beiyang fleet is parked outside Edo City. I have a huge turf, but I can't resist. Isn't it absurd? The minister is ashamed of my backwardness. If we don't innovate, even a Chinese woman can trample us under our feet. Whenever I think of this, I feel that the arrow is on the string and I have to send it. Matsudera Nobuyuki said earnestly. Okay, Nobizuna Matsudera, with your support, the shogunate is still saved. Iemitsu Tokugawa clapped his hands. After Tadaaki Abe found out the murderer, the martial law in Edo Castle was finally lifted. Everything resumed as usual, residents could travel freely, and trade among merchants was restored. However, there is still a haze over Edo Castle. From time to time, some corpses were discovered by the people of Edo Castle. Some were Hagimoto's corpses, some were samurai corpses, and some were civilian corpses. The people of Edo Castle didn't know that the shogunate and Huaxia would continue to send people to assassinate each other and fight each other's wits and courage. More than a dozen people died in a few nights. Tanaka, the president of the Huaxia Club, realized that the shogunate was on guard against them, and failed several times in the assassination. The members who were sent out were hacked to death by the shogunate's samurai. This loss made Tanaka feel terrified. He quickly resigned to Huang Zongxai, the dean of the Tokyo Academy, and then hid in the safer port of Yokohama, controlling the battle between the Huaxia and the shogunate from a distance. Huang Zongxi knew that Tanaka Saichi was secretly competing with the shogunate, and he didn't want to learn, and he didn't stop him. In the port of Yokohama, the grocery store owner who was installed by Tadagura Sakai to monitor Zheng Zilong received an order from above. Kazuko, you are the best dead man in our shogunate. There are no less than 10 daimyo and Kimoto who died in your hands. This time the goal is Tanaka Chenjichi of the China Association. You must kill him at Yokohama port and completely disintegrate China. Yes, the grocery store owner said to the female worker doing groceries in the store. The last time she went to follow Diaya, the female worker took the note from the owner of the grocery store, which showed Naruka Tanaka's residence in the Yokohama concession. 7 Corpses of Chapter 803. 9 more. Tanaka-san, we have successively assassinated a general of the shogunate and 4 banners. When will this dark assassination end? Some members of the China Association complained. It is impossible to assassinate a general to the shogunate. We must assassinate more senior officials of the shogunate, so as to arouse the shogunate's panic. Tanaka Chenjichi was lying on the chair of the shogunate. The reason why we were able to successfully assassinate Itakura Shijo was because that was our first action, and they had no defense. But after that, their guards became tighter, and every general had at least a dozen outings. A samurai protects. There are more samurai in our own yard. We have sacrificed more than 20 members to have the current results. Not every member is willing to be a dead warrior. If we continue to die, we have to ourselves it's on. A co-member said. Tanaka closed his eyes and thought. The assassination of the Huaxia society achieved certain results because they were in the dark and the shogunate was in the light. Now the shogunate played the same trick with them. And the loose Huaxia Hui was really not an opponent of the shogunate. His only advantage lies in his own growth in the struggle. Stop meaningless assassinations. We can use more effective methods. During the Edo Castle riots, I understood a truth. To overthrow the shogunate, without relying on the army, as long as we have the hearts and minds of the people of Edo Castle, we can do it. Think about how easy it was for us to encourage the people at the time. It was almost a response. Let the people dissatisfied with the shogunate. We found a breakthrough. Maybe we can overthrow the shogunate overnight. Tanaka Chenjichi said excitedly. What you said was too ideal. The other co-members shook their heads. Sometimes the ideal and reality are only separated by a piece of paper. Tanaka got up from the chair. I feel sick in my stomach. Go to the latrine. You will wait for me to come back. After Tanaka Saichi left, the remaining co-members continued to discuss how to overthrow the shogunate, but every time they discussed it, they found it difficult, and finally pinned their hopes on the Kyushu army as a foreign aid. We think that the shogunate is too weak. After all, the shogunate has a standing army of tens of thousands, and there are a large number of daimyo, Kimoto, and samurai working for them. If the Kyushu army does not attack them, how can we get to the top through assassination? Some core members still couldn't understand Tanaka's thoughts. Very few came from outside soon. This guy Tanaka came back very quickly this time. Tanaka-san, I think we should go to Zheng. Before a core member had finished speaking, his throat had already been cut off. Let the people resent the shogunate, and at the same time find a way to win over the samurai of the shogunate, and promise to give them a lot of benefits, so that they can gradually disintegrate the shogunate. Tanaka Chengi muttered out of the latrine. When he returned to his residence, he found several soldiers of the Northern Fleet carrying muskets carrying their bodies out of his residence. What happened? Tanaka Chenjichi quickly walked over. When he saw clearly that the corpse carried by the soldiers of the Beiyang Fleet was the co-member of the Huaxia Club who had just talked to him, his face turned pale. Someone just reported to the patrol room that there were broken porcelain and screams. We came immediately and found that all 7 people in the room were killed. The soldier of the Beiyang Fleet said, "Do you know these people? Take me to see Yui, sir. Hurry." Tanaka couldn't help being terrified when he saw blood on these corpses. He can be absolutely sure that this is a killer sent by the shogunate, Who has penetrated the Yokohama concession? Who are you? The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet felt a little weird. From these people friend is friends. Take me to Meto Yorchfsa. Tanaka was frightened to death, and 7 co-members were killed at once. If he didn't just go to the latrine temporarily, maybe 8 people fell on the ground. Shi Daxuan, a deputy of the Beiyang fleet, stayed at Yokohama port after Zheng Zilong led the main force of the fleet to Edo Castle. The Lushan Tanaka was brought to Shi Daxuan by soldiers of the Beiyang fleet. When he saw him, he knelt down and hugged his military boots. General, save me, get up and talk. Shi Daxuan knew this person, Tanaka Chenjichi, and the leader of the China Association that Zheng Zilong had supported, have indeed caused a lot of trouble to the shogunate over the years. Just a person who is in charge of the Huaxia Club, but in the relatively safe Yokohama concession. How could he be frightened to look like a bird? Tanaka wanted to speak, but found that he was stammering and couldn't speak. He pointed his finger to his big tongue, and was even more unable to speak anxiously. General, there was a homicide in his house. We found 7 bodies at the scene. This man claimed to be their friend, and only he survived. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet, who brought Tanaka into Shi Daxuan, explained to Shi Daxuan situation at the moment. 7 bodies. Shi Daxuan finally understood why Tanaka was frightened and stammered. Anyone who finds his 7 companions dead will probably be frightened on the spot. If civilians were killed, then this case may be the largest ever in Yokohama port. However, if it was Tanaka's companion who was killed, it was likely that it was a core member of the China Association, and then it was a killer sent by the shogunate. Tanaka Chenjichi, you calm down. Now you are in the barracks of our Beiyang fleet. It is impossible for a killer to find here anymore. Your life is no longer in danger, you know. Shi Daxuan first appeased Tanaka. The trembling Tanaka nodded vigorously. Come here, use half of the troops in the patrol room to search for the murderer in the concession, and be sure to bring the murderer to justice. Shi Daxuan was uncomfortable seeing the presence of a shogunate killer in the Yokohama concession. The shogunate really had a huge influence in Toyo, and even the Yokohama port where the Beiyang fleet was stationed could enter their people. Did you get it? The grocery store owner asked Kazuka, who returned. He shook his head. How could you fail in your shot? Was he not in the room at the time? He nodded. Sarichi Tanaka is really lucky, but you can lurch in his room until he comes back and then assassinate him. Why do you want to come back empty-handed? The grocery store owner said, dissatisfied. I killed 7 of them, and already alarmed the patrol room. Kazuko finally spoke. Chapter 804, The Feasibility of Banknotes. 10 more. Almost every one of them has only one fatal wound, which shows that the killer pays attention to a deadly move and does not have so many fancy moves. Shi Daxuan brought soldiers from the Beiyang fleet to the morgue to check the murder victims in Yokohama port. When he found the wounds caused by the killer using cold weapons, his face was solemn. The appearance of such a shogunate in the Yokohama concession is not an easy thing. What if Liu Sheng or other leaders of the Kyushu army came to the concession and were killed in the future? Investigate this matter carefully. Shi Daxuan ordered. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet began to search for killers from door to door in Yokohama port, which made the always stable Yokohama port become unstable. President Kien, did that girl come to the bank today? Since the last time Tamura met Dieu at the Tokyo branch, he has been utterly unwilling and haunts the Tokyo branch from time to time. When President Kien saw this comprador businessman often inquiring about Dieu's news, he was disgusted. But a dog still has utility, so he said on the surface, she is not here today. Why haven't you been here? Tamura scratched his head. I think Tamura-san, you should dispel this idea. I know what you are thinking, President Kien said to Tamura while lowering his head to check the accounts. You found all of this. Does she have a husband? Tamura, who was a fisherman, asked bluntly. "No," Governor Kiane said. "That won't happen. My lowly nephew died early and never married. This is a match made in heaven." Tamura said. President Kiane no longer talks to Tankun. He knew in his heart that although Tamura was the largest comprador merchant in Dongying, it was because the Far East Trading Company wanted to use a group of local people to open up the market. Regardless of his current situation, as long as the Kyushu army wants to replace people, there are a large number of candidate Eastern businessmen waiting for the Kyushu army to drop the olive branch. If Wu Keshan, the commander of the Monon Cavalry Corps, was here, he would definitely break his leg, and the Far East Trading Company that supported Tamura would not let go. President Kiane, about the promotion of banknotes and silver bills. Dao walked in through the side door of the Tokyo branch. When the fisherman Tamura saw that the beauty had arrived, he was about to go up and show his courtesy, but he saw several men following Dao. "Everyone please backstage." Governor Kiane brought in Dao and a few young officials from the Ministry of Households. The fisherman Dankun was going to follow in, but the front desk staff stopped. "Mr. Tamura, you are not from our bank, you can't go in. Boy, tell me the truth. Who the hell is that woman?" Tamura was very polite when he saw President Kiane, but Dao asked the front desk staff incomprehensibly, not like someone working for him. "Mr. Tamura, do you want to hear the truth or lies?" the front desk clerk asked. "Of course it's the truth. I'm your partner. I want to be honest with what you Han people say." Tamura said. "Then he'll tell the truth. She is someone you can't afford to offend. For the sake of your life, you should just relax," the front desk worker said. After listening to Tamura's mind, his head was cold, and the enthusiasm just now faded away. Although the beauty is good, compared with the current status given to him by the Kyushu army, it is still more important to make a fortune. Dao, President Kiane and others arrived at the backstage of the Tokyo branch and discussed matters concerning silver bills and banknotes. The banknote is basically a large amount of silver, which is easy to carry. As long as our Kyushu Bank's sign is loud enough, the people of Toyo have confidence in us, and there is almost no problem in promoting it in Edo Castle and Yokohama Port. But banknotes, the DPRK also practiced treasure banknotes and banned gold and silver. Later, because of the excessive issuance of banknotes, public grievances raged. It was abolished during the Zheng period. "It can be seen that gold and silver are the reasonable way," said Governor Kiane. "Otherwise, it is not that there is a problem with the Daming treasure banknotes, but the corresponding supporting system has loopholes. When the Ming Dynasty emperor issued a treasure banknotes, the treasure banknotes were not issued in proportion to the gold and silver reserves. People can exchange gold and silver for the treasure banknotes, and the inability to use the treasure banknotes to exchange for gold and silver led to the excessive issuance of treasure banknotes. In addition, the government only reissues and does not recycle. There are more and more treasure banknotes outside, and the treasure banknotes will eventually collapse. If we design a good one, the system can ensure the smooth operation of banknotes." Dao explained. "If you want to force banknotes to be issued, then a more sophisticated system will be used. It is not impossible. But here is Toyo, and the Tokugawa shogunate is responsible for coining the currency. If we want to promote banknotes here, will we provoke Tokukun shogunate?" Governor Kiane was a little worried. "It's not kind to think about publishing a new currency system on someone else's site without the consent of others. If the Tokugawa shogunate discovers that the residents of Edo Castle are using banknotes, but they are still using copper coins and silver coins, wouldn't the world be in chaos?" So the military owner said that this is a test field. "Maybe we can use the silver ticket as a guise to gradually reduce the amount of the silver ticket." The silver ticket itself is a kind of paper currency, but generally the amount is relatively large. "We just started. We can also provide depositors with large amounts of silver tickets to facilitate their transactions. After they are familiar with the benefits of silver tickets, we will gradually reduce the amount of silver tickets to be used in daily life. What do you think?" Dao also does not want to be in place in one step, but wants to slowly penetrate. At that time, We will use a large amount of silver bills to exchange their silver. When we have enough gold and silver reserves, we will issue gold and silver as the basis currency. The introduction of paper money will be much easier. If this is the case, I would agree. President Kie nodded. Now we have more and more members in our Tokyo branch, and the influence will grow. I am now afraid that my branch will become Dongying's financial center. You should understand what I mean. This is an institution that is not managed by the local government and has independently become a financial center. This is something I have never seen in my entire life. Using financial means to evade the control of the shogunate is our issue, said the household official who came with Dieu. The sudden whim of the army commander Liu Sheng was also an unprecedented challenge for them. Under the control of a government such as the shogunate, it may be the first time in the world to interfere and control the country's economy and market as a foreign bank. They have never learned it in the textbooks of the Academy of Sciences. After our system is set up, only a few adjustments are needed to shake up their economy. Chapter 805 Dispatched Overseas Students. One more. After Narukatnaka of the Huaxia Club was scared by the shogunate's killer, the Huaxia Club who opposed the shogunate temporarily fell into a downturn, and the Tokugawa shogunate gained a period of stability. The stimulated Nobuzuna Matsudaira became a staunch reformist. The shogunate received the support of several major pedigree retainers. Under the pressure of the Kyushu army, the shogunate began to save the country from the nation. As early as a few years ago, the rebels on Kyushu Island and Shikoku Island sent several batches of ambassadors. They were ambassadors in name. In fact, they were apprentices studying at the Academy of Sciences established by the Kyushu army. The reason why the rebels we defeated the army of our shogunate continuously in the early stage, and we have not been able to eliminate them until now, because these people have established many factories and schools after they returned to the feudal clan, and they also produced slightly inferior muskets by themselves. Many of mine the knowledge was also learned from these envoys. Tadaka Sakai, who knows the Kyushu army best, looked around everyone. In this secret room, the Shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu sat in the upper position, and the two rows were the important retainers of the Tokugawa family. As the head of the Tokugawa family, Iemitsu Tokugawa summoned important ministers, and the lords came to Edo Castle from their fiefs to participate in the reform meeting hosted by Tadaka Sakai. In other words, talents are the key to change. Without talents, we cannot build factories. Without factories, we cannot produce new style firearms. Another point is that many of our measures cannot be implemented if no one is implemented. The top priority is training a group of talents for change. Sakai Tadatsu emphasized. A pedigree minister who was about the same age as Sakai Tadakatsu slumped slightly. Sakai-kun, how can we cultivate a group of transformative talents you mentioned? The fastest way is to hire Huaxia's technical talents. As long as we can afford the money, it is not impossible. No one can live with the money. But almost all of China's technical talents are in the hands of their government and large businessmen, and they are completely dependent on them. In other words, all the technology of our shogunate is in the hands of the other party. Once the other party recalls all the talents, our factory will be stagnated. The safe and beneficial way is to send a group of people to study in Huaxia, like the rebels, in the hope that these people who went to study will return to help us make changes. Their loyalty to the shogunate will definitely be better than the hired Huaxia technology. Workers are high. The disadvantage of this method is that the time is too long, ranging from a few years to a few decades. Tadakatsu Sakai talked about the most important talent needs for change. It can be a few years or a few decades. Tokugawa Iemitsu sat on the main seat, repeating what Sakai had said, worrying from it. If the Kyushu army knew about their reform plan, would it give them such a long time? In addition, the rebels on Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, and Osaka Castle were also developing. They were exposed to the Kyushu army's technology earlier than the shogunate. If it were not for the Kyushu army to counterbalance the shogunate and the rebels, the shogunate would not be able to repel the offensive of the rebels. Sending people to study in the Academy of Sciences is too long and full of variables. We need a more effective and efficient way to acquire talents. Matsudera said. The ancient Chinese book Guanzi says that a year's plan is no better than a tree valley, a 10-year plan is no better than a tree, a century's plan is no better than a tree with 100 winners is also a man. Only those who own ourselves, is the shogunate's century-sold plan, even if the time is a little longer. Sakai's attitude is obviously biased towards a more secure study abroad. The Minister of Genealogy who asked Sakai just now was lost in thought, and said, I have been in Amagasaki for a long time due to illness, and I can't keep up with the changes in Edo Castle. But after listening to Sakai-kun, I have a suggestion. Aoyama-kun, please tell me. Sakai said, if you choose young children to go to China to study, the effect is best. But it will take more than 10 years. If you are an adult man, it will take several years. If you send officials to observe the people's livelihood, system, and industry, it will only take 1 or 2 years. All 3 of the above can be sent to the mainland. Officials inspect the system and take the lead in returning to China to change, hire Chinese technicians, and lay the foundation. Adult men learn the technology and expand the industry. Young children learn its essence and revolutionize it. After 2 generations of hard work, it will be enough. Achieve catch-up, said Aoyama Kokari, Minister of the Shogunate. Aoyama-kun, it seems that your sword is not old. This kind of suggestion is very good. Sakai's eyes beamed. Wait a minute. We send a large number of students to the mainland to study. Will the Kyushu army accept our people? With their cunning, they will never be happy to see our people learn their skills. Tokugawa Iemitsu did not see it so optimistic. The minister has already understood that even during the period when Satsuma and other daimyo fought with the Kyushu army, the envoys they sent to the Academy of Sciences were not affected. Now our 2 sides are still in a state of cooperation, and they have no reason to reject our overseas students. Sakai Zongxing said. Tokugawa Iemitsu nodded. How many foreign students do you think should be sent? Sakai said, I think 200 children, 100 civilians, and 100 young samurai will be selected from various places to go to the mainland. The cost of studying abroad is fixed every year, and the shogunate and each feudal clan will be divided equally. In addition, officials and Kibmoto will be sent to form the envoy. Go to experience the system. What do you think? Can the shogunate in the secret room didn't think there was any problem with the cost of studying abroad. Funding 400 people to study in a neighboring country was not a difficult task. It was equivalent to raising a few or a dozen idlers for a feudal clan. While sending overseas students, we must first embark on an important change, which may touch the interests of all of us. Sakai Tadakatsu carefully observed everyone's faces. Sakai-kun, please tell me. Aoyama said. If you want to catch up with the Kyushu army, you must learn what it has. Regardless of whether it is Huexia or Dongying, land is the most important. As far as I know, the Kyushu army collects all the land and nationalizes it, then leases the land to ordinary people and collects rent from it. Only by controlling all the land can it be possible to assemble all the resources that can be assembled and carry out changes. Sakai Tadakatsu still said this thing that he didn't even think he wanted to do. The ruling system of the shogunate is that the Tokugawa family, the big landlord, led a group of small landlords to rule this land, and asking the small landlords to surrender all the land. Isn't this destroying their lives? Sakai-kun, you are the lord of the lord who received 120,000 stone salaries. Aoyama is lucky enough to have no more than 30,000 stone salaries. Ask yourself, are you willing to hand over the 120,000 stone territory? Aoyama said. If I am willing to surrender my fief, can you also lead with me? Sakai said. Chapter 806 The Unpracticable Provincial System 2 More. Sakai-kun, you must be crazy, that's a salary of 120,000 shi. The shogunate ministers in the secret room found it incredible. With land in their hands, They are the vassals of the separatist side. The great Prince Tadagara Sakai had to take the initiative to give up 120,000 shi of land, which is equivalent to abolishing himself as a commoner. Tadaka Sakai slowly said, "You gentlemen, please listen to me. It is understandable that you think I am crazy. Our enforcement system will lag far behind China's centralized power system, and we are unable to gather Chinese power. No matter how we change, it doesn't help. So we must establish a government centered on the shogunate and implement the provincial system like China, so that it is possible to keep pace with them. We can divide our territory into 8 major provinces. Each province there are state capitals under them, and counties under them." The important officials of the shogunate remained silent. Even if they know how terrifying the explosive power of China's centralized power system, they also know that such a system is stronger than the enforcement system of Dongying, but their big names are the beneficiaries of this system and are vested interest groups. There are a few thousand people under the rule of a few big names, and a few 100,000 more. How can it be possible to easily give up this kind of power? At this time, Tokugawa Ieyasu was equally uneasy, and even Tokugawa Ieyasu failed to gather the land of all his subordinates into the hands of the shogunate. The only person who could do it was Oda Nobunaga, but he was killed early in the Honojai change. The ministers can't agree. Although the provincial system has many benefits, it is not necessarily suitable for our situation in Dongying. If we want to forcibly recover the land in the hands of the vassal, it will surely make some neutral vassals fall to the rebels. The rebellion led by the Shimadzu family. The army is huddled in Kyoto and Osaka, and it is possible to counterattack Kanto at any time. Aoyama said. "I will also be opposed to it," some shogunate ministers said. The ministers that Iemitsu Tokugawa recruited were the most loyal retainers of the Tokugawa family, and even they were opposed to this measure, which made Tokugawa Iemitsu as the head of the family helpless. The biggest difference between Liu Sheng and him is that the Central Plains is accustomed to centralized power, and the localities have a strong centripetal force for the central government. On the contrary, Dongying tended to resemble the cracked soil during the Eastern Zhou dynasty. But you must think that once we fail to change, we will face the possibility of a large-scale invasion by the Kyushu army at any time. At that time, we will lose not only the land, but also the head. The shogunate can grant various privileges to the lord who surrendered the land, and the lord can by investing in factories to become a big businessman and a big chaebol. Life is not worse than it is now, and there is no worries about it, said Sakai, hating iron and steel. However, these landlords have little interest. In their eyes, the samurai is the most noble class, and businessmen are inferior. After the provincial system is implemented, you can still be appointed as the highest officials of a province, with the same honorable status. Sakai wanted to move them. Enough. Tokugawa Iemitsu stopped Sakai Tadaka's bitter thoughts. He already knew that most of his subordinates were unwilling to give up the land in his hands. Even if the provincial system is not implemented, I think we should be able to adopt other self-improvement measures. Sakai Tadaka, you explain other reform measures to everyone. Yes. Sakai is like a rooster in a losing battle, somewhat lost. The Kyushu army relies on 3 people for schools, factories, and newspapers. The schools train talents, the factories produce a steady stream of products, and the newspapers control editorials. Among them, the factory. We should set up factories in various important cities, introduce machines and craftsmen, and develop firearms comparable to the Kyushu army and compete with the Kyushu army. The shogunate will be in Edo. Edo Ordnance Factory was established in the city. Hearing that musket and artillery factories were to be built, the important ministers regained their interest. During the Warring States period, the big names competed for the number of matchlock guns. They knew that guns and artillery were good things. In territories with mines, iron ore should be mined and transported to Edo Castle to supply the production of ordnance. Each feudal lord, the shogunate, will require them to set up corresponding factories, such as textile mills, smelters, and smelters based on the size of their territory. Sugar factories. At the same time, We call on all localities to boycott Chinese products so that we can profit from setting up factories. In addition, the shogunate will set up Edo University in Edo City to fight Tokyo Academy. Each place should also set up university halls. In addition to university halls, private schools should also be set up to disseminate new studies. After all, we can send to the mainland to study abroad a very small number of people. Most people need to be cultivated in our homeland to reduce the illiteracy rate. The newspaper is no exception. We will form an Edo newspaper to compete with the Kyushu newspaper. Tadakatsu Sakai listed the main reform measures, almost all of which copied the Kyushu army's measures that he could see. Sakai-kun, if colleges are to be established in all of our territories, where should the new professors come from? What language should be used for teaching? The shogunate ministers below talked about it. People who are literate are hard to find, and people who need to learn new things are really embarrassing them. We will recruit teachers from China mainland. Naturally, what we teach in the university is to use Chinese, Sakai said helplessly. Now those who know new learning are all Chinese. If you want to learn new learning, you need to use Chinese textbooks. There are teachers who can understand both Chinese and Japanese. There are Dongying students in Tokyo Academy, but they have not yet graduated. This the shogunate's eyes stared. This change comes and changes. Isn't it exactly the same as what the Kyushu army did in their territory? You may think that we are just helping the Kyushu army to do what they did, but these things are in the hands of our shogunate, and they are completely different concepts from the Kyushu army. If the Kyushu army controls these things, they will fully control us. Sakai Tadakura knew that he was just a hand and toddler, but he had no choice. This is already the autumn of life and death for the shogunate, as long as it is a promising approach. You should try it. I've decided I want to join the delegation going to the China mainland this time. After Tadaka Sakai introduced the main issues of the shogunate reform to the people, he temporarily announced to them, at present, the only reform measures he can think of are the actions of the Kyushu army in Edo Castle, but he wants to see how the mainland China works. Approve. Tokugawa Iemitsu pinned his hopes on Sakai Tadakatsu. If not to stay in Dongying and guard the shogunate, Tokugawa Iemitsu himself would like to go to the mainland to investigate. Chapter 807 Edo University Hall 3 Shifts. What is this? A Dongying businessman raised the paper with various seals in his hand, and asked the Chinese businessman on the opposite side in a puzzled manner. Silver tickets, haven't you used Dongying before? The Chinese merchant was surprised. Is this the silver ticket of the Bank of Kyushu? Of course the merchants of Toyo knew about the silver ticket, but in the shogunate era when gold, silver, and copper money were used for trading, it was almost impossible to use silver tickets in cross-border trade. No organization can span several countries before. If you receive a banknote from another country, it will be a piece of waste paper to return to your own country. However, the establishment of the Tokyo branch of the Bank of Kyushu in Edo City seems to have broken this situation and enabled the use of silver tickets in cross-border trade. It is the banknote of Kyushu Bank. With this note, we don't need to go to the bank to transfer the funds in person, but directly deliver it. You can go to the bank to get the cash at any time with the banknote, said the Huaxia merchant. It's really strange. This thing is similar to cash. Banks first restricted the use of cash for transactions, and now they allow the use of silver bills for face-to-face transactions. The Eastern businessman was very depressed. The share of silver bills is very small, suitable for transactions under 100 tals. Only transactions above 100 tals need to be directly cleared through a bank account. Last time we only had 10 tals of the balance that was not settled. I don't want to pay 10 tals. Just go to the bank personally when you transfer the money, said the Chinese merchant. Is this banknote genuine? It was the first time that the merchant from Toyo had contact with the banknote of Kyushu Bank, and it felt very good to the touch. Of course it is true. I only have 10 tals of silver. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just wait for someone to take them to the Kyushu Bank to withdraw. Not only the 10 tals of silver, but also 5 tals, Wantles of silver tickets. This is what I exchanged from the Bank of Kyushu recently. It has become popular among our Chinese merchants. I usually play a card or something. If you lose money, you will pay directly with a silver ticket. The Chinese merchant said. It turned out to be like this. The Dongying businessman suddenly realized, while they were talking, the sound of firecrackers came from outside the tea house, which made the Chinese merchants a little curious. Why are the firecrackers in the city? Is there any shop opened again? The Chinese merchant asked. The Edo University Hall opened by the shogunate is about to start construction, so I burned paper and set off firecrackers to pray for good luck, said the Toyo merchant. Cough, cough, cough. The Chinese businessman almost choked out the tea in his mouth. Isn't it our Chinese tradition to burn paper and set off firecrackers? Because it is your Huixiu engineer who presided over the construction of Edo University Hall. Dongying merchant replied. The Edo University Hall was placed high hopes by the Tokugawa shogunate. After the Chinese affairs movement of the Tokugawa shogunate was put on the agenda, Tadaki Abe, Nobutsuna Matsudera, and others worked non-stop to build schools and factories, so that the residents of Edo Castle also noticed the movements of the shogunate. Tokugawa Ieyasu and others knew that they could not hide from the Kyushu army in such a big move as reform, so they might as well show it upright and hire a large number of engineers from China to design buildings and factories. Currently, Edo University Hall and 3 factories are under construction. Small silver bills seem to be beginning to be accepted by people, but they didn't expect to be the first to be used in card games and horse grains. Dia leaned her cheek on the wooden table with one hand, and turned the brush in her hand with the other. She also did not expect that the reason for the popularity of small-value banknotes among Chinese merchants turned out to be the role of small-value banknotes as a bargaining chip. The merchants are too boring on the long sea road. They often play cards and slings, and then the small amount of silver bills becomes a bargaining chip after being used smoothly. The small transactions between Chinese merchants and Dongying merchants are also used silver ticket. Miss, did you know that the shogunate is about to establish the Edo University? They hired engineers from China, who are setting off firecrackers outside. It's really funny. It's the first time I saw the shogunate setting up a house. Firecrackers come to exorcise evil spirits, Governor Kien said with gusto when he returned from watching the excitement from the outside. It seems that the shogunate has also learned to work around. Dia couldn't help but smile. I'm going to have a look. Let's go too. The young officials of the Ministry of Households who came to Dongying with Daewoo said one after another. They walked out of the Tokyo branch and walked across the streets of Edo Castle with a high rate of turning around. They became celebrities who made a sensation in Edo Castle because of the assault of Sakai Tadakichi. Almost every household in Edo Castle knew them. The place where Edo University chose to settle was not far from the shogunate. In order to show the determination of the shogunate flattened the houses of several nearby samurai and cleared a vacant lot for Edo University. The man who presided over the construction of the Edo University Hall was a craftsman who has been a bricklayer for generations. Later, he entered the Academy of Sciences with his flexible mind. After he came out of the civil engineering department of the Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Military Affairs arranged to participate in the construction of the Yokohama concession at the port of Yokohama. A small well-known civil engineer. It's just that after arriving in Dongying, this man still believes in the old ancestors' style. He personally burned paper and set off firecrackers in front of the construction site, praying for the safety of construction, so that the supervisor Abe Tadaki and others were confused. Is this the essence of the Kyushu Army's new learning? It is said that the salary that the shogunate paid him is this amount. The official of the Ministry of Households pointed out his finger to his companion. So much. It turns out that being a craftsman can also make a fortune. After understanding the market, the other companions were taken aback. He built the new patrol building in Yokohama port. He is not an ordinary craftsman. He just doesn't understand why Yokohama port is willing to give this craftsman to the shogunate to build a school. They built the Edo University Hall, not ours. Has the Tokyo school formed a competition? An official was puzzled. But Daiyu said, we help them build houses, using their materials and labor, and earning their money, and it is a good thing to build a school. It saves us a lot of manpower and material resources to build after we control this place. While the group was watching the construction of the Edo University Hall, an employee of the Tokyo branch squeezed through the dense crowd and saw Daiyu and others. Miss, President Kiane said that he forgot to give this letter to you just now. The small one is here. Daiyu accepted the letter. There was no address or sender on the envelope, and there was wax on the seal of the letter. She couldn't help but curiously asked, where did this letter come from? The employee shook his head, and said, Boss Kiane said that he was dragging people from the capital. I don't know who it is. Chapter 808. Mission to China for more. Letters from Beijing. Who will send it from? Big Brother? Daiyu opened the envelope with curiosity, and what was printed in front of her eyes was a series of beautiful handwritings. As she looked at the content, her hands trembled slightly. Miss, what happened? Some officials in the household department saw Daiyu's eyes bright, and they seemed a little excited and couldn't help but wonder. Recently, we have introduced a lot of new measures. Whether it is a Chinese merchant or a Dongying merchant, it takes time to digest. In the next few months, we only need to continue to observe and record. So I will return to the capital in a few days. Wait for the Yuan festival to come back again. Daiyu put away the letter, couldn't restrain the joy, and smiled at everyone. Many young officials couldn't help but stare blankly, but they quickly said anxiously, what about us? You will stay at Yokohama port for the holidays. I believe you will not be lonely here. Daiyu gave them a look of encouragement, and then shook his long skirt and left here briskly. Are the remaining household officials? Look at me and I will look at you. Without Daiyu, what's the fun of a group of big masters gathering together for the festival? I can finally return to the capital. The corners of Daiyu's mouth can't help but rise slightly. The letter I just received was sent by someone from Ilato's intelligence service. In the letter, Ella invited her to return to the capital to celebrate the festival, and she has been approved by the Ministry of Households. Although Daiyu requested to come to Dongying ahead of schedule out of inexplicable emotions, she still wanted to return to the capital during the festival. It's not only Daiyu who wants to go to the capital, but also Sakai Tadakatsu. In the temporary residence of Tadakatsu Sakai, a group of servants were packing up their bags. In a few days, he is about to lead the shogunate's envoy to China. This is an unprecedented event. He is already one of the most senior officials in the shogunate, and there are very few Dongying officials in the entire history to go to the capital of China. Sakai-kun, how long do you plan to stay with the envoy to China during your trip? Abe Tadaki knelt and sat across from Sakai Tadaka. It will take 3 months less. But the Kyushu army does not play cards according to the routine at all. Maybe they are detained in the local area. Sakai Tadaka is actually a little afraid of being detained by the Kyushu army. In his eyes, the members of the Kyushu army are not normal people. Otherwise, how could they come up with so many novel things? Sakai-kun, please be relieved. They don't look like someone who will detain us, Abe said. When Tadakatsu Sakai was said by Tadaki Abe, he was a little suffocated, and he couldn't help but think of the embarrassment that Daiyu despised that day. Since the Kyushu army knocked on the pass, the good situation of our shogunate has taken a turn for the worse. First, the rebels led by the Satsuma clan marched eastward, then Yokohama became a concession, and then the Huexia club that jumped up and down. We don't know how much. Troubled. Fortunately, the rebels were defeated and are now shrinking in Kansai. The Kyushu army has not continued to expand after occupying Yokohama village, said Abe Tadaki. No, they have been thinking of ways to expand, and they are even building a railway from Yokohama port to Edo Castle. But this section of the railway has not yet been completed. This time I led the delegation to China, not only to the capital of China but also to see their railways. We must learn more about their technology and evaluate their impact. If it is beneficial to us, we will learn from it, and if it is harmful, we must think of countermeasures. Tadakatsu Sakai mentioned the Edo-Yokohama Railway under construction. Sakai-kun's concern is not unreasonable. On the surface, the Kyushu Army is on the safe side, but in fact it is using other means to expand their influence. Abe Tadaki also understands the influence of the Kyushu Army on Toyo. The Kyushu Army sections, both overtly and in secret, did not seem to directly attack the shogunate, but they were not less powerful than guns and artillery. There are also those comprador merchants and people from the China Association. They are all damn people who help the Kyushu Army infiltrate everywhere. The clown at the China Association is even more annoying to me. Fortunately, the killer you sent by Sakai-kun last time was shocked by Tanaka. They live in a lot of peace now. Abe Tadaki then talked about the China Association led by Dongying's comprador businessman and Tanaka Saichi. Saraki Tanaka is nothing but a mad dog who bites people, and only such a mad dog can have the courage to assassinate our shogunate officials. As long as we are crazier than him, he will be scared. Sakai said. Sakai-kun, I heard that when Tanaka was assassinated, the killer sent to assassinate 7 core members of the China Association at once. That killer was really powerful, Abe Tadaki said with emotion. What about killing 7 core members? Tanaka was lucky enough to escape. Now he is hiding in the barracks of the Beiyang fleet and dare not come out. Although my dead soldier is powerful, he cannot be assassinated in the army, Sakai said. But Sakai-kun, your dead soldier is already very powerful. If it is the group of dead soldiers I raised, no one can kill 7 people. Abe said. That dead man is not of ordinary origin. Does the Wind Demon clan know? Sakai Tadaka saw that he and Abe Tadaki were the only ones around, so he whispered. The Wind Demon clan was a family of ninjas in the Warring States period. They performed assassinations and information gathering for the daimyo and the city lord. But as early as the shogunate was established, the Tokugawa clan was afraid of their abilities and took advantage of the conflicts in the clan. All of them were arrested at the time, and then the clan was destroyed. Could it be? Abe Tadaki looked at Sakai Tadakatsu. Yes, when I followed the Tokugawa family, I participated in the execution of these shameless intelligence personnel, but I was amazed by the ability of their family. So I privately rescued a young woman who mastered the assassination skills of the Wind Demon clan. Specifically for us the Sakai family worked hard, said Tadaka Sakai. It's really surprising, but that woman is probably 40 or 50 years old by now. Abe Tadaki said in surprise. No, the dead soldier in my hand is not the woman who was rescued at the time, but the daughter she and a Han pirate gave birth to. At that time, I sent her to assassinate a Han pirate active in the Hirado waters. Instead, she was killed by the Han. The pirates were looted for 10 years. I have to say that the Han people are really powerful. Later, the woman of the Han pirates and the Fengmo clan was killed by other Han pirates in a naval battle. When their daughter was found by me, I had already learned the skills of the Fengmo clan. Tadakatsu Sakai said of the past. Do you know who the Han pirate who killed her parents was? Now the commander of the Beiyang fleet, Zheng Zilong. Chapter 809, Returning to China. 5 more. The pier of Yokohama port is covered with snow, and the thick chimney of the Yongcheng ironclad steamship is billowing with black smoke. This is the world's earliest steamship, now a passenger ship between China and Dongying, and has been in operation for a year. This is also the first passenger ship that regularly travels between Huaxia and Dongying, unprecedented in history. Diaya was wearing a big windbreaker and a scarf, her cold and pretty face was tinged with blood. She carried the suitcase and waited to board a ship. After Elu invited her back to the capital, she couldn't wait to go back. The development of the Tokyo branch is slowing down, and the shogunate has been particularly calm this winter because of the power for change. Diaya has nothing to worry about for the time being. Miss, did you just leave us at Yokohama port for the holidays? The household officials who followed Daewoo to the port of Yokohama burst into tears, but they did not get the approval of the Ministry of Household to return to Beijing, and they would stay at Dongying during the upcoming Spring Festival and Shanghai Yuan Festival. I'm sorry, I'll be back after the Spring Festival, and I will give you a shift holiday. Daewoo bowed to them. We just joked. The young household official said quickly. You can get on the boat in half a quarter of an hour. It's really cold. Daewoo shrank her head in her scarf, thinking that she would see Ella and Liu Sheng when she returned to Beijing. Her pretty face was slightly cold. Hot. At the same pier, Tadagura Sakai led the shogunate's envoy to China, and they saw the steamship Yongcheng steaming in black smoke. However, they are not eligible to buy tickets for the Yongcheng, unless they are registered with Huaxia, and they have to hire a merchant ship from a large Huaxia merchant. That is the most advanced steamship in the Kyushu army. It can move without wind. It's amazing. Sakai had seen the Yongcheng ship and introduced it to everyone. This time the embassy also included shogunate ministers such as Aoyama Kosai. It can be said that many important figures of the shogunate were gathered. If they were detained, it might cause an uproar in the shogunate. That's why Sakai Tadashi couldn't help worrying that Liu Sheng would detain the envoy in the capital. No wind? Do they row boats by hand? Asked the person in the envoy who didn't know the steamboat. After hearing this, Sakai wants to hit someone. You try to use such a big boat to cross the Pacific Ocean? When Sakai wanted to answer the man's question, he caught a glimpse of a group of Chinese people waiting for the merchant ship under the Yongcheng ship. One of them was Daewoo, who he had arrested. Okay, why is this person going to the capital too? By the way, maybe you can know her identity when you arrive in the capital. Tadaka Sakai narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about asking her identity in the capital of China at that time. The time for our mission is the Spring Festival. I didn't expect to spend it in China. It is really annoying. One of the envoys mumbled dissatisfiedly. But the Spring Festival came from them. Should it be more atmosphere in China? Another envoy said. Mr. Sakai, you can count it. It made me wait for a while. A capital merchant in a cotton jacket got off the galleon. Are you looking at the Yongcheng? That's the most advanced ship in China. My broken ship can't compare with it. Yes, but the sea is calm in winter, and it's more than enough to take you across the sea. Let's get on the ship, Sakai said to the members of the delegation. The dignified mission of a country still needs to take the other side's merchant ship. Sakai is ashamed, but only the Chinese merchant has such a spacious galleon that can accommodate the people of the mission and the servants they bring. Mr. Sakai, I heard that you people want to visit the commander of our Kyushu army. Did you say hello in advance? If you know that bringing so many Dongying people to the capital at one time, I might be regarded as I brought you smuggling. The owner of the big sailing ship joked. I have already greeted General Zheng Zilong of the Beiyang fleet in advance, and he said it is not a problem. Originally, the Spring Festival is a festival between our two countries. Wouldn't it be good to promote transactions with each other at this time? Sakai said. Ha ha ha. After you meet our military owner, you will definitely gain. The Chinese businessman laughed. Tadakatsu Sakai came to the deck of the galleon. The handyman was cleaning the snow on the deck, while the sailor was checking whether the rudder, mast, ropes and other equipment were in good condition, ready to set sail. Who is the leader of the Kyushu army? Who Eva Zheng Sang obeys his orders? Tadao Sakai thought of the person on the head of Zheng Zilong's Beiyang fleet commander, and was a little worried that the other party could not speak well. And this time, he also took the initiative to arrange a chess piece on Huaxia's side. Maybe it will come in handy anytime. Raise the sail, ready to sail. The sailor on the galleon yelled after confirming that everything was ready. Miss, you can get on the ship. On Daewoo's side, Yongcheng lowered the ship ladder, and the officials of the household department said goodbye to her. You are optimistic about the Tokyo branch? Don't have an accident after I leave. Daewoo warned. Don't worry, miss. If something goes wrong, we will immediately jump into the Edo Bay. The officials of the Ministry of Households patted their chests and assured. Daewoo carried the suitcase and followed the crowd into the cabin of the Yongcheng. Inside, there were all Huaxia people who were going to return to the capital. or people with Huixia household registration, and their heads were surging. Because of traditional festivals, many Chinese people who come to Dongying to fish for gold have to return to the capital, or pass through the capital's own homeland. If you go back under the previous maritime ban, you will still be sneaky, but this time there is a ticket to go back with integrity. Sorry, do you know where this position is? Someone behind Dia asked her. Dia turned her head and found that she was a woman in Hanfu, but she had a strange accent, like a mixture of Chinese and Japanese accents. When the woman saw that it was Dia, her body was slightly shaken. Let me see. This position is right next to my seat. Dia pointed to the vacant seat. Thank you. The woman with a strange accent sat aside. Is your father a Han? Or is your mother a Han? Dia knew that many Han people living in Dongying would intermarry with Dongying people, so it often caused their children to form special accents in two different language environments. Just like Zheng Zilong's wife is a Dongying woman, Dia met Zheng Zilong's son Zheng Gong, almost with this accent. My father is Han Chinese. The woman replied. Then what's your name, and child? Ooh. The young Cheng made a piercing sound of steam and drove out of Yokohama port towards the capital. The 810th chapter. Guyan was shocked 6 more. It also snows in the capital, which is almost at the same latitude as Edo Castle. On the spacious streets of the capital, laborers hired by the government are cleaning snow with brooms. Brother Gu, in order to be sympathetic to the students, the Academy of Sciences enters the exam in October, and the results are released in December. The school only starts in March. There is a lot of time for preparation. Why did you come to the capital early? Several scholars wrapped themselves tightly. Actually, talk while walking. This time I was able to pass the assessment of the Academy of Sciences. It is really fortunate for Gu. After thinking about the opening of the Academy of Sciences, I don't necessarily have a lot of free time, so I came to the capital from Suzu in advance and wanted to see what electric lights and trains are as soon as possible. Guyan Wu said. Because of learning new studies ahead of time, and passing through Luo Sheng's suggestion in Suzu City before, Guyan Wu ranked 9th in the Jianghuai province in the October entrance examination and successfully entered the preparatory class for officials. Little brother Gu is really high-spirited, and he will surely be able to do something big in the future. It's like him waiting. But I just crossed the pass line. The other scholars couldn't help being full of envy for Guyan Wu. In the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences, entering the Academy of Sciences as the top 10 in the province has replaced the champion and second place as the goal of all scholars in the world. And the top 10 places in the province are obviously more than the champions and second place. There are more people who can enjoy this honor, so more people compare. Guyan Wu looked at the snow-covered palace in the distance. He once dreamed of being a holy man on the Golden Liuan Hall and becoming a champion. Now this desire is realized in another way. Look! There is the mansion of the military master. I heard that the heads of the 6 ministries and other departments are here recently to assess their political achievements, so it is very busy and lively. When several people of Guyan Wu passed the main street where Luo Sheng's mansion was located, one of them pointed to a house and said, Guyan Wu looked at Luo Sheng's house. Sure enough, people inside and outside the palace came and went. And there were officials coming in and out with thick paperwork from time to time. A carriage passes by, and then the thick paperwork is carried away. Around the house, there are fully armed guards. For fear of special events, ordinary idlers are not allowed to pass through this street during this special period of time when the 6 departments report, and they can only be forced to detour. Maybe one day he will be able to enter here. Guyan Wu saw the officials of the 6 ministries entering and leaving the mansion of the military chief, and knew that they were almost all important officials of the 6 ministries. He naturally desires to be one of them. Let's take a detour, and delay the report of the 6 departments, for fear that it will harm the welfare of the people. A scholar said when he saw a large number of guards guarding the street. Yeah, everyone nodded. When Guyan Wu wanted to turn around, he suddenly saw a man sending a group of 6 officials out of the mansion, and he was stunned. Brother Gu, What's the matter with you? The other scholars found him strange. Nothing. Yan Wu said nothing, but his eyes kept looking at the man who appeared outside the gate of the military chief's mansion. At this time, the man was bidding farewell to the officials of the Sixth Ministry, and the officials of the Sixth Ministry were sincere and frightened. In return, isn't that the brother Xiao he met at the Suzhou City Tiger Hill conference? Yan Wu was very impressed with Liu Sheng and believed that he would never admit his mistakes, because Liu Sheng's new learning attainments were higher than him, and some of the test questions he encountered during the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences were similar to those of Chu. What Yan said to him was very similar, and he couldn't help treating Liu Sheng as a noble person. But why do you see this brother Xiao here? Beijing came to Jiangnan to relax. Could it be? Yan Wu seemed to have thought of something. Isn't that the master of the army? I didn't expect that in such a cold weather he would personally go out to bid farewell to the officials of the 6th Department. The scholar who knew Liu Sheng's appearance and identity also saw Liu Sheng from a distance. You said he is the commander of the army? Yan Wu's heart turned up against the stormy sea. He never thought that brother Xiao, who had talked to him face to face, and was still twice, would turn out to be the supreme ruler of the Kyushu army. Oh my god, Brother Gu, are you okay? Seeing that Yan Wu's mind was blank, a scholar shook his head. Okay. Yan Wu only then came to his senses. Combined with the fragments of his previous memories, he finally understood what was going on. The army owner was assassinated in Nanjing City. That is to say, the army owner had been in Jiangnan for a period of time, so it was almost certain that the brother Xiao he had seen was the army owner. Sure enough, what happened in life is just a coincidence. Yan Wu sighed for a while. Brother Gu, I see you are surprised and sighed. I'm afraid it's not the first time I saw a military owner. I heard my brother from the Academy of Sciences said that the military owner likes to run to the Academy of Sciences very much, and he might be able to rub shoulders on the road in the future. But then, you won't be so surprised then. A scholar thought that Yan Wu was shocked when he saw Liu Sheng for the first time. It's more than just passing by. At that time, I almost hooked up in Suzhou City. Okay! Yan Wu said in his heart. And at that time, Liu Sheng asked him to go to the capital to talk again. Now it seems, my goodness, Yan Wu dare not enter the military master's mansion now. This son, are you the son of Suzhou City? A woman passed by holding an oil paper umbrella and recognized Yan Wu among the few scholars. Miss Xiao. Yan Wu saw the person here, who was slim, dressed in plain clothes, and was Xiao Xiao, the younger sister of brother Xiao he had met. Brother Gu, why don't you know such a beauty and don't tell us? It's really unkind, the other scholars whispered to Yan Wu, and then turned their heads to Xiao Xiao. I don't know this girl. Name Tabu. Good princes. Xiao Xiao slightly responded to the few scholars who followed Yan Wu, and then said to Yan Wu, the 6 departments report for 7 consecutive days. It is estimated that all the reports are now over. The military owner said that Yan Wu, when the son comes to the capital, he can go to him. It just so happens that I have something to do, so why don't we go together? How does this make? Yan Wu shook his head quickly. He didn't know Liu Sheng before. Now that he knows that Liu Sheng is the leader of the 9 provinces army, he feels it is difficult for him to climb high. The military master mentioned it. That was the reason. He also wants to know what happened to you afterwards. The sons have come to the capital, and they must have been admitted to the Academy of Sciences. Don't you tell the military master? Xiao Xiao laughed. In that case, it's better to be respectful. Yan Wu gritted his teeth. This is an opportunity that ordinary people don't necessarily have in a lifetime. Seeing Yan Wu following Xiao Xiao into the military master's mansion, The remaining few scholars were dumbfounded. Chapter list. Chapter 811 help you one more. It's really gratifying that Brother Ge can be in the top 10 of Jianghuai province in high school. Luo Sheng did not expect that Ge Yanwu would actually catch up with the dividends brought by reforming the imperial examination system and successfully entered the Academy of Sciences. It's the little brother who didn't expect that the Xiao brother he had met in the past was actually the military master. So he was very frightened. Ge Yanwu said hastily. Until now, he was a little confused, wondering if he was dreaming. He was actually in the hall where the 6 officials reported just now, and the commander of the Kyushu army was sitting opposite him. Whether it is Brother Xiao or the military commander, I'm just an ordinary person. You came to the capital ahead of time this time, but you have gone to see the real moving train? Luo Sheng asked. As early as October, after taking part in the assessment, the little brother packed up his packages and headed north, regardless of whether he was admitted or not. He came to Beijing as soon as possible, and went straight to Liaodong via the Beijing-Liaoning Railway. Then he went to Anshan Town and Dalian Port for a quick glance. An eye-opener. Ge Yanwu was very excited when he talked about what he had seen these days. Compared with the Jiangnan region, which was constructed later, the industries in Liaodong and Beijing are more prosperous, and many technologies are produced here and then promoted to other places. Seeing these new technologies, do you have any interest in investing in large-scale industrial production? Luo Sheng asked. If there is a chance, I will naturally be willing, Ge Yanwu said excitedly. As long as you excel in the Academy of Sciences, there are so many opportunities that you can hardly imagine. Luo Sheng is now very short of manpower, and all newly established departments are short of manpower because of the large-scale promotion of new crop varieties, the implementation of chemical fertilizers and rotation systems, and most areas are in peacetime. The population that can be fed by the land is increasing, and the impact of the Little Ice Age has been very small. As a result, a large number of agricultural laborers were liberated, and someone needed to guide them to factories to vigorously develop industry. As a result, they lack many officials who knew industrial technology. In addition, managing the newly conquered Nanyang and Western regions also needed a group of new style officials. I will definitely study hard. Ge Yanwu quickly assured Luo Sheng that he had high hopes for him. Luo Sheng smiled slightly. Perhaps Ge Yanwu could achieve a different achievement in this era. And Xiao Xiao, how did you study in the Department of Medicine? Luo Sheng asked Xiao Xiao again. He set up the medical department and nursing school before, and it happens to be able to learn about the medical department through Xiao Xiao and see whether the establishment of the medical department is in line with the original intention. Returning to the army chief, the servants have learned a lot, and the medical skills of the medical department are much better than the medicinal skills learned in the tribe. Xiao Xiao replied, that's natural. If the medical department I set up is still under the tribal medical skills, it won't make any sense. Luo Sheng said. Ge Yanwu was aside. He heard that Xiao Xiao had already entered the Academy of Sciences. He couldn't help being a little surprised, and he couldn't help thinking about the relationship between Xiao Xiao and Luo Sheng. And how about that crazy girl Goya? She didn't come to my mansion recently. Luo Sheng asked about Goya, who loves troubles the most. Jiang Yutang often has to conduct intensive training, because it is the military school. The management is very strict. She can't get out. Only when every month is off, she can have time to rest. Can't help complaining to me. Xua pursed her lips and smiled. Only Jiang Yutang can control her. Luo Sheng had never heard of Jiang Yutang officials complaining to him about Goya, because Jiang Yutang adopted the most stringent military academy system and controlled Goya. Submissive. If Goya went to the Academy of Sciences instead of lecture hall, it is estimated that the professors of the Academy of Sciences would have been crazy. By the way, she said it seems that a student named Cao Bianjiao from Jiang Yutang was pursuing her recently. Xiao Xiao said. Cough. Luo Sheng heard that Cao Bianjiao, who had arranged to teach Yutang to study, was chasing Goya, and he couldn't help looking at Yu Cheng. who was the guard. The corners of Yu Cheng's mouth twitched, and he quickly showed an indifferent expression. Cao Bianjiao is doing something. I don't know if Goya Girl agreed. Liu Sheng knew that Cao Bianjiao was young and already famous, and it was really difficult for ordinary girls to resist the pursuit of such a person. It shouldn't be there yet, Xiao Xiao said. Yu Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Liu Sheng perceives Yu Cheng's small movements. Why, this guy is more persuaded than himself. Ella and Liu are in the backyard. You can go and find them. Liu Sheng knew that Xiao Xiao's main purpose was not to come to him. Yes, Xiao Xiao turned and went to the backyard. Little brother Gu, I just finished listening to the report of the 6 parts today, and I am a little tired, so I might as well talk about it later. Liu Sheng said to Gu Yanwu. It's the little brother who is bothering you. Gu Yanwu was flattered and stood up to say goodbye to Liu Sheng. Yu Cheng sent Gu Yanwu out. Brother Gu, just now you went in to see the Lord Commander. What's the relationship between you and the military master? Did you know the military master before? When the scholars waiting outside saw Gu Yanwu coming out, they immediately surrounded him, all talking. Most of the people who can enter the military master's mansion are because of official business. Liu Sheng has no relatives in this world, so it is really rare to enter the mansion with private affairs. Gu Yanwu was still in a daze and didn't return to his senses. You don't believe it when you say it. After seeing everyone leaving, Liu Sheng couldn't help feeling a little sleepy. As the end of the year came, the administration of the 6th department became more busy. All departments and agencies need to count their achievements over the past year and form reports. Liu Sheng had to handle all the reports and listened to the reports of the 6th Ministry, the Military Department, the Intelligence Department, and the Academy of Sciences for 7 consecutive days, and if there were any questions about the report, he had to track down a bunch of files. Compared with the vague records of previous feudal dynasties, Liu Sheng asked his subordinates to speak with numbers. How many factories there are in each province? How many catties of iron ore are mined? How many muskets are produced? And what the pass rate is? All must be recorded. As early as in Liadong, he trained a group of officials who used Arabic numerals to keep accounts, as well as corresponding accountants and auditors. Yu Cheng, if you don't accept Goyo as soon as possible, she might be chased away by Cao Bianjiao. You also know that Jiang Yutang has always been managed in a semi-closed manner. Who knows if love will last forever? Liu Sheng waited for Yu Cheng to return. Later, said to him, Sir, don't say anything. Yu Cheng frowned. Don't say I don't give a chance. I will invite her and Xiao Xiao and others to the mansion during the Chinese New Year. Whether you can seize this opportunity is up to you. Liu Sheng thought of Yu Cheng's hard work over the past few years. Tai, Cheng Yi and the others led their troops to fight. Maybe they could be a general long ago. So let's help him. Chapter list. Chapter 812 Tanjin-Y Railway Station. More than a dozen ships are parked at Tanjin-Y's wharf, and the steam ironclad ship Yongcheng is also parked here. Residents of Tanjin-Y wharf are no strangers to steamships. We have arrived in Tanjin-Y. From here, we can take a train to the capital. A Chinese businessman wearing a thick leather jacket led Sakai and others off the galleon. The shogunate envoys such as Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Kozari looked curiously at Tanjin-Y, which is not an ancient city. Tanjin-Y was originally set up to guard the capital and manage land and water terminals. Now that Liu Sheng has focused on shipping, the development of Tanjin-Y has been greatly accelerated, and there are already streetlights on the terminals. Moreover, after the main road of the Beijing-Lining Railway was opened to traffic, the Railway Bureau extended the railway to Tanjin-Y, which became the actual Tianjin-Beijing-Lining Railway. This is the legendary electric light. Standing under the street lamp on the Tanjin-Y wharf, Sakai Tadashi looked up curiously. Even the Yokohama concession did not have a generator or thermal power station. I heard that at night, this thing is not needed. The ignition can also be bright, and the light is more dazzling than candlelight. Sakai-kun, this thing is really that amazing. If you don't use fire,
isn't it Yi Mingzu?" A group of Dongying envoys talked about it around a 10-foot street lamp, which roused the resentment of a group of residents in Tianjinwai, and secretly said a group of dumplings. "Everyone is going to Huixia this time. When you arrive in the capital, you will definitely be able to see the street lights at night. I don't know if the military has sent someone to pick you up," said the Chinese businessman who sent Sakai Tadashi and others. In a short while, Tianjin General Guards brought people over. He received an order from the military headquarters to send the envoy sent by the shogunate to the capital. Although the military department didn't catch much cold to the weak shogunate, it was still a country's envoy after all. "Zongbing, why did you come here in person?" The Chinese businessman was a little surprised when he saw the general guard in Tianjin. At the time of the new year, not only Dongying, but Korea also sent an envoy to celebrate, so the military ministry arranged for me to send the Korean and Dongying embassy safely to the capital. Chief Yu replied. Goryeo also sent an envoy. The Chinese businessman was a little surprised. The military owner knew the King Seiko of Goryeo as early as in southern Lining. Wang Shizi stayed in the Academy of Sciences for several years, and he has always supported our military leader's theory most. So in the eyes of the military, Goryeo compares Dongying's status is even higher. Yu Zongbing said. When will the Korean envoys arrive? The businessman asked. It's also a coincidence that they arrived at Tianjinwai just one step earlier than the Dongying envoys, and they are now waiting near the train station. I heard that the shogunate envoys are also coming, so I thought about sending 2 envoys to the capital by train at a time. Zongbing Yu said. Since Mr. Yu takes over, I will return to Daton to celebrate the festival. The Chinese merchant sent the envoy to Tianjinwai this time, and it was more just a way. Wait. Does any of them speak Chinese? Yu Zongbing asked, pointing at the envoy. They have an interpreter. The leader Tadaka Sakai knows half-baked Chinese. The businessman replied. Among the envoys of the Eastern Kingdom, except for Sakai who often dealt with the Kyushu army, others had very limited knowledge of the Kyushu army. The Yokohama concession already represents the highest level of technology in the East, but the Yokohama concession generally does not allow non-Chinese people to enter and exit, and few shogunate officials can get a glimpse of the Yokohama concession. Moreover, even the Yokohama concession is not as prosperous as Tianjinwai. Let me take you to the train station. You go through the train station to the capital, Yu Zongbing said to Sakai and the others. What's that in the train station? The envoys of Dongying who hadn't seen the train station heard the interpreter and talked again. Sakai's eyes lit up, and he was finally able to see the legendary train. You are here with me. Yu Zongbing was a little speechless. The Korean envoys would not be shocked by the train now, and the envoys of the Dongying shogunate, which was stronger than the Goryeo kingdom, had never seen the world. The envoys of the Dongying diplomatic group wear Dongying costumes, which are very conspicuous in Tianjinwai. However, the residents of Tianjinwai were not surprised. Now Koreans, Dongying people, Westerners, and Nanyang people all come and go to do business, and they have all kinds of fancy clothes. They have become accustomed to the glory of the Tankan era. Tianjinwai's railway station is located in the east of the city, not far from the dock, and it is a cement railway station far beyond the architectural level of this era. This magical railway station is 10 meters high and has a bell tower. The railroad tracks extend from the inside. Standing here, residents wearing cotton-padded jackets enter and exit at Tianjinwai railway station, and soldiers with muskets stand guard in front of the railway station. Awesome! Is this the city lord's mansion? The Dongying envoy exclaimed when they saw the towering Tianjinwai railway station. What city lord's mansion? Yu Zongbing looked blank. When Yu Zongbing took the members of the Dongying envoy into the train station, the people of the Dongying envoy were even more shocked. The thick steel and cement inside made them unprecedented. This newly constructed railway station uses the Kyushu Army's increasingly advanced civil engineering and smelting technology, and uses a large number of cement and steel frames, which has a modern flavor. Tadakatsu Sakai looked up at the interior of the magnificent train station, as if he had traveled to the future world.
completely lost. Monster Black Steel Monster. The shogunate's exclamation that he brought him back to reality. The shogunate envoy saw the train lying on the iron cabinet. The ferocious locomotive behind it is an iron wagon made of steel, which is nearly 100 meters long, like a black dragon. Train Tadakatsu Sakai finally saw the train he had never seen, squeezed the crowd excitedly, jumped off the platform, and then touched the cold iron body with his hand. Because it was the 12th lunar month, the biting chill came from the body, and it was indeed a metal texture. Suddenly, Tadaka Sakai cried out in a daze. It turned out to be made of steel and made of steel. Crazy. This man is crazy. How come he ran on the rails? Pull him up quickly. If there is a train coming from the capital next time, he will die. The residents of Danjinwai who lined up originally wanted to condemn Sakai Chukatsu's behavior of jumping in the line, but when he saw this old man wearing traditional Dongying costume jump off the platform, he hurriedly sought out soldiers patrolling Danjinwai railway station. You go and bring him up. General Yu ordered his left and right men to go and put Tadaka Sakai up. He was depressed. Could this seemingly calm person be a lunatic? Chapter list. Chapter 813. The Japanese Pirates and the Stick. 3 shifts. I'm sorry, but I lost my temper underneath. Sakai Tadaka bowed deeply to General Yu. He saw a steel train that he had never seen before, and was shocked to go forward and check it out. When he discovered that the train was entirely made of steel, he naturally discovered how terrifying China's technology was. And when he was on the shogunate's mission to save the nation from extinction, he noticed this terrible gap. So calm as he was, he would inevitably lose his stance. Let's put it this way, even if the train does not move, it is impossible for the shogunate to cast steel into a precise locomotive structure. Let alone the locomotive. The gears that run are polished by hand that cannot be clumsy. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Standing on the rails will kill you, Yu Zongbing said. The rest of the Toyo envoy members saw the train and repeatedly confirmed to Sakai Tadaka whether it was a monster. Sakai Tadaka himself explained that he was a little annoyed. It was the Japanese pirate who violated us 40 years ago. Damn. How come they also sent envoys to China? A group of people came over, and they saw Sakai and others wearing kimonos, and they talked in Korean in a bad tone. Sakai Tadakatsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the members of the Dongying envoy behind him also looked at the group of people that appeared one by one. Although this group of people were wearing Han Chinese clothes, what they said was accompanied by smekta, smektu and so on, which immediately exposed their Korean identity. Although Koryo Stick Tadaka Sakai cannot provoke the powerful Huaxia, in his opinion, Goryo, who was beaten by Toyotomi Hideyoshi 40 years ago and almost wiped out the country, is not qualified to scream in front of Dongying. Dead Japanese pirate, who is the Korean Stick? Do you want to fight? A Korean man who can understand a little Japanese rolled up his sleeves and tried to fight. Korea's lack of harassment by Jurchens, coupled with the establishment of wood processing plants, fisheries, and mining farms in Korea by Chinese merchants, has hired a large number of refugees from Korea. This has resulted in the economic growth and national strength of Korea in recent years. Dongying country, which once defeated itself, gets tough. Dead Stick, 8 Gyero Dongying envoys all brushed and pulled out the samurai swords from their waists. Although they could not understand the other party's Korean language, they all stood up and rolled up their sleeves and did not understand what it meant. In their opinion, Chinese people are qualified to speak to them so loudly, but Koreans are not qualified. In history, there has never been a time when they didn't beat Goryeo subdued. If it weren't for the Tang and Ming dynasties, Dongying would have eliminated Goryeo long ago. The two gangs are at odds with each other. Mr. Yu rolled his eyes, and the two groups of people are unable to speak the language, and they are both able to fight. The deep hatred of Dongying people and Korean people has long been implanted in their bones. The Dongying students and Korean students of the Academy of Sciences have been there in recent years. However, if it is not for the Kyushu army's sake, bloodsheds are not uncommon. Jinzajin, don't make trouble in Danjinwai. In case the military master is alarmed, it is our fault. A young master Pianjia stood up and stopped the Korean man who was about to do it. Yes, His Royal Highness Wang Shizi. Jin Zidian from Korea took a step back. Still dare not. The eyes of King Tadashi Sakai, the King of Korea, shone brightly. Since Toyotomi Hideyoshi was driven back to the island by the Ming Dynasty, Dongying's intelligence network has begun to shrink, and little is known all about the situation in China and Korea. Li Yong, the Prince of Korea, and Sakai Zongxing still knew about it. Before the arrival of the Spring Festival, Goryeo let Wang Shizi lead a group to Huaxia capital. Is there any secret cooperation between the two countries, or is it that the Koreans want to recognize Huaxia people as fathers? Zijun, take back the sword, don't be seen as a joke in China. Sakai Tadako asked the envoy to push back the samurai sword. Damn, the former defeated generals dared to do this to us. If they were placed in the past, they would only be afraid and afraid. The members of the envoy were upset. Don't say more, think about why they are so hard-spirited. This is the purpose of our mission, Sakai said with earnestness. The shogunate envoys and the Goryeo envoys were arranged in two different carriages to prevent them from conflicting again. Pay attention to them. If they fight, pull them away, Yu Zongbing said to his men. Woo woo ya ya ya. The steam locomotive honked and the metal axle wheels turned, driving the iron chains and gears, causing the steel body to sway. When the train started, the Dongying envoy sitting on the seat almost fell forward or backward because of acceleration. They felt the metal body shaking, their faces turned pale, and they looked at each other anxiously. Now their reaction is exactly the same as the people in Liaodong and Liaonan who saw the train for the first time before. Moving, we are moving fast. When the train left the station, the envoys of Dongying could see through the window glass the snow and the scenery backwards. Because of the snowy weather, the speed of the train is not as fast as usual, but it is already unimaginable in the eyes of the Dongying envoys. And it is still in the snowy weather, and it is unimpeded. Everyone, what kind of tea guanyin, pure, or something else do you need? Two women walked into this carriage, one holding a hot water bottle and the other holding a tray of tea, and asked Sakai Tadaka and others. When Tadaka Sakai saw the service of making hot tea in the train, his eyes were filled with tears. This is really a country that lived in the same era as Toyo. Take a dip in tea guanyin. It's annoying, said Tadaka Sakai in half-baked Chinese. The fragrance of tea permeated the carriage, and the shogunate envoys in the carriage were so surprised that they could not speak. There is heavy snow outside the carriage, but inside, you can sit comfortably and drink hot tea. Well, if they knew that Liu Sheng was still not satisfied with such a train, they might want to hit him to death. Liu Sheng has not yet invented the heating system inside the train. Masters, you can see the gap between us. This is an insurmountable gap. If the shogunate does not reform and face such opponents, if they don't treat us as enemies, it's okay. If it's a war, I don't see it. There is no hope for our shogunate, Sakai said to the members of the delegation taking advantage of this opportunity. Almost all members of the envoys that were able to participate in this mission to the capital of China were important officials of the shogunate or some feudal lords of the shogunate. The reform of the shogunate harmed their interests, and only a powerful enemy from the outside could make them give up their interests. The envoys of the shogunate were silent, and their visit to the capital was really shocked. Chapter list. Chapter 814 Celebrating the festival together. 4 more. The baby seems to be very healthy. Based on my experience of delivering babies to some women in the tribe, it is estimated that they will be born soon. Xiaoxiu said to Ella. Guess whether it's a man or a woman, Liu Rushi said. There was heavy snow outside Ella's room, but the stove made the room warm like spring. Xiaoxiu and Liu Rushi were all here. Men are okay, and women are okay. Ella said. Of course it's a good man. Maybe I can inherit the career of this mansion and the army owner in the future. Liuru said. I think the military owner and Ella's sister thought about the same. I guess the military owner doesn't care much about this. No wonder Ella can be with the military owner. Xiaoxiu lived in the Atayal tribe in Yizu for a long time, where men and women they are all going to hunt, so the defense between men and women is not as strict as that stipulated by Cheng Zilixiu. Liu Rushi sighed slightly. She claimed to be a talented and learned woman, who was restricted by gender and could not display her talents. However, when thinking, she couldn't escape the constraints of traditional concepts. Sister Xiao, is the medical department on holiday at this time? Ella asked Xiaoxiu. Yes, Sister Ella, how do you know? Xiaoxiu asked. When Dieu was in the Academy of Sciences, I used to go to her often, just like a good sister of my own, so I remember the time schedule of the Academy of Sciences over time. Ella said, after a few days, she should be from Dongying. Came back. First I went to the western regions, and then I was an envoy to Dongying. I have rarely seen such a woman. No, I should say I have never seen it before. Liu Ai said. Sister Liu, after this winter, I will find a bigger house for you, so you can prepare for next year's Academy of Sciences entrance exam with peace of mind. Ella said. How does this make me take care of your sister? Because the military owner once helped me, and what I said before doesn't count. Liu said hurriedly. You don't need to refuse, these will make me feel guilty. When I was a subordinate, the courtyard that the military master once rewarded me is now unoccupied, and I am afraid it will be abandoned. Ella said. In fact, she had never stayed in the courtyard that Liu Sheng had rewarded her before, because Liu Sheng's team kept her here for various reasons. As the founder of the Kyushu Army and the Navy, Nelson helped Liu Sheng train many of the current naval officers of the Kyushu Army, and there is no shortage of houses. As an emptiness old man, Nelson often mixes with those in the Admiralty to drink, and he does not need to be taken care of. Then I'm just borrowing for a while. Liu Ruzhen couldn't refuse, so he said. And why Sister Goya hasn't been here recently? Ella asked about Goya's situation again. Jiang Yutang should be on holiday soon, right? They are much stricter than the Academy of Sciences. Goya found out that they were all officers or reserve officers when she went to the Washhutang. She thought it was a place to learn martial arts. There were a lot of jokes when I first went in, but she felt that there was a good fit for her, and her physical fitness was not much better than that of many men in the martial arts hall. Xiaoxiu said. And she seems to be in the martial arts hall. It's very popular. I heard that a man was chasing him, named Cao Bianjiao. Sister Ella, have you heard of that person? When Ella heard Cao Bianjiao's name, she, as the chief of the intelligence department, naturally knew nothing better. But how Cao Bianjiao was involved with Goya? Ella said, I heard that he was a guerrilla general in the Ming Dynasty. Later, he followed his brother-in-law Cao Wenzhou as the brigade commander of the 6th Corps of the Guangzhou Mansion, and later transferred to the South Army Corps to serve as the 3rd Corps commander. After the Zhengnan Corps was disbanded, he was relieved of his duties as commander of the corps and went to Jiangyutang for further training. I haven't just heard of it. Xiaoxiu and Liu Ru are suddenly a little frightened. Ella seems to know everything secretly. Don't get me wrong, I'm just investigating the details of every senior executive out of my previous duties, and I will not investigate ordinary people for no reason. Ella said quickly, afraid that Xiaoxiu, Liu Rushi and others would be separated by this. Although it's a bit scary, we don't have anything to investigate. Xiaoxiu smiled. Cao Bianjiao is young and promising, but didn't Goya often be with Yu Cheng before? Ella was a little confused. Yu Cheng. Xiaoxiu thought for a while. Yes, no wonder Goya hasn't agreed to Cao Bianjiao. However, I can't explain these things clearly. It depends on Goya's own thoughts. Will you come to our family banquet during the holidays? There are very few people on our side. Ella asked them. Ella and her father Nelson were the only people on this side. Liu Sheng didn't bring her family and relatives across at all. In the past, even if they were called Yu Cheng and Dieu, there were only 5 people. The lively atmosphere was not enough,
so Ella decided to send them also pulled over, plus Goya. It is estimated that it will be more lively. This Xiao Xiu and Liu Ru looked at each other, hesitating. Xiao Xiu brought Goya, while Liu Ru brought Chen Yuanyun and a lock brought back from Jiangnan. They would be lonely if they were alone for the festival. But this is a family dinner after all. Come together when the time comes. Liu Sheng walked outside the door, and heard the conversation from the people inside as soon as he knocked on the door. Liu Sheng thought of helping Yu Cheng, so he naturally wanted Goya and others to come over. And as Ella thought, there are few people now, and there is indeed a lack of a lot of Chinese New Year atmosphere. Military masters Xiao Xiu and Liu Ruai quickly got up when Liu Sheng arrived. It just so happens that you don't have any relatives in the capital. It's better to come here temporarily for a few days during the holidays, and then give you New Year's money. Liu Sheng smiled. This New Year's money should be deducted from Yu Cheng's salary in the future. Anyway, this action is to help him. Xiao Xiu and Liu Ru unanimously wanted to decline. Even if you don't give me face, you still have to give your sister Ella a face, Liu Sheng said. Seeing Liu Sheng's persistence, Xiao Xiu and Liu Ru nodded. We will definitely come then. This is secretly knitting a sweater without telling me. Liu Sheng was a little surprised to see Ella holding the needle and thread in her hand. Those high-ranking officers of the Kyushu army would be surprised if their jaw dropped to the ground if they knew that the highest commander of the intelligence service had put down the command knife and started sewing. I learned what I learned from Sister Liu, and I'm about to finish knitting, Ella said triumphantly. Does it look good? Liu Sheng saw the crooked pattern on the sweater. It was really not flattering, just like Liu Sheng's handwriting. The hands of both of them were incredibly bad. The 815th chapter, Korea Row Front. One more. Beijing. This is the most prosperous place in China. Sakai Tadashi led the shogunate envoy to get off the train and saw the silver-clad castle. Behind Sakai Tadagara, the shogunate envoys turned pale, not only because of the weather, but also the shock of what they saw along the way. The most conspicuous steam locomotive of the first industrial revolution gave them a huge shock. The Korean envoys looked at the shogunate envoys with disgust, as if they had never seen the world. According to the arrangement of the military department, you will stay in the inn, and then the military commander will first receive the delegation of the Goryeo kingdom, and then the delegation of the Dongying kingdom. General Yu got off the train and said to the two delegations, our shogunate strongly protested, why should we line up behind the Goryeo's stick? The members of the shogunate envoy heard that Liu Sheng planned to see the Korean envoys first, and cued them to the back, suddenly boiling over. In their eyes, except for Huixia and Dongying, other places are barbarians. How can the barbarians rank in front of them? This is the arrangement of the military department. I just convey it on my behalf, Yu Zongbing said. Goryeo once dealt with Hu Jin together with Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng's personal acquaintances and the eldest son of the Goryeo king did not know how better than the shogunate ministers who had never met before. Of course it was led by the seer, the eldest son of Goryeo King Li Sum. Mission. Even the Shimadzu family's envoys were ranked ahead of the shogunate's envoys, because the Shimadzu family had trade with the Kyushu army for the first time. Damn it, the Kyushu army completely regards us as weak and small. Even a small country like Goryeo ranks ahead of us. It is really unwilling. King Shank Xingqing's eyes widened and he was very annoyed. Ioima-kun, this is an era of the weak and the strong. The Kyushu army is the most powerful. They have the ability to make all the rules. Whoever wants to meet first, meet whoever I want to meet first. I will wait or not. Sakai said. Sakai-kun, I understand your pains a bit now. There is no end to a weak country. If it is attacked by the Kyushu army, the land owned by our daimyo will become someone else's property sooner or later. Even the Goryeo country crawled to us because of the Kyushu army. They are so arrogant on their heads. In the era of Toyota Hideyoshi, we can destroy them in 2 months. King Shan said angrily. Today is different from the past. After Goryeo embraced the Kyushu army's thighs, I don't know how their national power is now. With their arrogant appearance,
They may have benefited greatly from the Kyushu army, so they talked, acting so confidently. Sakai Tadakatsu was a little worried. Huaxia was originally the existence that Dongying wanted to look up to. Now that even Huaxia's younger brother Goryo is going to climb to the head of the shogunate, it is estimated that by then it will be not only Tokugawa Ieyasu, but also Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Oda Nobunaga, et al. When the members of the Korean diplomatic mission learned of the military headquarters arrangements, they all walked past the shogunate diplomat with their heads up and their heads high. In their opinion, Liu Sheng's arrangement was really to give them the face of the head of the Korean envoy. Damn Goryo's stick. The shogunate envoys gritted their teeth one by one. The shogunate envoys and the Goryo envoys entered the capital together. The two envoys had dozens of people and caused quite a stir, not including their servants. It's just that the two groups of people are like fire and water. They are divided into two obvious factions. They don't deal with each other, and they are even walking on the road more than 10 meters away. When Tadagara Sakai led the envoy to the inn, he found that the place had almost been contracted by the Kyushu army. A group of men who also dressed in kimono just walked out of the inn and ran into Tadagara Sakai and others head-on. The two groups were stunned almost at the same time. Both of them were Dongying's envoys. It turned out to be you, Sakai said in surprise that the leader of the other delegation that appeared in the capital was not someone else, but Misuiza Shimazu of the rebel Shimadzu family. People from the shogunate. Shimadzu Misuiza saw Sakai Tadakatsu, and he naturally knew this shogunate who had been famous for a long time. Before the Shimadzu family and other southwest feudal lords rebelled, the feudal lord of these feudal lords had to go to Edo Castle to meet the Tokugawa family's head every year, and often kept their sons and family members as hostages in Edo Castle. One envoy was sent by the shogunate, and the other was an envoy sent by the Down Shogun coalition forces who had fought with the shogunate for several years. The two groups were equally similar. "What are you doing here?" Tadaka Sakai and Misuiza Shimazu said in unison almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, the backward shogunate sent people here. It's really ironic. If there was no Kyushu army to support you with muskets and help you train new style troops, our fallen coalition forces would have reached Edo Castle long ago. Shimadzu Misuiza told Sakai Tadashi. Sheng sneered. The shogunate has been defeated by our shogunate one after another in the past year. The tortoises dared not come out in Osaka and Kyoto, and they dared to speak wild words. Sakai did not laugh, but he hated the shogunate. If not the shogunate, Huaxia held the shogunate openly and secretly, and the shogunate would not be constrained everywhere. The situation will change soon, and the shogunate will be overthrown sooner or later. Shimazu Misuiza sneered. Shimazu Misuiza left the inn with someone. These traitors came here. Do they seek the help of the Kyushu army? The members of the shogunate envoy murmured. Tadaka Sakai looked at Shimazu Misuiza who was leaving, and asked Chief Yu, when did they arrive in the capital? What is it for? The Shimadzu family's envoy arrived in the capital 7 days ago. As for what happened, I don't know, and it is inconvenient to disclose, Yu Zongbing said. The appearance of the two Dongying envoys in the capital surprised the Korean envoys that came at the same time. The minister heard from the merchants who went to Dongying that Dongying split into two forces, the Western Army and the Eastern Army a few years ago. The Eastern Army was led by the shogunate, and the Western Army was the Shimadzu family, the Maori family, and the Yamamoki family. Several large families. The Western Army had the earliest contact with the Kyushu Army, and gained the strength to compete with the shogunate from the trade with the Kyushu army. However, they later attacked the shogunate without the Kyushu army's consent, which caused the Kyushu army to turn to the shogunate. The shogunate cooperated. They are still at war with the shogunate and will die every month. Jin Zidian said to Li Rong. This is for checks and balances. No matter which side of the Eastern Army and the Western Army wins, it is not a good thing for the Kyushu Army and our Goryeo. The growing up Li Dong already understood Liu Sheng's considerations. Don't talk about Dongying. We are not monolithic in Korea, so I have to take this opportunity of paying tribute to seek help from the military owner. Chapter 816. Do I need to help you become a king too? More. In the lobby of the military master's mansion, Liu Sheng was holding the little sweater knitted by Ella, and felt that this thing was not suitable for children to wear, so he should just go and buy some ready-made ones. Military lord, brought it by Li Yong, the prince of Goryeo, Yu Sungjin said. Behind him is Li Yu of Goryeo. Li Yong stayed in the Academy of Sciences for a few years. He finished his studies a year or two ago, and returned to Korea with the first batch of students from Korea, hoping to make Korea rich. Li Zong pays homage to the military master. Li Zong saluted Liu Sheng respectfully. When he saw that Liu Sheng was holding a small red padded jacket in his hand, he couldn't help being a little surprised. Please sit down. I don't know if you have made any achievements in Korea during this period of time after you returned to Korea. Liu Sheng looked at this Korean man who had grown up in southern Lining, knowing that Li Dong admired new learning very much, so he returned to China. In the future, I will definitely think of ways to implement the New Deal in Korea. If I return to the military master, after I returned to Goryeo, I organized the merchants of Goryeo to open factories and set up 17 factories of various types in Pyongyang. At the same time, I called on the ministers of the DPRK to carry out land reform, but Li Dong said. The expression was slightly dim. What happened? Liu Sheng couldn't help asking when seeing Li's face a little ugly. Originally, I wanted to take back the land to the court, and then, like China, the court would distribute the land to farmers for farming to solve the problem of land mergers. At the same time, I also wanted to set up a new school in Korea. As a result, these two measures they were all criticized by the ministers, saying that I was deceived by you, the military master, with the intention of harming the government. Not only that, they also jointly impeached the father and the king, saying that the new learning is a wicked way, and the repossession of the land is to shake the country's foundation. My father restricted my freedom for this reason. 4 of the 17 factories that were originally established and newspapers and other factories were closed. Li Dong said. The feudal power of Korea seems to be very strong. Liu Sheng heard what Li Yu said, and probably knew the resistance Li Yu encountered. The Goryeo kingdom regards the Ming Dynasty as its suzerain country, and has always regarded itself as a little China. Even many systems are copied from the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, and the mainstream thinking is Cheng's Neo-Confucianism. Want to implement the New Deal in Korea, where the feudal power is still intact. It is much more difficult than Liu Sheng's implementation of the New Deal in the Central Plains. What's more, Li Dong is not yet a king at this time. Above him, there is Renjo from Goryeo and a powerful civil servant group. As the local feudal lord, the civil official group was similar to the Donglan party and other civil official groups in the late Ming dynasty. When they were in power, they would never give up their interests easily. I was full of confidence before returning to Goryeo, and wanted to make Dongying the second Huaxia, confident that I could do it. But after returning to China, I found that my strength was too small and weak. The businessmen were able to listen to me. On the one hand, it's because they want to make money. On the other hand, it's because I have the status of a prince and I can provide them with some convenience. But compared to the powerful civil officials, I don't have any right to speak. Their memorials can deny everything I do. Even my father, who is bewitched by the civil officials, has become more and more alienated from me. The next time I led the envoy to come, my father did not agree at first, and then I begged again and again to be able to come here. Li Zongling took a delicate gift box and presented it to Liu Sheng. Don't talk about these annoying things to disturb you, the army owner. The heavens and the earth are vast and you have everything you need. I am here to visit the army owner this time, and I can't do anything good. Gifts. These are a few red ginseng roots dug up by a mountain man in the deep mountains. The quality is pretty decent. Liu Sheng took the gift box, and after opening it, there were several maroon red ginsengs lying inside. The ginseng sticks were thick and strong. When the box was opened, there was a strong fragrance. He knew that it was already the best Korean ginseng. As for what Liu said, if the quality is gone, it is pure self-humility. Since it's your kindness, I will accept it. Liu Sheng accepted the Korean ginseng, just to replenish Ella's body in the future, and Liu Sheng has already felt that Liu was vaguely asking him for help. If not accepting it will make him feel uneasy. The implementation of the New Deal is a very difficult thing. The civil servants themselves are big landlords, and land reform will infringe their interests. They will naturally rebound. If everything goes so smoothly, there will be nothing difficult in this world. Liu Sheng affirmed. Liu said, "You plan to do this next?" "I think about lobbying my father king to get his support, and then win some enlightened civil servants. As long as I declare the righteousness to them, I want to persevere, and I will definitely be able to impress them," Liu said. Liu Sheng disagreed. Based on his knowledge, the current king of Korea's rejection of Liu is not just as simple as the impeachment of Liu by the civil servants. There is another very important reason. When Liu came to the Academy of Sciences to study abroad, he did not threaten the king. But now that Li Yong has grown up, he has been influenced by the new academics of the Academy of Sciences, and has begun to threaten the status of Injo in Goryeo. At present, Injo is in his prime of life and is estimated to be able to rule Goryeo for several decades. However, Li Yong suddenly became active and brought a group of students and businessmen from Goryeo to carry out reforms with great fanfare in Goryeo. This naturally caused Injo's rule threatened, especially once Li Yong's reform is successful. His prestige will reach unprecedented heights in Goryeo, even forcing Injo to hand over the throne to him. The emperor's house has no family affection, and it is not uncommon for father and son to suffocate. I am afraid that although the young Li Rong is vaguely aware, he is unwilling to think about it, so he regards Renzu's restraint on him as purely reasons for impeachment of civilian officials. Your ideas are correct, but I don't think they will be moved by what you say. They will only use the Cheng's elixir to tell you benevolence, justice and morality, and the ancestral law is immutable. Liu Sheng said gravely. The military master, what do you think I should do? I want to lead Goryeo to become prosperous and powerful, but the resistance is too much, too difficult, and I don't have your talent and courage. Please the military master to show me the direction, asked Liu Sheng groundly. Li Rong looked at Liu Sheng with pious eyes for help, hoping to get advice from Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng sat on a wooden chair and looked at this devout believer. He felt a bit like a godfather. He had begun to have his own believers, and this believer was still the king of the Kingdom of Korea. If you want to implement the New Deal, you need to obtain supreme power first. Do you need me to help you ascend to the throne of Goryeo in advance? Liu Sheng asked. Chapter 817 East Asian Godfather 3 Shifts. Become the King of Korea in advance? Exclamation mark. Liu was shocked slightly. Liu Sheng was planning to support him to replace his father as the king of Goryeo? It's wrong. It's wrong. The father is in his prime of life, and the king is naturally his father's. How can I rebel and cause chaos? This is disrespectful. Liu quickly rejected Liu Sheng's proposal. You should understand that as a king, the power is far greater than that of a princely son. As a king, the greater your chance of winning against the civil servants. The more you can change your country according to your own will. Liu Sheng tapped lightly. Go to the table. As a member of Goryeo close to the Kyushu army, Liu Sheng wanted to support him as the king of Goryeo. On the one hand, he wanted to help Li Yong, and on the other hand, he wanted to control Goryeo in a special way. To conquer Nanyang, which was less affected by Chinese culture, directly used force, and Korea and Dongying are now submissive. Liu Sheng really has no excuse to attack, and now the finances are spent on industrial construction, and the markets of Korea and Dongying have been open. Liu Sheng has enough time to ask them to join as peacefully as possible. Although I am eager to change, but this is against the way of father and son, I still hope to impress my father and let him support my ideas. Liu said, it's not bad for you to think that way. But when you were born in an emperor's house, you sometimes need to learn to protect yourself. Can you understand what I'm talking about? Luo Sheng said meaningfully to Li Jiang. Understood. Li Dong sighed helplessly. As old knowledge, I will let the Far East Trading Company take care of the factories you set up. I also hope that you can increase your influence in the Eastern Kingdom by building factories, and then gain some support from the merchant class and the bourgeoisie. Yu Cheng will bring our gift back. Luo Sheng did not force Li Yu to ascend to the throne of Goryeo immediately. As long as Dongying is taken down, there will be only one Goryeo country left in the entire East Asia, and it will be a matter of time before it merges into the territory. From now on, the territory will be the sea, and there will be no more territorial disputes. Yu Cheng also took out the gift box that had been prepared a long time ago. Lying in it was an exquisite mechanical pocket watch with a golden outline, which was extremely textured. Li Jiang is a treasure. He has seen pocket watches in the Academy of Sciences before. This metallic industrial product may contain industrial technology. In his opinion, a pocket watch is more precious than a few premium Korean red ginseng. Thank you, Army Master. Li Dong said quickly. Relations between courtesy. Luo Sheng was already very happy when he saw that Li Rong got a pocket watch. He couldn't help but sigh. Industrial countries and agricultural countries give gifts to each other. Industrial countries can bring out all kinds of industrial products, but agricultural countries can only bring out special items such as ginseng. The natural resources are precious. Li Rong and Luo Sheng complained, mainly because they wanted to get Luo Sheng's support. In order to dig deeper into the market of Korea, Luo Sheng was naturally willing to help Li Yong build a factory. To be honest, if it weren't for Li Rong to take some Goryeo along the coast for construction, Luo Sheng wouldn't necessarily want a poor and white Goryeo country. After Li Yi left, Luo Sheng still had to summon 2 envoys from the Eastern Kingdom. I have a headache. Why do I seem to be a godfather in East Asia? I have to intervene in the affairs of Korea and Dongying. After seeing Yu Cheng send Li Jin off, Luo Sheng felt that both Korea and Dongying would look at him. Although his face was acting very well, he was a little worried. Just after listening to the reports of the 6th Department and other departments, Luo Sheng had not had time to rest, and the 3 envoys soon arrived. At present, Luo Sheng focuses on the construction of the Central Plains, and then there are relatively backward areas such as Nanyang and the western regions to establish order, and the affairs of Dongying and Korea can only be ranked 3rd. What Luo Sheng first met was not the shogunate's envoy, but the Shimadzu family's envoy. It doesn't matter if the Kyushu army put the Korean sticks in front of us, now even the Shimadzu family is in front of us. Our shogunate is the representative of Dongying, not the Shimadzu family. Putting the Shimadzu family ahead of us is a contempt for our shogunate. The shogunate envoys were waiting outside Luo Sheng's mansion. When they saw the envoys of the Goryeo kingdom came out, it was not them that should enter, but the envoys of the Shimadzu family, and couldn't help being angry. The shogunate is the official government of the East, and the Shimadzu family is just the name of one party. Putting Shimadzu's envoys in front of the shogunate's envoys is simply a humiliation to the shogunate. As Sakai witnessed Misuiza Shimazu leading people in, he didn't think about why the Shimadzu family's envoy came in front of them to meet Luo Sheng, but was thinking about what the Shimadzu family did when they came to Chuan. The Shimadzu family is one of the leaders of the rebels. Sakai-kun, what kind of mission do you think Shimazu Misuiza brought to China? Aoyama Yukari asked Tadaka Sakai. It's hard to say. I personally guess that it is very likely that the rebels are starting to be unable to support under the attack of our shogunate, so they want to ask the Kyushu army for help. Sakai said, if it is what you think, our shogunate may face a lot of pressure. The Kyushu army, the rebels, and the China Association are all in crisis. Aoyama said. After Luo Sheng met Li Rong, he saw Shimadzu Misuiza, the current owner of the Shimadzu family. Shimadzu Misuiza, like Li Rong, knew Liu Sheng a few years ago. However, Liu respected Liu Sheng more than Shimadzu Misuiza. Liu Sheng's attitude towards the Shimadzu family is more complicated. The Shimadzu family was Liu Sheng's spokesperson for the Dongying market before. Later, the Shimadzu family grew stronger because of the monopoly of Dongying's overseas trade, and wanted to break away from the control of the Kyushu army, and formed an inverted coalition to replace the shogunate. Then the Kyushu army turned to support the shogunate to repel the fallen shogunate coalition. In order to prevent the shogunate from completely crushing the fallen coalition forces, the Kyushu army did not stop trade with the Shimadzu family while supporting the shogunate. Liu Sheng's strategy of not allowing the shogunate and the coalition forces to expand was regarded by the Shimadzu family as a check and balance strategy for the Kyushu army. Shimadzu Misuiza, your Shimadzu family once betrayed me. What are you looking for this time? Liu Sheng asked coldly, sitting on the seat. Shimadzu Mitsujiu heard what Liu Sheng said, with cold sweat behind his back. It seems that Liu Sheng still cared about the fact that their Shimadzu family organized the collapse of the coalition forces. Great military master, our Shimadzu family thinks that the fight against the shogunate is only an internal matter of our Toyo, and we are deeply sorry for the unauthorized launching of the Curtain Down movement a few years ago. Shimazu said respectfully. Then you mean I did something wrong? Liu Sheng asked. It's not, it was our Shimadzu family's unauthorized actions that affected the trade between Huaxia and Dongying. Shimadzu Misuiza was afraid that Liu Sheng would be angry, and said quickly, although it seems that the fall is indeed only an internal matter of Dongying. Chapter 818. The shogunate gives swords for more. I heard Zheng Zilong said that during this period of time, the shogunate's counterattack was a little difficult to parry. In the Nara battle launched by the shogunate in May last year, the shogunate's army lost 3,000 people. In September, the shogunate's army almost conquered. In Osaka Castle, the defeated coalition forces lost more than 4,000 people, and the internal forces of the fallen coalition began to waver because of these two wars. Once the shogunate's new army conquered Osaka, it could threaten Shikoku Island and Kyushu Island. Liu Sheng said, military owner, you know the details. Since the shogunate had tens of thousands of muskets, we were invincible. We were forced to shrink. Moreover, after the establishment of the Yokohama concession, it took away a lot of our trade from Nagasaki port, so we lost it. Many sources of income, fighting with the shogunate, are even more vulnerable. Shimadzu Misuiza said unconfirmed. A long time ago, Zheng Zilong regained contact with you. When the China Association was established, he took you to meet Tanaka Chengyai and others. In fact, our Kyushu army does not simply support the shogunate, but is more inclined to support you and China. Will replace the shogunate. Liu Sheng said. Shimadzu Misuiza wanted to curse in his heart. Since you supported the fallen coalition to replace the shogunate, why did you support the shogunate before? The Shimadzu family was also very painful to be played by Liu Sheng's checks and balances, but the force of the Kyushu army was too strong, and they could only passively fall into checks and balances. Military master, if you want us and Huaxia Club to replace the shogunate, you may need to help us. Otherwise, we are likely to fail completely in the next Osaka formation next spring. This time I am not representing our island. The Tsu family, as well as the Maori family, Yamaki family and other feudal lords are asking you for assistance. Shimadzu Misuiza had to ask Liu Sheng for help. You should know that there is no free banquet in the world, and it takes a price to get assistance from us. Liu Sheng naturally knew the purpose of Shimadzu Misuiza's arrival. What's the price? Shimadzu Misuiza said. It depends on what you want. Even if you want to destroy the shogunate, it is not impossible as long as you pay a sufficient price. Liu Sheng said. Tadaka Sakai and the others waited outside for a long time, but Shimadzu Misuiza took the envoys in for a long time and did not come out. Sakai-kun, the situation does not seem to be so right. The Shimadzu family's envoys took longer to enter than the Goryeo country. It feels like the Goryeo envoys are reminiscing about the past, and the Shimadzu family's envoys are plotting something. King Shan, fortunately,
waiting outside was impatient. Not only him, all the shogunate envoys were a little anxious, and they also felt that it took too long for the Shimadzu family's envoys to go in and see Liu Sheng. The Shimadzu family is their enemy. If they hug the thigh of the Kyushu army, it is not a good thing for the shogunate. After waiting for 2 hours, Shimazu Misuiza came out with someone. "What deal did your Shimadzu family reach with the Kyushu army?" Tadaka Sakai stood up and stopped Shimazu Misuiza. "Sakai-senpai, you are not too young anymore, and you have to worry about these things for the shogunate. I think your shogunate should be more careful not to let us hit Edo Castle at that time." Shimazu Misuiza patted Sakai Tadakatsu's shoulders, and then left here with a group of envoys. Tadaka Sakai's face was sullen, and he didn't know whether Shimazu Misuiza was just threatening him or he was serious. "It's your turn to go in." Yu Cheng stood out and said to them, "Sakai-kun, let's go in." Aoyama said, "Let's go." Although Sakai was aware that Misuiza Shimazu had reached a secret deal with the Kyushu army, Misuiza Shimazu, as an enemy of the shogunate, could not tell him, "Wait, you can't go in so many people together, only 2 people at most." Yu Cheng stopped the group of them. "I went in with Aoyama-kun, and the others waited outside." Sakai asked the others to wait, then took a deep breath, and entered Liu Sheng's mansion with Aoyama Kosai, who was also a heavy minister of the shogunate. The anxiety in his heart at this time was even more nervous than the first time he saw the shogunate before. Liu Sheng was the mysterious man who manipulated Dong Ying behind his back. Dong Ying became the current stalemate situation, which was almost directly or indirectly caused by him. Even the Beiyang fleet stationed in Yokohama port had to follow his command. "Your katana will be kept by us." Yu Cheng asked the guards to search the bodies of Sakai Tadatsu, Aoyama Yukari and others before letting them in. Because of the assassination of Liu Sheng in Nanjing City last time, Yu Cheng was more cautious, and weapons were strictly forbidden in the mansion. When Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Kosai entered the mansion, they thought it would be magnificent inside, but it's just a mansion that is not rare in the capital, and it is far behind the imperial palace. The ruler of the powerful Kyushu army only lives in such an ordinary place. Sakai was a little hard to understand. The place where the shogun lived is taller than this place. It's a strange person. King Shank Xingqing was equally surprised. If it were him, he might have been doing construction work a long time ago. When Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Kosai were looking at the scenery inside the mansion, they soon came to the front hall. When they saw Liu Sheng, they were even more shocked, because Liu Sheng looked younger than their shogunate. Moreover, unlike the Tokugawa Iemitsu, Liu Sheng started from scratch, while Tokugawa Iemitsu inherited the Tokugawa family. The two are not comparable. Moreover, this person is still the ruler of 20 million square kilometers of land. In contrast, the shogunate can actually control less than 200,000 square kilometers of land. The difference is 100 times, and the population difference is more than 10 times. It is not one at all. Massive. This is the first time someone from their shogunate has seen Liu Sheng. The two came from afar. "What do you want?" Liu Sheng was also the first time he saw the shogunate. Both were veterans of the shogunate who were nearly 50 years old. "We have come to China on the order of the shogunate. This is the tribute our shogunate presents to you." Sakai pointed at a samurai sword that was confiscated by Yu Cheng. "This is a tribute." The famous sword Nagabun was originally owned by the Muromachi shogun Ashikaga Yoshiki, and later by the Oda family and the Tokugawa family. It was a treasure that our shoguns cherished even more. "Take it and show it to me," Liu Sheng said to Yu Cheng. "Subordinates have checked. There is no problem." Yu Cheng handed the samurai sword to Liu Sheng with both hands. Liu Sheng took the samurai sword and drew it out. A cold light overflowed on the sword. It was indeed a good sword. Katana basically evolved from Tang sword and Ming sword, but it has become a style of its own. Liu Sheng touched the cold blade. "Iemitsu Tokugawa gave me this great sword. Is he planning to surrender unconditionally?" Chapter 819,
Dongying people in Beijing. Our shogunate never meant to surrender. Tadaka Sakai wiped cold sweat. It seems that Liu Sheng has been coveting the shogunate for a long time. Then what do you want to do with Huixia this time? Liu Sheng asked. Liu from Korea wanted him to help, and Shimadzu Misuizu also wanted him to help, and now it was the turn of the shogunate. Liu Sheng had guessed the purpose of Li Rong and Shimadzu Misuizu, but the shogunate Liu Sheng was not sure what they wanted to do. The shogunate has always admired the culture of the Central Plains. Our shogunate wants to send a few groups of students to study abroad to emulate the story of the past sent to the Tang Dynasty, said Sakai. It turned out that it was this matter, and the shogunate was really able to put down his body and take the initiative to learn new technologies. Liu Sheng said to Sakai, the tuition fees for overseas departments of our Academy of Sciences are very expensive. Can you afford it? Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Kozari replied, our shogunate sincerely wants to come to learn the culture of the Central Plains, and silver is not a problem. Just wait for your words. At that time, the tuition fee will be increased several times for the foreign students of the shogunate, so as to generate income for the Academy of Sciences. Liu Sheng thought badly. At present, the Academy of Sciences is like a huge bottomless pit. Every year, a considerable part of its finances must be allocated to the Academy of Sciences. The only means of income generation for the Academy of Sciences is to apply technology to factories to generate indirect benefits by promoting production. If you can afford the tuition, send as many people as you want to study abroad. Liu Sheng still didn't say a word. Anyway, the content of the overseas professors is just a modified and simplified version of popular science. The real core technology is not so easy to leak out, and the military and industrial materials are guarded by the military. The two of us thanked the army master for the shogunate general. Sakai Tadakatsu and King Shank Xingqing saw that Liu Sheng didn't embarrass them, so they couldn't help but be delighted. What else do you have? Liu Sheng asked. I'm still planning to travel in Beijing, Liaodong and other places, and I will ask the military commander to help me, said Sakai Tadaka. Travel in EC. As long as you hold the ambassador's document issued by the Ministry of Gifts, you can temporarily enjoy the treatment of Chinese civilians. Liu Sheng said. Common people treatment. Sakai Tadakatsu and Aoyama Yukari glanced at each other. The envoys they sent before were treated well, and they would also receive rewards from the Emperor of Central Plains. However, Liu Sheng didn't seem to sell their face much directly regarding the ambassador as a civilian under the rule, and how to be polite! Liu Sheng didn't seem to mean to repay them. If there is nothing else, then you can withdraw. Wait, I would take the liberty to take the liberty. I don't know what the Shimadzu family's envoy is looking for. Tadaka Sakai felt uneasy about the Shimadzu family's envoy sent by him, and he set his head and asked Liu Sheng. He just came to visit me on behalf of the Shimadzu family. Do you have any comments? Liu Sheng asked. Liar. Tadakatsu Sakai and Kosei Aoyama almost yelled in their hearts. Who would believe that it took 2 hours for two people who are only interested in New Year's greetings? Don't dare. Let's retreat first. Sakai knew that his purpose of coming had been achieved. He mainly wanted Liu Sheng to agree with the shogunate to send overseas students, so he stopped staying. After Sakai Tadaka and Aoyama Yuzaya left, Liu Sheng looked at the back of their departure and felt too similar. In the past, a group of officials of the westernization movement used to go abroad like this, and then sent overseas students. It's just that this time it's turned upside down. It's overseas sending ambassadors and students to Central Plains. Central Plains is the most technologically advanced place. But there was a little Liu Sheng on his guard. If the shogunate begins to awaken, it must speed up the pace of devouring the shogunate. After they have laid the industrial foundation, they will all snatch it, and then they will not have to invest in construction by themselves. Sakai Tadaka and Aoyama Kosei left Liu Sheng's residence, and members of the shogunate envoys outside gathered around. The other party agreed to our request to send overseas students, and then it's up to our students at Toyo whether they can learn something," Sakai announced to the other envoys. The members of the shogunate envoy heard that the Kyushu army's commander readily agreed to their request, and couldn't help but jump for joy. This is because since the shogunate and the Kyushu army have fought, few have been able to make undivided compensation in a deal with the Kyushu army. This is a small step for our envoys, but it is a big step for our shogunate. As long as we copy them, our shogunate will be so strong in the future. Sakai Tadagoro inspired everyone. Because of this trip, he has strengthened the courage to change, and believes that the shogunate envoys who came with him should also support his ideas. The shogunate envoy returned to the inn, waiting for the conspiracy between the Shimadzu family envoy and Liu Osheng, so it was delayed until the evening. The street lamps on both sides of the main roads of the capital are all lighted up, and the residents of the capital are already familiar with the rare thing of street lamps. The street lights are put into use, and the night ban is abolished in the capital, so even at night, the capital is much more lively than before. The room where Tadaka Sakai is in the inn faces the main road, and the lights on the street can penetrate. Tadakatsu Sakai asked the shopkeeper to bring food and drinks, and paired up with Yuki Aoyama for a drink. What they saw when they came here made them feel very unreal. This is the legendary electric light. It turns out that the night is like daylight, making people's lives much easier. Sakai took a drink, and then said to his companion Yukinari Aoyama, "What is the structure of the minds of the Kyushu army that can invent such a magical thing?" King Shanyaking did not understand. Besides, the food and wine here are delicious, and the prices are not high, so I am a little bit reluctant to think about it, Sakai said with emotion. The trains, the street lights, and the lifestyles of the residents shocked them. The Edo Castle, which they are proud of, is not worth mentioning in front of the capital. Sakai-kun, do you think it will take our shogunate to fully learn the technology of China? How many years will it take to build Edo Castle as prosperous as here? Aoyama Yukari asked. 5 years. 10 years. 20 years. Sakai thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out how long it would take, because he didn't even know how difficult the technology behind it was. If you want to obtain technology by imitation, the first industrial revolution is easy, but the results of the second industrial revolution require the accumulation of natural science theories, let alone the third industrial revolution. A piece of precision instrument can't be researched by hundreds of thousands of people. Shimazu Misuiza's matter Aoyama Yukari talked about it. Most of them are going to take refuge in the Kyushu army. We must act first. The killer I arranged should have also come to the capital. I will arrange for her to assassinate Shimazu Misuiza. We will never let them have a chance to unite with the Kyushu army. Tadakatsu Sakai put down his glass. Chapter 820 The Return of Daiyu. In an area to the west of the capital, most of the Kyushu army high-level residence is in the capital. The high-ranking officers of the Kyushu army will more or less buy property in the capital, and somehow they will have a place to stay after receiving the order to return to Beijing. Wu Keshan, the commander of the cavalry regiment, was stationed in the capital after the battle to recover the western regions was over. Big brother, I'm back. Daiyu carried the suitcase and walked into the courtyard. Sister-in-law is back. In the courtyard, several women heard Daiyu's voice, and they all came out. Good eldest sister, good second elder sister, good third elder sister, Daiyu said. These people are Wu Keshan's wives. Who is this girl? Several Daiyu's sister-in-laws found that there was a young woman next to Daiyu. This is a Hezi girl. Her father is Han and her mother is from Dongying. She is one of the overseas students sent by the shogunate. Her parents have passed away. I want her to stay here for a while, Daiyu said. Okay, we have 2 vacant rooms here, so stay as long as you want. Wu Keshan's eldest wife laughed. Their attitude towards Daiyu could not be better, because Wu Keshan was extremely partial to this little sister. In Wu Keshan's mind, Daiyu, who was a blood relative, had a higher status than them, and even Daiyu's attitude would determine which wives and concubines Wu Keshan prefers. Hezi, What do you think? Dia said. Thank you. Kazuko from Dongying said. Wu Keshan came out of his room and was very pleased to see his little sister. Why don't you come back from Dongying and don't say hello to your eldest brother? Isn't this trying to surprise you, big brother? Dia said. Ha ha ha. My father has been talking about his beloved little daughter's lonely shadow in the east, thousands of miles away. If he knows that you are back, he will definitely be happy. Wu Keshan said. Father, has he come to the capital too? Dia asked. Now there are many large pastures established in the grassland tribes, and there will be no wars between the tribes over the pastures. My father was used to being on horseback and was reluctant to come to the capital at first. But after all, this is the most grand festival in China. Naturally, for the sake of reunion, I will take him and a few old people in the tribe. Now they should be watching the show in Liuan. Wu Keshan said. Well, big brother did the right thing. Dia gave Wu Keshan a thumbs up. But Dia, my father and the old people in the clan have asked me about your marriage. Whether in our Mongolian tribe or Han people, you will not be able to marry anymore if you are not married at your age. I know that there are a few new recruits in the military department. They don't say anything about their talents, and their future is bright. There is one who is a major in his early 20s, Wu Keshan said worriedly. Big brother, don't say anything. Dia bit her thin lip lightly and stared at Wu Keshan. Wu Keshan was stared at by Dia and shut up quickly. If it was placed in the past, the eldest brother is like a father, and the marriage only needs to be settled by him. That's one thing, but now the Kyushu army has opened up the atmosphere, and Dia is an official of the Kyushu military household department. Not that effective. Coupled with Wu Keshan's love for this little girl, she dare not force it. Okay, I'll just say that, big brother, but you don't regret it in the future, Dia? Wu Keshan said. No regrets, Dia said. Wu Keshan had a headache, and became more and more confused with his little sister. Where do you plan to spend New Year's Eve this year? Here is still. You'll be back later, Dia said. Oh, Dia, it's not a long-winded eldest brother. What a problem. Wu Keshan knew that Dia was going to Liu Sheng's residence on New Year's Eve. No, won't you worry, heart. Dia glared at Wu Keshan angrily, and then turned to Hezi. Hezi, I'll take you to see your room. This Nizai won't wait like this all her life. Wu Keshan was a little depressed. As the eldest brother, he didn't know the thoughts of his younger sister. Since the younger sister was abducted by Liu Sheng, he has almost become Liu Sheng's fan. However, Liu Sheng didn't mean to want to take a concubine. If he had 3 wives and 4 concubines like Wu Keshan, which man could refuse? But let the little princess in this tribe be someone else's concubine? Wu Keshan himself found it difficult to accept. Forget it, take one step at a time. Wu Keshan had a headache, so he thought he should go to his friends Sun Sheng, Cheek-Sing and others to play cards. You prepare some delicious meals, and you all greet the eldest lady, Wu Keshan said to the family members. Dia took Hezi to the vacant room, still a little angrily. Sister, do you have someone you like? Hezi asked Dia after putting down his luggage. What do you know, little girl? Dia pretended to be angry. If my sister wants to help, maybe I can help, Hezi said to Dia. How can you be of any help? I can only let you live until the Spring Festival for a period of time. After the Spring Festival, I will go to Edo Castle. Dia took out the bedding from the cabinet, and then bang Hezi laid neatly. Hezi didn't say much, but Dia turned her back and didn't notice the change in her expression. Dia, I forgot to tell you, you won't go to the military master's mansion tonight. Tonight, my father and I will invite some old men from the grandfather period in the clan. Although they have lost their power, they are still in the clan after all. Highly respected, and influential to some younger generations. You want to be an official as a woman. It is always a good thing to get their support. Otherwise, a person is weak and will always suffer. Their civil officials have always been fighting openly and secretly, and I don't use the enemy's blood to speak like I was a military attaché. Wu Keshan hadn't left yet, and remembered that there was a family dinner in the evening, and came to remind Dia. Don't worry, I won't go by these few days, Daya said quietly. Why? The machismo Wu Keshan didn't understand the thoughts of this little girl. Yes, you manage. Daya coaxed Wu Keshan out. Inexplicable Wu Keshan was puzzled and had to leave. Commander's mansion? He heard Wu Keshan's words and thought a little bit. Do you know the commander of the Kyushu army? Sister, who are you? Kazuko, you are one of the international students sent by the shogunate. I can't tell you many things. You should also be careful not to get into trouble here. Especially don't think about helping the shogunate inquire about our affairs, otherwise you will get into trouble. Upper body, Daya said to her seriously. Chapter 821, Year 29. Born. The 29 year of Ruixu is a prosperous year. Heavy snow flies over the capital. The majestic forbidden city in the distance, the stone houses nearby, the street lamps on both sides of the street, and the Shunkwanshan railway station on the outskirts are all hazy in the white snow. The cold north wind passed by, causing the goose-yellow scarf of Daya's xiang to sway slightly. Daya lifted the scarf slightly subconsciously, her pretty face flushed slightly from the cold in the winter, and there was a white mist in her breath. She was holding the oil paper umbrella, and scattered white snowflakes fell on her long black hair with the cold wind. Miss. The guard in front of the mansion recognized Daya. How come you are like a big enemy? Daya saw that there were many more guards in front of Luo Sheng's mansion. The number of guards outside was almost 2 or 3 times as many as in normal times, and everyone looked panicked. It's Master Ella, the guard said. Really? Daya didn't wait for the guard to finish, put away the oil paper umbrella, and walked in quickly holding the skirt. The guards knew that the relationship between Daya and Ella was good, and they didn't stop them too much. Daya went into the backyard and found that Luo Sheng was standing outside Ella's room waiting. Snow almost dyed his hair white without knowing it. In addition to Luo Sheng, Yu Cheng and a few reserve female doctors were waiting. Daya walked over gently, using an umbrella to block the falling snowflakes for Luo Sheng. She saw that Luo Sheng was almost standing there, breathing a little bit quickly. Presumably his heart was very tortured. After a while, a woman in a green skirt came out of the house, and everyone looked at the person who came out. How's it going? Luo Sheng asked eagerly. Soldier, don't worry, I came out to get hot water. Sister Xiao said that the probability is probable. The person who came out was Liu Rushi. Thanks for your hard work. Luo Sheng didn't know what to say, so she could only thank you. The risk of giving birth in ancient times was great, and the survival rate was far less than that of modern times. After Liu Ru passed the message to Luo Sheng, he hurried to get hot water. Luo Sheng didn't realize that Daya had arrived, but he was still sticking there like a pillar. A tormented and somewhat depressive atmosphere enveloped the backyard, and everyone did not dare to take a breath, and waited uncomfortably for the result. As time passed, Liu Rushi went in and out again 2 or 3 times, his steps getting more and more hurried. The snow in the backyard is getting thicker and thicker, and Luo Sheng's mind is as blank as the snow in the courtyard. Suddenly, there was a cry in the room. Born. Luo Sheng's mind instantly exploded. Congratulations, military master. Daya, Yu Cheng and others said together. Finally was born. Luo Sheng subconsciously shook the hands of the people around him, shook it vigorously, and then strode into Ella's room. Daya was stunned, still with warmth in his hands. Luo Sheng didn't notice her arrival just now. When he was really excited, he still shook hands with the same people from his era and the people next to him. Congratulations, military master. Mother and child are safe. He is a healthy man. Xiao Xiao came out of the bedroom holding the crying baby. Alive, right? Luo Sheng asked nonchalantly. Huh? Xiao Xiao holding the baby, Liu Ruai, and the female doctors beside them were a little surprised. None of them would have thought that Luo Sheng's first sentence would be like this, just alive. Luo Sheng didn't look at this future son more, but went straight into Ella's bedroom. Xiao Xiao, Liu Rushi, and Daya who came in behind all had stormy waves in their hearts. Does this kind of man who doesn't look at his son for the first time, but goes to find his wife, really exists in this world? You can't imagine it in this era, right? Liu Ru was a little confused. During the time she was serving Ella, she was shocked countless times by Liu Sheng's advanced thinking and practices. The shock in her mind was even greater than the shock brought to her by trains and street lights. Dieu leaned over and saw the little baby wrapped in a cotton jacket in Xiaoxiu's arms, holding her small fist, crying non-stop. "It's so cute," Dieu couldn't help but say when she saw such a baby for the first time. "I don't know what name the military commander will give him." Xiaoxiu, as a hand delivery person, also cherishes this little child. "Look, his eyes and hair are all black. It's really like this. It seems that I have been with the military commander. They have black eyes and yellow skin." Dieu also found that the baby's eyes were dark and bright, and the scarce hair was also oriental black. The baby cried for a while and then stopped, looking at the two beautiful young ladies who were looking at him with dark and bright eyes. "This child seems to be very clever, with brilliance in his eyes." Liu Ruai also leaned over and turned into three young ladies staring at him, suddenly becoming a group pet. "It is worthy of being the son of the military master." Dieu also felt that this gadget had clear eyes and looked very smart. Liu Sheng entered Ella's bedroom. Ella was lying on the bed at this time, sweat on her pretty face and jade neck. Her lips were a little pale, and her expression was slightly exhausted, as if she had lost her strength. "Soldier, won't you go to see the kids?" Ella said weakly. "Fool. The baby can still regenerate, but you can't have an accident. There are still a few hours of danger after giving birth, so take a good rest." Liu Sheng gently sat on the head of the bed, holding her little hand with a few traces of it ice cold. "It's a boy," Ella said. "What about boys and girls? I would rather be a woman first, and then give birth to a boy." Liu Sheng said. "Military owner is talking nonsense again." Only then did Ella know how painful it is to give birth to so many children. "Army owner, you should go to other people." As a result, Ella's pale face became a little blush. "Isn't you afraid to find someone else to leave you in the cold?" Even though Liu Sheng said that, even his son was born, and the summoned Ella was still obedient to her words. How could she be left out of the cold? "Iru is not afraid." Ira's tone trembled when she spoke. "I'm obviously afraid and brave. I'm joking with you." Liu Sheng became a little worried after realizing that Ella seemed to have a child, but he was brave in his mouth. This son is really amazing. He chose to be born before New Year's Eve, just in time for the New Year's Eve. The birthplace is so coincidental. Maybe he can do something big in the future. Liu Sheng said while waiting for Ella to recover. "No matter how powerful he is, he can't be more powerful than you," Ella said. "Who knows?" Liu Sheng thought. In order to keep this little guy, he spent 100,000 civilization points to postpone his internal combustion engine plan from winter to this spring. Chapter 822. The whole of Europe as a gift. One more. The birth of Liu Sheng's son spread quickly. Officials from the 6th Ministry and the Military Ministry had come to announce the good news. But Liu Sheng was turned away. "Just kidding." Liu Sheng had already seen enough of their old faces when listening to the 6-part report. It was now at the end of the year, and it was not a major event related to the country. He had to deal with it one by one, and it was not annoying. The next day was New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. Outside the military commander's mansion, a few guards stood on a wooden ladder and wiped the plaque of the mansion with a rag. Yu Cheng stood below and looked up. "You all take it seriously for me. It is our tradition to go to the old and welcome the new on New Year's Eve. It must be wiped clean and no dust can be left." The guard above said, "I see." "Yu Cheng, why are you here?" A clear voice came. Yu Cheng turned his head to see that it was Xiaoxiu who came here with Goya. Yesterday, Xiaoxiu worked all day in Liu Sheng's mansion, and now she brought Goya over again. It was Goya who spoke just now. "Sister-in-law, Grandma, I wonder why you came here. Don't you stay with the people in your martial arts hall?" Yu Chengming knew that Goya had been invited by Liu Sheng to help him, and his mouth was still brave. "I'm not here to look for you." "Oh, I know, you must have no wife. So you thought of coming to the army master's house for a meal." right? Goya suddenly realized. Yu Cheng saw Goya's thoughts on his mind, so it was really hard to refute. Xiao Xiaoa, who often travels to Chuan's mansion, knows Yu Cheng's details. She whispers to Goya, Goya, Yu Cheng's parents passed away during the war in Liaodong. He is basically alone, so you don't want to hit him. Don't look at me with such sympathy. Yu Cheng saw that Xiao Xiaoa didn't know what he had said to Goya, and then Goya looked sad and compassionate. Oh, it's not easy for you. Goya patted Yu Cheng on the shoulder, and then walked into Liu Sheng's mansion with Xiao Xiaoa. Yu Cheng was very depressed. How he felt sympathized. Yu Cheng, long time no see. A bearded man walked over with a pipe made by the Academy of Sciences in his mouth. Master Nelson, why are you here alone? Yu Cheng saw that it was Nelson who came here, so he hurried over. After Nelson was summoned by Liu Sheng, because he was not a local, he was particularly loc. He usually only mixed with people from the Admiralty, and he had no sense of existence. However, the naval lecture hall he presided over did indeed accomplish the fleet led by Zheng Zilong and Deng Qianlong. A batch of local naval officers who mastered the tactics of the sailing battleship era came out of the Navy lecture hall, so that the naval talents of the Kyushu army never existed to have. In addition, because the Industrial Revolution system can control all the characters that are summoned, Liu Sheng will feel relieved to teach the Navy to Nelson. Otherwise, it is very likely that other people will control the Admiralty, a huge group that can fight against the army. The Navy is becoming more and more important in the era of great voyages. But the Navy Department is related to the security of overseas trade and the control of colonies and territories. Navy Jiangyutang moved from Liaoning to Tanjinhui. Yesterday I was in Tanjinhuiizing with the teachers and students of the Navy Jiangyutang to celebrate the Chinese New Year ahead of schedule. As soon as I heard the news, I only took a suitcase and immediately took the train to Beijing. Come and see my baby girl and grandson. Nelson lifted the suitcase in his hands. Master Nelson, first give your pipes and suitcases to the people for safekeeping. The military owner said that fireworks are strictly prohibited in the house. Yu Cheng said it should. Nelson handed the pipe and suitcase to a guard. For the health of the baby grandson, what about giving up tobacco temporarily? Under the guidance of Yu Cheng, Nelson entered the arrival hall and saw Liu Sheng writing and painting on a piece of paper, and there was noise in the backyard. Nelson, you are here. I'm thinking about buying a batch of New Year's goods. Would you like to come and see it together? Liu Sheng saw that Nelson was coming, so he raised the paper in his hand. Nelson walked over. The handwriting on the paper was scribbled, and he had a headache. Soldier, you should spare me. Why are you outside? It's said that women are 500 ducks. Now there are thousands of ducks in the backyard. I can't think about things. I will take you to see Ella and your grandson. Liu Sheng took Nelson to Ella's room in the backyard. Let's see who is here. Nelson looked into the room and found that there were several women inside, and all of them were very beautiful. He whispered to Liu Sheng, military master, although the 3 wives and 4 concubines of the big man have nothing to do, after all, my daughter just did you do this a little bit? Ella is Nelson's illegitimate daughter. Nelson's emotional life is naturally as erosive as the Western aristocracy. He has no resistance to 3 wives and 4 concubines, but he always feels that there are so many more women in Liu Sheng's backyard, and his grandson has just been born. This is too much. You think too much. They are just friends who have a better relationship with your daughter. They think that they can be a little lively, and that more people can at least reduce the pressure on your daughter. Liu Sheng rolled his eyes. Father. When Ella saw Nelson, she hugged Xiao Chuan and walked over. My dear daughter, and my grandson. Nelson smiled naturally when he saw his grandson. At this time, he was more like a kind grandfather than a sea king who manages dozens of warships. Why don't you rest more? Nelson took the child and blamed slightly. He was summoned, and the only relative he brought was Ella. Coupled with his previous debt to Ella's mother, he loved this daughter very much. I want to see this kid more. Ella poked Xiao Chuan's pink face with her fingertips. It was supposed to be in confinement, but Ella's sister refused to accept it. The military owner also agreed. Liu Ru said from the side. It doesn't matter if you sit in the confinement or not, as long as you don't overwork yourself. Liu Sheng said. The more Nelson looked at this grandson, the more he liked it. Do you want to have a name? The military master told me that it was called Chu Linian. Ella said. Ling has the meaning of surpassing. My son must be better than me. Liu Sheng explained. It's not easy to surpass the military owner. Nelson thought for a while, and said to this grandson named Chu Linian, good grandson, Grandpa came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good. In the future, Grandpa will lead the fleet to lay down the entire Europe for you. Is it good to be a gift? From now on you will be the United Nations King of Great Britain, Germany, France, Spain, Franco, Tsarist Russia, the Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania, and the Netherlands. Hey, lay down all of Europe. Your thoughts are very dangerous. Liu Sheng secretly said that he didn't even want to fight Europe yet. Chapter 823 Red Packets 2 more. Goya, I heard someone from Jiang Yutang chasing Yu Cheng came to the kitchen and said to Goya who was cleaning the leaves. Yeah, what's the matter? Goya pouted. Then have you promised him? Yu Cheng asked tangledly. Do you care about me very much? What matters to you if I promise? Said Goya, who took the initiative. Don't you really want to go to the Braised Duck? I will take you there after 2 days off work, Yu Cheng said bitterly. No need, Goya said. Then we go to the theater? Yu Cheng hesitated for a moment, then said again. Don't go. Goya refused Yu Cheng again. Dear Yu, Xiao Xiao and others secretly eavesdropped outside, making it amused. Dear Yu, how did you come up with such a bad idea to make Goya reject him no matter what Yu Cheng said? Isn't this hurting Yu Cheng? Although Xiao Xiao found it interesting, she still felt a little distressed for Yu Cheng. Have you ever heard that the easier things are, the less people care about it? The same is true when dealing with men. With Goya's carefree character, if he keeps chasing after him, it will not be easy to succeed. So it is better to hang him first. Naturally, it's easy to take off his appetite. Dia said. Sister, you are amazing. No wonder you can be an official in Liubu. After Xiao Xiao had contact with Deiyue for a long time, she found that her younger sister, who was only a little younger than her, had a very high IQ. What's the use of knowing this? Deiyue said casually. 2 sisters. Come and help. Liu Ru called from the side. Okay. Xiao Xiao and Deiyue said. A group of women and people in the military commander's mansion were busy preparing for the family dinner in the evening. Close the gate. Unless it is an important matter, you will. Thank you. Yu Cheng said to the guards standing guard in front of the gate. This is a red envelope given to you by the military owner in advance. Thank you, sir. The guards at the door took the red envelopes excitedly. It is worthwhile to be on duty here on New Year's Eve. As the night darkened, the household electric lights in Liu Sheng's mansion illuminated it like daytime, with the smell of food permeating the mansion. Liu Sheng sat on the main seat and finally had a lively atmosphere. He used to live relatively deserted. His unique status determines that it is impossible to recruit some troops to celebrate the new year. Otherwise it will trigger some rumors or struggles within the Kyushu army, and only through Ella's personal relationship to invite others over. This is Dongpo meat. Liu Ru brought out 2 plates of red dishes. This family banquet mainly relied on Liu Rushi's Jiangnan cuisine, Chuan's own house cook's northern cuisine, and the more primitive dishes of Xiaoxua and Goya's mountain tribes. It can be said that it gathered the delicacies from the north and the south. The dishes are all ready, so please sit down together. Liu Sheng said to the newcomers Xiaoxua, Liu Rushi, Goya and others. It's impossible, we can eat at the side hall. Xiaoxua and Liu Ru waved their hands again and again. Yu Cheng moved the chair over. The military owner wouldn't mind these things. Didn't you see such a big round table? The chairs have been moved here, but no meals are prepared in the side hall. He was Liu Sheng's personal bodyguard and an orphan. Liu Sheng stayed in the mansion every year during the holidays, so he was accustomed to eating at the same table with Liu Sheng as his subordinates. Sit down. Ella cast an encouraging look at them. Xiao Xiao, Liu Rushi and the others sat down in peace, and found it incredible that this was a family banquet. Dia had been invited by Ella several times before to participate in Liu Sheng's family banquet at this time, so everything was familiar with the road and didn't feel nervous. Before starting, whether it is for public or private purposes, I want to thank you all for your continuous contributions. This is a little bit of my heart, please accept it. Liu Sheng took out a stack of red paper, with each marked on it. The amount of personal name given to different people is naturally different. Thanks to the army master. Yu Cheng knew that he had received the year-end bonus, although Liu Sheng had deducted it for some reason. Me too? Liu Rusi couldn't help being surprised when he received his red envelope. Of course, thanks to you being busy in the mansion during this period, and you have never received the salary you gave you before, you can't refuse this time, Liu Sheng said. Liu Ru stayed in Liu Sheng's mansion to take care of Ella until this winter, and also brought a Chen Yuanyun with him. It really wouldn't make sense if he didn't pay the salary. Not only you have it, but Yuanyun also has it. This is the New Year's money. The Chen Yuanyun that Liu Sheng brought. Liu Rusi also sealed a red envelope. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chen Yuanyun accepted it obediently. And yours. Liu Sheng gave the red envelopes to Xiao Xiu and Goi again. Yu Cheng was heartbroken at this time, and part of his year-end bonus deducted by Liu Sheng was deducted by Liu Sheng to Xiao Xiu and Goya. I didn't expect to come here in addition to delicious food, but also to receive red envelopes. The Spring Festival is really great. This kind of festival should be more than several times a year. You can order the Spring Festival every month at the beginning of each month. Jia didn't know that the red envelope that Liu Sheng gave her was part of Yu Cheng's year-end bonus, and she was a little excited. Yu Cheng wiped off his sweat in secret, and if he had to give Goya red envelopes like this every month, he would simply not pay him. Liu Sheng couldn't help but smiled. Things are rare and expensive. If there are festivals every month, what is the difference between ordinary days? There are no red envelopes on ordinary days. Goya thought for a while. What you said makes sense. It's better to collect it once a year. Ahem. What about mine? Nelson couldn't help feeling depressed when he saw that Liu Sheng gave it to everyone. The Admiralty has its own bonuses, which are formulated and distributed by the personnel department of the military according to their military merits, ranks and positions. They were distributed as early as years ago. I can't send them to you in private, Liu Sheng said. But that bonus, I have already deposited all of my previous salary in the Bank of Kyushu, 10 years on a regular basis, and I will leave it to my grandson in the future. I don't have any money for alcohol, Nelson said. Liu Sheng felt that this degree of preference was too much. Father, I still have something for you here. Ella also took out a stack of red paper and sent it out again. Why did you take out your small vault? Liu Sheng whispered to Ella. Liu Sheng knew that what Ella had sealed in the red paper was part of her own salary over the past few years. Her only savings. Except for this little savings and an empty courtyard, she has no property. It's okay. Ella shook her head nonchalantly, teasing the child in her arms fondly. Chapter 824. Zhang Yandeng, the civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief secretary, sent a congratulatory message to the Nanjing City Telegraph Office on behalf of all the officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary. Shen Yulong, the civil affairs officer of the Yunnan chief secretary, sent a congratulatory message to the Guangzhou City Telegraph Office on behalf of all the officials of the Yunnan chief secretary. Sun Wenkan, civil affairs officer of the chief secretary of Dongjiaozi, sent a congratulatory message to the Guangzhou City Telegraph Office on behalf of all officials of the chief secretary of Dongjiaozi. Yang Tai, commander of the Liaodong First Corps, sent a congratulatory message to the Telegraph Office of Liaodong City on behalf of all officers and soldiers of the First Corps. The Beiyang Fleet commander Zheng Zilong, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Beiyang Fleet, sent a congratulatory message to the Telegraph Office of Jinzhou City. While Liu Sheng's dinner party was going on, the staff on duty from the Beijing Telegraph Office came to Liu Sheng's residence to report with a stack of letters. These officials read for a long time, and there were congratulatory messages from local civilian officials and troops from various regions. In recent years, the Kyushu Army has built a telegraph line from Liaodong through Beijing, Nanjing and Guangzhou, and the telegraph line is still expanding. At present, Yunnan, Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian and other places need to pass through the telegraph office in Guangzhou City to send reports to Beijing. However, this situation is much better than before, and it will be better in the future. Any place can report the local situation to the capital to strengthen the control of the place. In ancient times, localities were prone to rebellion, mostly because the information was not timely. After the local accident spread to the capital would send troops to suppress it. There was a lot of delay in the process, and it was often too late when it arrived. You will reply to each place one by one in my name, Liu Osheng said to the staff on duty at the Beijing telegraph office. Yes, said the man on duty at the telegraph office. The staff on duty at the Beijing telegraph office are also very hard-pressed. It only takes a few telegrams from various places to Beijing, and it takes hundreds of telegrams to reply to them. It seems that the officials in various places still don't give you time to rest, Dieu said while lowering his chopsticks. Just the telegram is already very good, and the people at the telegram office will report to me at once after collecting most of the telegrams. If one comes and runs, who can withstand it? Liu Osheng said. Yes. There are so many provinces, as well as civilian officials, military, and security forces. Dieu said. Liu Osheng said to Ella, don't patronize the child, don't leave your hands free, he'll feed you. Ella suffocated slightly after hearing this. Don't so many people. He'll look at the child first. You can eat something first. Liu Osheng hugged the child. When Dieu saw Liu Osheng's affection, she couldn't help feeling a little envious, and silently picked up vegetables. Nelson was drinking and thinking about how to capture Europe to give his grandson. Yu Cheng paid attention to Goya from the outside of his eyes. But Xiao Xiu and Liu Ru didn't know what they were thinking. The only possibility to be carefree is the little girl Chen Yuan. Wait for the fireworks to start. Yu Xing thought of something and looked at his pocket watch. Let's go out and have a look. When Liu Sheng and the others were almost eating, they could see the fireworks from the distance when they came to the outer courtyard. Sister Liu, I saw the red envelope. There are a lot of two. Yuan is afraid of losing it. I will give you all of them. Chen Yuan was wrapped in a thick cotton padded jacket. She looked at Liu Ruai with a clever look, and took her from Suzu to this. The young lady who was redeemed in Liu An was very grateful, and handed over the red envelopes Liu Sheng and Ella gave her to Liu Rushi. At the beginning, Liu Ru wanted to redeem her with 200 gills of silver. This kind of grace made her hard to repay. This is given to you by the army master, and Ella will go to the Kyushu bank to deposit it for you another day. From now on, the two of us will depend on each other and we will stay for your exam. Liu Ruai squatted down and said to Chen Yuan. Well, Yuan will also be admitted to the Academy of Sciences in the future. Chen Yuan nodded. Dear, what should I do next? Yu Cheng dare not ask me now. Will he scare him back? Goyo approached and asked Dear, who was making suggestions for her. I teach you, as long as this is the way. Dear said softly. Yeah, I understand. Goyo nodded repeatedly. Xiao Xiu listened around, squeezing a cold sweat for Yu Cheng. It is estimated that Yu Cheng will be transferred by Dear. Ella temporarily handed the child to the nanny in the house, and then went out with Liu Sheng. The fireworks are on. I don't know who shouted. Everyone looked at the night sky and saw bright fireworks blooming in the sky. They saw the fireworks first and then heard the sound. Bang! Fireworks burst into bloom. Wow! Neither Goya nor Xiao Xiu had seen fireworks. Their eyes flashed. How about it? Don't you think it's amazing? Yu Cheng walked over, still a little bit trying to talk to Goya. This time, in order to force him, Liu Sheng deducted part of his year-end award to Goya. If he didn't seize this opportunity, It would be a waste of money and wealth. It's just good looking. What's magical is that gunpowder is used. The artillery we used in the martial arts exercises is even more magical. Goya said. Yu Cheng hit the wall again and felt a headache, but Goya got the upper hand. Sister Xiao, I heard that it will be the Spring Festival in 15 days. There is a lantern festival in the city. Can you accompany me to go there? Goya asked Xiao Xiao. No, I had an appointment that day. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly and refused Goya's request. What should I do? Goya deliberately looked around. Yu Cheng stood up and raised his chest. Goya's eyes skipped Yu Cheng. Dear Yu, do you have time? Dear Yu shook his head. There is no time. Goya murmured, it looks like I'm going to find Cao Bian Jiao. Wait, I have time. Yu Cheng said when he heard that his rival Cao Bian Jiao was coming out. Are you sure? Goya confirmed again. Of course. Then I will think about it. Goya thought for a while. Goya, I think Yu Cheng is the military master's personal guard. His martial arts are good. If he accompanies you to the Lantern Festival, absolutely no one will dare to do anything with you. Dia gave Goya a wink from the side. Dia said so. Then all right. Goya's eyes rolled. A word is a deal. Yu Cheng, who was delighted, didn't know that Dia was making plans, and he had been caught by Goya. When Dia saw that she had helped Goya get Yu Cheng, she was a little proud, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Standing next to Ella, Liu Sheng saw everything in his eyes. He couldn't see Dia's little tricks. It's just that he also wants to promote Goya and Yu Cheng's good deeds, but he didn't tell the truth. Military Master, what are you thinking? Ayla couldn't help asking when Liu Sheng was thoughtful. It's nothing. I'm thinking that our son is going to live in a good era. Trains will be available, and cars and planes will soon be available. Liu Sheng hugged Ella and said, Chapter 825 Gasoline and diesel engines for more. Outside a small factory in the capital, soldiers with muskets patrolled the periphery. The stone walls were painted with the words, No one enters. Even the residents of the capital must not come near here, otherwise they will be driven away by soldiers. Such places often hide the science and technology of the Kyushu army. Military Master. The soldiers standing guard outside saw Liu Sheng leading the people and saluted them respectfully. You have worked hard. Liu Sheng led a few guards into the factory. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the factory has already started to operate again. In the factory, there are delicate parts, workers in work clothes, and engineers who are already staring at the design drawings and contemplating. The army master is here. The engineers and workers inside knew that after Liu Sheng had arrived, almost all the people who had been working hard stood up. Why did you come? Army owner Daimler, the founder of Mercedes-Benz, appeared. I heard that your gasoline engine has reached a critical juncture. It will come out soon. Take me to take a look. Liu Sheng has invested a lot of money in Daimler. The goal is to produce qualified engines! Yes, this engine has undergone several improvements, from 400 revolutions per minute to 000 revolutions per minute, and the reliability and mass productivity have been greatly improved. However, our reserve of gasoline is about to run out, and we need to remove Nanyang. Petroleum in Borneo refineries is used to obtain gasoline through distillation, with a conversion rate of approximately 20%. If the engine can be successful, we may also need to build oil reserves. In the future, because of the production and use of gasoline engines, a large amount of gasoline will be needed. If we store a large amount of oil in advance, we will definitely be able to make a lot of money. Daimler explained to Liu Sheng the importance of gasoline engines and petroleum resources. Of course, Liu Sheng from the future knows the importance of internal combustion engines and oil, which are the cornerstones of heavy industry in the Second Industrial Revolution. Liu Sheng saw the old engine, which was much rudimentary compared to the modern car engines he had seen before. In Liu Sheng's view, it was not amazing, but at this time, it was already a high-precision technology that people could not understand at this time. Full of metal feeling, sophisticated instruments, and pipes make Liu Sheng feel more cordial.
The two industrial revolutions, the steam engine and the internal combustion engine, were more complicated than the other, and more people needed to participate. By the time of World War II, the general-purpose computer required the United States to use a large number of scientists to set up a plan to invent it. When will it be possible to load the car? Luo Sheng couldn't wait to see the finished car. We are studying and improving the structure of the car. After the oil is in place, the gasoline will be extracted by the chemical plant under the Academy of Sciences, and then several experiments can be carried out. Daimler said, at the end of this year, it can definitely be produced. A four-wheel convertible car in normal driving. Such progress is still possible. Luo Sheng thought for a while. The car Daimler said was not a modern car, but the earliest generation of cars. After that, it would take several generations of iterations before it could become the modern car that Luo Sheng knew. Military owner, I think that the use of diesel compression ignition internal combustion engines is the future. Compression ignition internal combustion engines can use inferior diesel, which has a higher thermal efficiency of about 2% and a longer life. Another German scientist station called out. Come out. Luo Sheng recognized that the speaker was Diesel, the inventor of the diesel engine. He developed an engine that was ignited by compressed air. In order to get the engine, Luo Sheng spent less civilization points and turned on all engine-related technologies, so the characters he summoned varied. It has to be said that Germany occupies an important position in the Second Industrial Revolution. Daimler and Diesel are both German engineers, and one who studies gasoline engines and the other who studies diesel engines are experts in this area. Gasoline engine and diesel engine are both important. How is your diesel engine research done? Luo Sheng is also concerned about diesel engine research. I came late, so the research progress is relatively backward, but in the future diesel engines can be used on merchant ships and naval vessels. Diesel said confidently. Then you come on well. I am also very optimistic about diesel engines. Luo Sheng gave Diesel a pill of peace of mind. Whether it is a gasoline engine or a diesel engine, children only make a choice, and Luo Sheng chooses all. A gasoline engine group, a diesel engine group, and two working groups competing at the same time can also promote research and development. Yes, I must develop the first practical diesel engine as soon as possible. Diesel said, I think there is still room for improvement in the gasoline engine. When you design the car according to the current plan, you will continue to improve the gasoline engine at the same time. And we need a larger horsepower engine. Luo Sheng gestured. Don't your group focus on the car's engine? And it's best to study the kind of engine that can drive a truck with a load of several tons. Military owner, I have seen the truck design drawings you provided. If you want to load a few tons, our current engine may not be able to handle it. After the development of the first practical diesel engine, we still need to continue to improve. Diesel was embarrassed, said. As soon as Luo Sheng arrived, he focused his group's research on the engines of large models, which put them under a lot of pressure. Just relax, we are the only one in this world doing research in this area, and it is also the latest thing in the past few years. After we have a car, we can go to any place on the mainland. Luo Sheng understands two things. After the general progress of this working group, I feel a little relieved. In his positioning, the gasoline engine group mainly develops engines for civilian cars, while the diesel engine group mainly develops military engines. Of course, the boundary between the two is not so clear. Gasoline engines can also be used to drive heavy trucks, tanks, and even after processing. It can also be used as an aero engine. The company established by Daimler produced engines for tanks, propeller fighters, and trucks during World War II. With the engine, there will be a flexible fleet. At that time, a mechanized force can be organized to fight from the Ill area to the Mediterranean without using a large number of war horses. Moreover, the accumulation of engine technology can reduce the point of civilization spent on developing propeller aircraft and gas turbine ships in the future. We will develop gasoline engines for four-wheel cars first this year,
and diesel engines for trucks will need to be developed next year. If they are developed on schedule, the year-end bonus for that year will be doubled, otherwise it will be cut in half. Luo Sheng gave the order. Chapter 826 Radio and Submarine Cable. One more. Military owners, diesel engines will be able to produce qualified engines next year, but the structure of trucks is more complicated. It is not only the engine that needs to be tackled. The chassis, body, and braking system all need a special team to overcome it. He decided that he couldn't produce it. Seeing Luo Sheng's R&D goal, Diesel couldn't help but worry that the truck is much more complicated than an ordinary three-wheeled car, and for him it is a design from scratch. I will send some people over to study it. The prototype will be made in the past 2 years. Luo Sheng thought for a moment. After the birth of the world's first internal combustion engine car, it would indeed take a few years for the truck to be developed. If you rely on the system to turn on the truck technology alone, Luo Sheng's civilization point will not be enough, and it will take a lot of time to develop and produce on your own. It is better to study first, wait until when the system can be used, and then summon the corresponding talents at a relatively small cost to speed up the research progress. When this small factory has developed a truly practical and stable car, Luo Sheng plans to establish a car factory to monopolize the production of cars. This industry is a very profitable industry, which can bring continuous benefits. Luo Sheng walked around the factory again, looked at several engine models, and then left here with the guards. Next, Luo Sheng went straight to the Academy of Sciences. In the area of the Beijing Academy of Sciences, different departments have their own affiliated laboratories. These laboratories tend to turn some theoretical research into practical results. Luo Sheng went to the laboratory of the Department of Physics. Maxwell, Hertz, are you all there? Luo Sheng saw two masters in the field of electromagnetics. One predicted the existence of electromagnetic waves, and the other confirmed the existence of electromagnetic waves through experiments. They are also helping Luo Sheng to conduct research on a project wireless telegraphy. Hello, my lord. Maxwell and Hertz stopped working when they saw that the person was Luo Sheng. Sir, military commander must have come to see our research results. There are other people in the laboratory. Luo Sheng personally summoned these people to this time and space, remembering the names of these people clearly. Marconi, how has the wireless telegraphy been researched? You should know how wide the use of radio is. The warships of our three fleets need a new way of communication to replace the backward semaphore. And it's not just the fleet needs. The merchant ships also need to send telegrams to nearby ships as soon as they encounter a shipwreck. Luo Sheng said to the person. Marconi, a pioneer in radio improvement and practicality. Luo Sheng asked him to come over because of wireless telegraphy. Wireless telegraphy can be extended to places beyond the reach of wired telegraphy, and it is most suitable for maritime communications, which can achieve control of the ocean and prevent naval groups from going out independently. It's impossible to connect a warship to a warship with wires. Luo Sheng also wanted to use radio to manage Dongying, Ryukyu, Yizu, and Nanyang. The prototype of the first wireless telegraph came out, and it can be received within a range of 250 meters, although it is only 250 meters away. Given me 5 years, I can achieve radio communication from here to Dongying, but cable telegraph, it's safer, more stable, and more content to be transmitted. If possible, you should lay a submarine cable from Beijing to Edo. Marconi introduced the research results of wireless telegraphy to Luo Sheng, and at the same time Luo Sheng recommended cable telegram. In the past 2 years, the factory has been producing armored submarine cables. Most of the cable telegraphs from Beijing to Nanjing and Guangzhou are actually under the sea. Luo Sheng has actually been laying submarine cables. Compared to land cables, the submarine cable does not need to dig tunnels and build supports, and the investment is less than on land, and the construction speed is faster. Therefore, Luo Sheng first chose to build the coastal line from Liaodong to Beijing, to Nanjing and Guangzhou, because it can use submarine cables. In order to load the submarine cables for laying, even large sailing ships such as the Victory were dispatched to load the cables. Otherwise, a few days ago, Liu Sheng would not receive a congratulatory message from Guangzhou and Nanjing. Next, Liu Sheng plans to build a radio from the capital to Ryukyu and Edo to achieve local control. Will it take 5 years for the radio to be put into practical use? Can it be used by the Navy fleet in advance? Liu Sheng is more concerned about using it for the 3 fleets in combat. Timely information transmission is very useful in the military, and it can even determine success or failure. No, I must ensure the reliability and stability of the radio. Otherwise, the Navy relies too much on the radio. Once the distance is too far or the sea encounters severe weather such as storms, the radio is likely to fail, which will cause trouble to the fleet at that time. Marconi said, 5 years is not too late, and in another 5 years, you can set up a radio station. That the military owner said, put wireless telegraphy into practical use in 5 years, and set up a radio broadcasting station in 10 years. Liu Sheng always felt that it was too long. Why all scientific researches are so slow? It is estimated that by then his son will even be able to beat soy sauce. Okay, you don't have to be under pressure. Just concentrate on your research. In the next year, I will lay a submarine cable between Dongying and Beijing. No matter how the radio develops by that time, the submarine cable will eventually be the main means of remote communication. Liu Sheng thinking of the world before him. Submarine cables are still the most important means of communication internationally. It's just that the amount of messages that the current cable can actually transmit is nothing compared to the cables of later generations. After laying the submarine cable, it is enough to communicate with the Beiyang Fleet, Tokyo Branch, and Tokyo Academy in Dongying. As for the connection between Beijing and Korea, a land cable can be pulled from Liaodong City to Pyongyang City, or a submarine cable can be pulled directly from Beijing to Korea. Both of these options are indispensable. Liu Sheng is still considering, and he still needs to go through the same of the King of Goryeo. The importance of building a sea cable to Korea is only ranked 3rd. The first one is to pull up the submarine cable from Beijing to Dongying to realize the timely remote control of Dongying, and the second one is to pull the submarine cable from Guangzhou Prefecture to Nanyang to let Nanyang enter the China Daily News. At present, several factories are producing submarine cables that meet specifications day and night. These are relatively confidential matters. Ordinary people only know that it is possible to send a telegram, but they are almost completely unaware that there is a huge industrial system behind it. Even sailing battleships have invested in the construction of submarine cables. Chapter 827, Gift Bicycle 2 More. Seikei-kun. What do you say these places are for? There are soldiers guarding them, and the workers inside will be inspected by the soldiers when they come out. The shogunate envoys wandered around in the capital, trying to discover as much as possible the unusual places of the Kyushu army, and then plagiarize them. They soon discovered that certain areas outside the capital were dedicated factory areas, with thick chimneys, brick and cement houses. The exterior walls of many brick and concrete houses were painted with the words "No entry for idlers," which made the shogunate envoys very puzzled. When they wanted to get closer, they were driven out by heavily armed soldiers. Most of them are producing muskets, artillery, and even trains. They don't want to expose the technology, so they are producing enclosed houses. Sakai saw fences, soldiers, and even patrols in the core factory area. Hounds roughly know that the Kyushu army wants to keep their core technology strictly confidential. However, this is the most strictly controlled area of the capital city of the Kyushu army. They have no suitable method to obtain these technologies. Do you think it's possible for us to buy their workers and let their workers leak out the technology and production process inside? Aoyama said to Tadaka Sakai. This is theoretically possible, but once the bribed workers leak the secrets and the Kyushu army knows our intentions, They will probably retaliate against us frantically. Sakai Tadakatsu frowned. There is no doubt that buying skilled workers from the Kyushu army is the fastest way, but it is necessary to buy multiple workers at once to obtain a technology. If any one of the workers reports the matter to the Kyushu army, it will naturally be taken by the Kyushu army. Uprooted. This is a difficult game. Painful. The most secret technology of the Kyushu army is right in front of our eyes. There is only a wall, but we can touch it. Aoyama Yukoshi also became obsessed with the technology of the Kyushu army, but he knew it well. Unless Liu Sheng the brain is short-circuited, otherwise even a little bit of content will not be revealed to them at all. I am in the same pain. Sakai was full of helplessness facing the grey wall of the factory. He couldn't wait to rush in, snatch the Kyushu army's machines and materials and ran away. Sakai-kun, have you contacted the killer who arrived in the capital? How come Shimazu Misuiza is still alive and kicking at the inn? The people of the Shimazu family have reached a secret agreement with the Kyushu army, which poses a huge threat to our shogunate. Let him die here. Aoyama Yukari said to Sakai Tadaka. I have already contacted the killer. Sakai said. Oh, then why didn't the assassination start yet? Aoyama Yukari said. The reason why Shimazu Misuiza is still alive is because our killer has been targeted by the most mysterious organization of the Kyushu army, the intelligence service. She used a special method to pass information to me. Do you know why she would being stared at? Said Tadaka Sakai. Her identity as a biracial child was discovered, but her father is a Han Chinese. Huixia respects her father's surname like our Dongying, and there is no reason why she would not accept her. King Shank Xingqing was a little confused. That's because she met the Chinese woman who killed my brother on the steamship of the Kyushu army. That woman is not low in the Kyushu army. As soon as our people appear next to her, she will naturally be targeted. Sakai said. In the assassination of Tadakashi Sakai, Tadaka Sakai has been trying to figure out the identity of Dieu, and even detained Dieu for this, but found nothing. This time the mission to the capital was no effort at all. I've heard a little about the murder of Sakai Tadashi. Who is she? Aoyama Yukari asked. She is the younger sister of a corps commander of the Kyushu army, and she is also a household official in charge of finances and people's livelihood. Isn't it surprising that the Kyushu army will specially send such a person to our Dongying for activities? Said Sakai. Kyubai official. The Kyushu army sent her to check the accounts. Aoyama said. Tadashi Sakai shook his head. I don't know exactly how, but I know that she still brought a group of people here, and I am afraid that it is not only as simple as checking the accounts in the past. I have already conveyed the order to Kazuko, not to act for the time being, so as to save future great use. Yukari Aoyama heard that Kazuko had a more important role, and thoughtfully, you mean? Silence. Maybe someone from the intelligence department is watching us in the dark. Sakai made a gesture. Just as Sakai thought. Behind this group of shogunate envoys, two civilians who were eating roasted sweet potatoes watched them intentionally or unintentionally. You said they were wandering in the city on a snowy day, so we had to follow along. And they just wanted to break into the factory. A civilian said. Isn't it? In order to stay with them, we have had a restless year. Another civilian said. Fortunately, the year-end allowance given from above is relatively high, so forget it, and there will be shifts after the year. I don't know what happened to the other groups. I heard that the group that followed the Korean diplomatic mission was a little easier. Those Koreans are much safer than those from Dongying. The two people followed the shogunate envoys while discussing in a low voice. The two envoys of Dongying and the one of Korea were all under the surveillance of the intelligence department, as well as Hezi, who had come before. Because of Dieu's suspicions, they were also targeted by the intelligence department. This is a personal gift from our military owner to show the friendly cooperation between the two countries. Yu Cheng took a bicycle to the inn where the Korean embassy is located, and said to Li Dong in front of him. Bicycle. Li Yu couldn't help being amazed when he saw the brand new bicycle. He knows that there are not many people who own bicycles in the capital, and they are produced in limited quantities. In his opinion, They are priceless. There is not even one in Goryeo. Congratulations, His Royal Highness Wang Shizi. Congratulations on the bicycle. Almost all the members of the Korean envoy who followed Liu's arrival were Koreans who had studied in the Academy of Sciences. They also knew the magic of bicycles, so they congratulated Liu. To be honest, Yu Cheng also envied Liu. Such a bicycle is priced at 100 gils of silver, and someone will definitely buy it. If you haven't ridden this bike, you may be difficult to control because of the unstable center of gravity, but Wang Shizi, you can familiarize yourself with the operation of the bicycle with the help of people. I will demonstrate it. Yu Cheng kindly taught Li how to ride a bicycle. Li Yong's eyes glowed when he saw it. If he transported this bicycle back to Goryeo, it would be too cool, and he could show the power of industry in front of those conservative civilian officials. Chapter 828 Lantern Festival 3 Shifts. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, during the first Lunar New Year, there are lanterns and festoons in the capital, colorful lanterns everywhere, and word puzzles hanging on them, especially with street lights. The shops on the street are directly tied between the telephone poles with thick ropes, and then lanterns are hung on the thick ropes. There are many people on the main road of the capital during the day. At night, the lanterns and street lights reflect each other, and there is a constant stream, which is really lively. Hey, don't walk so fast, or you will get lost. Yu Cheng called from behind, and Goya had already walked ahead. You are a big man, why are you walking so slowly? Goya was a little dissatisfied. The lantern is supposed to be watched slowly, you walk so fast, and there is a lot of scenery falling down. Yu Cheng said. It looks like Ethan, let it be what you said. Goya said. Immediately Goya found the note hanging under the lantern, and said according to the words on it, hey, what is this? The moon is in the sky. This is a lantern riddle. During the Lantern Festival, literati and influential people like to compare with each other to see who is more talented. The more clever the anagram, the faster the answer, the more admired naturally. For example, this Minai Udangkong is to guess a Chinese character. Yu Cheng replied. What word? Goya couldn't think of it. In fact, this is the simplest lantern riddle. Think about it. When the moon is empty, it means that the word Ming does not have the word month on the right, so there is only a day. So this word is the word dot. You can't guess such a simple lantern riddle, so don't think about guessing other character riddles. Yu Cheng said. Okay, changing the law to say I'm stupid. I only learned dozens of Chinese characters from Sister Xiao before, and I have been studying very hard since I came to Yutang. But Chinese characters are so difficult, I will only recognize a few now. Hundreds. You still laugh at me. Goya was a little angry. Don't be angry, I invite you to eat candied haws. Yu Cheng gradually figured out Goya's character, and said when he saw a hawker selling candied haws passing by. Sure enough, when Goya heard that there was something delicious, his anger disappeared. Dear Yu, Xiao Xiao, Liu Rushi and others followed behind, seeing Goya and Yu Cheng mingling, showing a smile like an aunt. Goya has finally opened up. Dau was very pleased to see Goya, who had been trained by herself. It's better for you to teach Dau, otherwise there will be no such success. It's just a pity that Kabayan Jiao, who teaches Wutang, seems to be very infatuated with Goya. Xiao Xiao said. Emotional matters can't be forced. It doesn't count if only one party is interesting. Dau said. Sister Dau, Sister Xiao Xiao, can you two be interested in someone? Liu Rushi asked suddenly. Both Dau and Xiao Xiao were startled, and shook their heads. Nothing but ordinary women at the age of the two sisters. They all talk about marriage and get married. Liu Ruai said. Among several people, she is undoubtedly the youngest. I was originally adopted by a witch woman in the Yizu mountain tribe. In order to maintain her holy image, she would never marry. Xiao Xiao said. In Yizu, it is Yizu. My sister is now back in the Central Plains, and the restrictions of witches are beyond count. There are so many outstanding men in the Academy of Sciences. With the appearance of my sister, there must be a lot of people who pursue my sister. Liu said. You little girl, You think about men and women all day at such a young age. Xiaoxiu pinched Liu's smooth face and said angrily, "That's right, I think Sister Liu, when she grows up, must be the kind of confidant that will harm the country and the people." Dia squeezed her face on the other side. "I know the two sisters were wrong. Let me go." Liu Ruai was attacked by the two of them and quickly begged for mercy. "Sister Liu, are you planning to start preparing for the Academy of Sciences this year?" Dia was quite concerned about Liu Ru. "Well, Sister Relu asked her to live in her empty courtyard for me and Yuan Yun temporarily. I have already cleaned the empty courtyard a few days ago. Although it is not big, the environment is very beautiful. There is a shadow of a garden from the south of the Yangtze River. But it's really strange. A courtyard with rockery and water doesn't even have a decent furniture, and there is no trace of people living. Only after a short interval of time, people come to clean the fallen leaves and dust. So I bought a few more. A wooden bed and wooden chair," Liu Ru said. In her heart, Dia knew why there was no furniture in Ella's house. This was obviously because Liu Sheng had not given Ella the opportunity to move to her own house before, and was forced to stay in the military master's mansion. Irene and Liu Ru are revealing the hidden information. "You can live though with peace of mind, so that you can get a fame in the future, or stay in the Academy of Sciences to become a scholar." Dia is more optimistic about Liu Ru. In this era, there are not many people who are literate, and there are very few women who are literate. The ability to learn knowledge is 100 times, thousands of times different from those who have no foundation. "Sister Dia, are you going to Dongying again in 2 days?" Liu Ruai asked Dia. "Well, there are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. The army owner is a little obsessed with Dongying. I must help the army chief to take down Dongying without blood." Dia said. "Dia, you should always ask someone to bring us letters back. Don't stop contacting us," Xiaoxiu said. "I will write back often." Dia nodded. "Where is Dongying?" Chen Yuanyun, who had been holding Liu Ruai's clothes, raised her head inexplicably and asked. "Yuanyun, Dongying is a few large islands above the sea, 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from here." Daiyue said to Chen Yuanyun. "Is that our place?" Chen Yuanyun asked again. "Of course," Daiyue said to Chen Yuanyun unconfirmed. "I don't know if the military master has come to this lantern festival." Liu Ru saw that the lantern festival was prosperous and wondered if Liu Sheng would appear. Liu Sheng is the core figure of the Kyushu army, and I am afraid that his appearance at the lantern festival will cause a huge sensation. And his safety is also a problem. The leader of the army likes a lively character, and he will definitely come. Daiyue said affirmatively. "Sister Daiyue, how do you know the military master so much? Don't you?" "I'll tear up your mouth again." Daiyue feigned anger, and went to pinch Liu Ruai's face again. On the other hand, Liu Sheng was indeed the same as Daiyue guessed. He wanted to come out to visit the Lantern Festival on the Spring Festival, but the assassination in Nanjing City last time made him worry about his safety. There is a mixture of fish and dragons in the Lantern Festival. If someone uses a musket, he is likely to be shot headshot. Chapter 829. The Enviable Shimazu Misu Iza Former. Military Master, do you want to go out to participate in the Lantern Festival of the Spring Festival? Ayla saw Liu Sheng pacing back and forth in the front hall. Knowing what he was thinking, "I really want to go out to see the lively Lantern Festival in Beijing. But the last incident in Nanjing City, once someone tried to assassinate me, not only did I lose my life, but Huaxia, which may not have been monolithic, would split again." Liu Sheng said worriedly. He has not yet established the telegraph network, railway network, and waterway network that sustain this huge empire. And if he is assassinated without strong control, the inevitable result will be split into several pieces again. I have contacted the people in the intelligence department. They blocked the streets of the Lantern Festival early in the morning. People who enter the Lantern Festival area are subject to body searches to prevent anyone from bringing guns into the venue. And for shops in the Lantern Festival area, the intelligence department conducted searches and confiscated all firearms, so the area should be safe, Ella said. Isn't this the security check afterwards? Luo Sheng couldn't help but admire Ella's ability to think of this idea. You are really a clever ghost. But how come you contact the intelligence office again, so you don't have to rest for a while? You know that Linga has been making trouble for more than 10 nights. I haven't had a good night's sleep, and the dark circles under my eyes are about to come out. Ira knows that every year the military owner is going to celebrate the Spring Festival, so I dare not neglect. Ira said. Then let's go. Luo Sheng knew that since Ella had regained her influence in the intelligence department, the intelligence department must have come out in secret. When he went out, he was only accompanied by a dozen guards, but in the dark there might be dozens of plainclothes from the intelligence department to protect him. Do you need to bring Linga? Iro asked. Bring it, let him feel the atmosphere of our traditional festival. Don't let him forget the root of this culture. Luo Sheng said. Where did your father go? Luo Sheng saw that Nelson was not there, so he asked Ella. He went to drink with a few people from the Admiralty. Ella said. Let him pay attention to his body. He is familiar with the Atlantic Ocean and the waters of Europe, and he will depend on him to control the route of the Atlantic Ocean. Luo Sheng said. Let his father-in-law go to Europe. Luo Sheng is probably the first person in history. Yeah? Ella nodded and went out with Luo Sheng in his arms. Shimadzu Misuiza, the envoy of the fallen coalition forces, was also on the scene of the Lantern Festival. In order to cater to this atmosphere, they had to wear hanfu, otherwise they would appear too alternative. During the Shangyi Yuan Festival in southern Lining, Shimadzu Misuiza was still wearing Dongying's samurai clothes, but now he has lowered his noble head and felt that wearing hanfu was a matter of course. Shimazu-kun, do you think accepting the Kyushu army's proposal is beneficial to our families, or is it more in our interest for us to submit to the shogunate again? The Maori envoy asked Shimazu Misuiza. You think we have fought the shogunate for 3 years, killing tens of thousands of shogunate warriors and soldiers. Even the important officials of the Tokugawa family have fallen. If we surrender, how will they deal with us? Shimadzu Misuiza said. Moreover, you have all studied in the Academy of Sciences in southern Lining. Knowing that the Kyushu army is so strong that even the shogunate can't play with them, we will submit to the shogunate again, and we will also have to face the giant Kyushu army. But Shimadzu-kun, the Kyushu army intends to turn our Dongying into a province, which is too much. We have always been a vassal state, but after all, we are commensurate with each other and become a province. Didn't the status decline? The Maori envoy was a little depressed. The Kyushu army put forward the idea of turning Dongying into a province to the Allied forces, which made the Allied forces feel uncomfortable. Accepting the proposal of the Kyushu army, Dongying is likely to be reduced from a vassal state to a province. Rejecting the proposal of the Kyushu army, the Down Shogun coalition forces are likely to be swallowed by the growing shogunate. I have also repeatedly emphasized this issue to the owner of the Kyushu army. I proposed a compromise plan to him. After the Kyushu army helped us to unify Dongying, the Kyushu army will always be a minister to China, and send envoys every year to pay tribute. Tariffs, the railways and newspapers are all run by them. However, he still doesn't believe our sincerity, thinking that only by turning us into a province, we will not turn back. Shimadzu sighed. He stayed in Luo Sheng's mansion for 2 hours before, expounding all the plans of the Allied forces to Luo Sheng one by one, in order to seek Luo Sheng's satisfaction and support. But Luo Sheng overturned all their plans, instead insisting, let Dongying in the adjacent sea become a province. In Luo Sheng's view, only by taking all the surrounding territories, there will never be territorial disputes. When Shimazu Misuizu and the Maori family, Aoki family and other envoys were at a loss, the crowd suddenly became noisy, like a rock thrown into the calm water. Please don't be restless, and don't make noise. Those who maintain law and order come here in advance to maintain order. What happened? Shimadzu Misuizu and the envoys of the fallen coalition looked around in confusion. The cheers of visitors on both sides of the street came one after another, getting closer and closer. Shimizu Misuiza waited for the envoy to avoid to one side. Soon they knew why the arrest came early to maintain order. Behind the catches a dozen guards with knives, and among the guards are Luo Sheng, Ayla, and Linga, who was just born. Firearms and weapons are strictly prohibited in the Lantern District, and only Luo Sheng, the commander of the Kyushu army, can enter under the protection of the guards. Even if it were to be assassinated, I am afraid that only Luo Sheng in the Kyushu army had the value of assassination. Because the source of all the technology and power of the Kyushu army is Luo Sheng alone, and anyone under him can also find someone to top him if something goes wrong. Yang Tai, Cheng Yi, Xuj and others were originally unknown small leaders of the Ming army. It is not personal talents that can be invincible, but the strong industrial capabilities and firearms technology of the Kyushu army. Luo Sheng led people past Shimizu Misuiza and others, making Shimizu Misuiza envious. If they were able to overthrow the shogunate as soon as possible and then make changes as soon as possible by their downfalling coalition forces, he might be able to possess the power of Luo Sheng now. But if he failed, he would have to lower the noble head of the samurai to Luo Sheng. And that woman Shimizu Mitsuji saw Ella, who was with Luo Sheng and holding the child in his arms. When he was in Leonan, he had coveted Ella and the technology behind her, but now Ella has become Luo Sheng's person, and even his children. Sure enough, the strong can have everything. Shimizu Misuiza felt unspeakable at this time, making him more eager for power and strength. Chapter 830 Fighting Envoys 5 more. Everyone, get out of the way, the bike is going to fall. Li Rong, the Prince of Korea, yelled on the bicycle that Luo Sheng presented to him. The people who were watching the lanterns hurriedly avoided to the sides of the road. Li Zong obviously underestimated the number of people at the Lantern Festival. His unskilled riding skills could not avoid these people, so he had to yell. Bang! Li Yulin led a car and knocked down a person. Baga. Sakai was watching a riddle, and a bicycle knocked him to the ground behind him. Sakai-kun, you bleed. Aoyama Yukari shouted. Tadaka Sakai wiped his painful forehead, and looked at his palm again. There was indeed blood stains. I'm sorry. Liu thought he had bumped into an ordinary resident in the capital, and his face paled in shock for a moment. His personal relationship with Luo Sheng was not bad, but Luo Sheng just presented him with a precious bicycle, and now he is using this bicycle to knock down the people in the capital. How to explain to Luo Sheng? But when he found out that the person who knocked down was Tadaka Sakai, he felt less guilty. His Royal Highness, are you okay? Jin Zidian waited for the Korean envoy to chase after him. Curios Dick, bicycle? Sakai Zongxing saw the eldest son of the king of Goryeo riding a bicycle, and he became more upset. He knew early on that Li Jiang had got a bicycle from Luo Sheng, and he often showed it off to them. If the people in the capital hit him, Sakai might have spared the visitor at this point in the Kyushu army's territory, but since the opponent is a hostile Korean, there is no need to be so polite. His Royal Highness, it's fortunate that you knocked down the Dongying people, otherwise we will have to compensate the other party and apologize to the local government this time. Jinzi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that Li Xin had hit Sakai. In their view, hitting Dongying people would be their private feud with Dongying, and it had nothing to do with China. If you bump into an ordinary Chinese civilian, the offense is more serious than the consequences of bumping into the Dongying ambassador. Baga. They did it deliberately. The shogunate envoys saw Li Yong, the prince of Goryeo Kingdom, who had beaten him. They thought that Li Yong had come to pick things up deliberately, so they all wanted to pull out the samurai swords from their waists. The Koreans fought to the death. However, they were all empty, their waists empty. When they entered the Lantern Festival area, they had been temporarily confiscated with samurai swords by the security guards. Oh, what else do these Dongying people want to do? Do you want to fight with us? Now that both of our weapons have been confiscated, you want to come to us with your bare hands? Jin Zidian saw the shogunate pose, The same. Convene Korean envoys to prepare and Dongying people to prepare for a fight. What are these Korean sticks talking about? Let them apologize to Sakai-kun. The shogunate envoy could not understand Jin Zhang's language. What is the name of these Dongying Japanese pirates? Isn't it that our highness bumped into him, and there is no worry about his life? The Korean envoy also did not understand the words of the shogunate. Tadaka Sakai had to say to Liu in half-baked Chinese, You hit me, apologize to me. Jin Zidian speaks Chinese. Seeing that Sakai Tadashi asked them to apologize to the Prince of Goryeo, he couldn't help but angrily said, You are just a retainer of the shogunate. You are not qualified to let our Royal Highness apologize to you. This is your compensation. These silvertals are enough for your medical expenses, and you can save a lot of buying supplements. Jin Zai threw a piece of silver treasure to the ground and signaled Sakai Tadaka to lower down and pick it up. Too much deception. The Korean stick deceives too much. King Shan was furious when he saw that Jin Zidian insulted them so much. These silvertals are enough. If you are not satisfied, you have the ability to speak with your fists. Jin Zidian was a little afraid of the samurai sword carried by the shogunate envoys, but now all weapons are confiscated by the soldiers in advance, which means that both sides are bare-handed, fighting for the number and individual martial arts. They are insulting our samurai spirit and kill them. King Shang Xingqing, who was in his 40s, was the first to rush up and fight with Jin Zidian. The shogunate envoys behind him were almost all of the samurai class. The frequent wars in the Warring States period made them aggressive. Seeing Aoyama Kosei rushing forward, they also rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward to fight with the Korean envoys. Damn it. Liu, the first son of the Goryeo king, was punched to his right eye by a shogunate, and his right eye suddenly swelled. As the prince's son, he had to bear the hatred of Goryeo and entered this battle with bare hands. Fight. The people who were originally watching the Lantern Festival saw the shogunate envoys and the Korean envoys suddenly fought, and it suddenly became noisy. The catchers who are in charge of maintaining the order of the Lantern Festival come over with a whistle, with short sticks pinned to their waists. Fighting is forbidden in the capital of the capital. The arriving arrestor intervened in the fight between the two envoys, holding a short stick and forcibly separated the two envoys. Liu, who was originally weak in writing, played fiercely. When he was arrested, he pulled a piece of cloth from the body of a shogunate, and his ears were reddened by the opponent, and he was a little buzzing. Sakai also intervened in the fight, but he was still a little confused. How could he feel that he was innocent and was hit by two Koreans in the fight? I request that the Koreans should be severely punished. They made trouble first. Their bicycle hit me and they need to make amends to me. Sakai Tadashi protested to the arrestor who arrested them. We have already compensated them for the loss. Who knows that they wouldn't let it go? It was their Dongying people who started beating people first. Jin Zidian also shouted here. Although it was Liu who knocked down Sakai Tadaka first, it was Aoyama Kosei who beat him first. It is really hard to convict anyone who was at fault. From the onlookers, I learned that the ins and outs of the head catcher were a little headache, so the opponent quickly said, First take the two groups back to the inn where they are located, and report to the head and discuss the crime later. I protest. We are envoys of the shogunate. You can't arrest us. Sakai Tadakatsu shouted. What about envoys? Anyone who makes trouble at the Lantern Festival must be arrested. Whether you are an envoy or the head of the shogunate will come in person, no exception. The catcher waved his hand, and his catchers took the shogunate envoys and the Goryeo envoys away from the Lantern Festival area. These two groups are really uncomfortable. Bring this bicycle back. The head catcher asked his subordinates to take Li Yong's bicycle together, leaving behind the people who were still onlookers. It is estimated that this incident will happen again. It can be their usual talk. Chapter 831 Lantern Riddles 6 more. Liu Sheng found out that the shogunate envoys and the Goryeo envoys had been arrested by the capital arresters for fighting at the Lantern Festival, so he couldn't help but laugh. The private enmity between these two groups could really break out at any time. If both Korea and Dongying become a province of China in the future, it will not be easy to reconcile the contradictions between them in the future. After you bring them to the inn, let them go. Luo Sheng didn't want to convict any envoy. Their fight at the Lantern Festival did not cause any casualties to civilians in the capital. The fight was only a personal grievance. The Lantern Festival in the capital is getting more and more prosperous year by year, and it is very close to the Lantern Festival in the era when I used to live. Luo Sheng saw the colorful lanterns on both sides of the street and the fireworks blooming not far away. Some feelings a long time ago. Military owner, was there any difference in the Lantern Festival in the era you lived in? Ayla raised her head slightly and asked Luo Sheng. There are still different things. For example, the fireworks will be more gorgeous, and there will be more exquisite and gorgeous lighting. However, when people were looking at the lanterns at that time, many people would lower their heads and play with their mobile phones. It's not as strong as it is now, and there will not be many people guessing lantern riddles. Everyone still cares about eating and buying some fun things. Luo Sheng thought for a while. The Lantern Festival in this era is more atmospheric, and without mobile phones, it's more focused. For the festival itself, I heard from the military owner that the mobile phone is a very magical thing, like a tile. It can be used to communicate with people thousands of miles away, and you can also watch people's plays inside. It's really such a magical thing. Something? Ella asked curiously. Yes, it will definitely appear in a lifetime, Luo Sheng said, but he thought in his heart that even if he really couldn't get it out, he would definitely leave something like a mobile phone in the memo. Someone would be able to invent it. He happened to see a lantern and took a look at the lantern puzzle. Ayla, can you guess what the answer to this anagram is? Luo Sheng took off the anagram and handed it to Ayla. When Ayla was summoned, she had a certain degree of Chinese ability. After several years of life, she was almost assimilated. She was even able to write Yuanless calligraphy, and her writing ability was much stronger than that of Luo Sheng. What anagram? Ella took the lantern riddle and saw a few words written on it. She was shocked when she saw these words, and suddenly tears flowed down her cheeks in her eyes. Don't cry, it's a festive season. Seeing her tears silently, Luo Sheng hurriedly wiped her tears. Military master, okay, how did you make Sister Ella cry? Dear Yu, Xiaoxiu, Liu Rushi and others who were in the crowd saw Luo Sheng and others who had arrived, so they walked over. Luo Sheng spread his hands helplessly, saying that he hadn't done anything excessive. It's the wind blowing into the eyes. Ella hung the lantern riddle back silently. Dear Yu, who was wise in her heart, noticed Ella's small movements, and couldn't help but be a little interested in the riddle. What do you think of this lantern? Luo Sheng asked several people. It's much more lively than before. It may be the reason why I was in the western regions last year. The Lantern Festival there is not as lively as the capital. There is no Lantern Festival in the Yiza tribe. It's better for us in the Central Plains. My memory of the Lantern Festival is already very vague, but now it becomes clear all at once. The Jiangnan side is similar to here, but there are more people here, and there are flower boats in Jiangnan. This is a different place. Dear Yu, Xiaoxiu, and Liu Rushi said one after another. These people really existed all over the world last year. Luo Sheng did not expect that a group of them would gather here today. Does Sister Dau have any wishes? Ella asked her the deepest friendship among the girls. Well, me, I hope Ella's sister, little baby, and the army master everyone is safe, Dau said obediently. Among the crowd, Kezi, who came from Dongying, experienced the atmosphere of the Shangyuan festival for the first time here. She saw Dau who was communicating with Luo Sheng and others, and she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although her father was Han, she was adopted by Tadagara Sakai after his father's death. She was a cold assassin, and she rarely felt the excitement. If you want to assassinate the owner of the Kyushu army, the possibility now is very low. He noticed that there were more than a dozen guards around Luo Sheng. Although these guards had no defense against Dau and the others, They were still attacking the surrounding people. Be alert to prevent assassins from mixing in. These more than 10 guards stood in important positions and could respond to each other, and also blocked every blind spot. In her opinion, they are almost all martial arts masters, and they are also martial arts in the military. They often pay attention to a deadly trick, not so many, fancy. In addition to the guards on the bright side, Kazuki also noticed the plainclothes of the intelligence department that was protecting Luo Sheng in secret. These people are also very skilled and seem to be scattered among the crowd. When there is a real danger, it may be the first moment. Shot. Continue to wait for the order above. Kazuko did not expect that his immediate boss, Tadaka Sakai, had been expelled from the Lantern Festival area by the capital's catcher. Damn it, a catcher in the Huaxia district dare to treat us like this. In Dongying, apart from respecting the shogunate, when did we suffer such a loss? King Shank Xingqing yelled dissatisfiedly after returning to the inn. This time it really caused a big disaster. Fortunately, the army owner did not hold us accountable, and the bicycle given to me was not a serious problem. It is a blessing in misfortune. Li King felt sorry for the precious bicycle. Should you agree to the Kyushu army's request to turn Dongying into a province? Will our Shimadzu family benefit from it? What do the other famous allied forces think? Shimazu Misuiza was also not at ease. The 3 envoys who came to the capital were very worried. In the next few years, the fate of their Dongying and Goryeo will be determined by their game with the Kyushu army. No one knows what the future of their own country looks like. We should go back. Luo Sheng walked around, not wanting to disturb the people in the capital enjoying the lanterns because of his arrival, so he said to everyone. Yes. Xiaoxiu and the others also walked around, leaving the lantern area with Luo Sheng by the way. Before leaving, Daya inadvertently glanced at the lantern riddle that Ella had seen before. There were only 4 words on it. Daughter married. It turned out to be a word puzzle. Daya whispered softly. Chapter 832 The 10,000-ton giant wheel. One more. A year later, the Royal No. 1 shipyard in Dalian port. A huge launching ceremony is underway, and celebrities and officials from Dalian port, Jinzu City and other places have been invited by the shipyard to witness this historic moment. After several years of construction, the number of residents in Dalian port has exceeded 100,000, making it a prosperous city in southern Lining from a small fishing village. Originally, Jinzu City was the base camp where Luo Sheng was originally located, but after Luo Sheng left here with the high level of the Kyushu army, Jinzu City was about to be annexed by the emerging Dalian port. In the Ocean Age, cities that are close to the ocean, have excellent harbors, and vast hinterlands often have the best opportunities for development. Tens of thousands of residents of Dalian port gathered on the embankments on both sides of the dock, looking forward to it. They could see the huge slipway from a distance. This slipway adopts the lateral structure of lateral launching, which is unique in this era. And in the horizontal slipway, there is a huge monster lying quietly inside, and 4 huge chimneys lead straight to the sky. It's terrible, there is such a big ship in this world. It started construction a few years ago. It seems that it's only now being launched. It's said that 2,000 workers were invested in a lump. At the peak, the number of workers was 5,000, which is simply unimaginable. At that time, to supplement shipbuilders, they hired a lot of workers. Goryeo workers and Dongying workers at cheaper prices have been created. This is the largest ship that China has built, and I heard that the hull is made of metal plates, which can withstand the big storm at sea. Wouldn't such a large ship break in the middle? And it uses a lot of metal. I am really worried that it will sink into the water. I hope it can be launched smoothly. The residents on the embankment were talking about this ship that had never been launched. Because the hull is too large and the hull is metal, people always worry about sinking in the water. The director of the Royal Shipyard and the officials from the Ministry of Industry to supervise the construction are closer. Looking at such a behemoth, their hearts are no less than the onlookers of Dalian port residents. Their Royal No. 1 shipyard invested a lot of capital, manpower, and material resources in order to build this huge ship, and a lot of the steel produced in Anshan was consumed here. If it were not for the steel produced in Liaodong, it would not necessarily be able to produce such an artwork in industrial history. This is the second-generation steamship developed on the basis of the technology of the first-generation steamship Yongcheng. It has reached the extreme of the technology we currently have. It uses 3 propulsion devices and 6 sail masts at the same time, 2 paddle wheels on the side of the ship, and propellers. The usual speed can reach 14 knots. The director introduced the huge ship to Nelson, the special envoy sent by Luo Sheng. Nelson was the commander of the navy and was obsessed with ships. After hearing that the great ship in Dalian port was ready to launch, he immediately asked Luo Sheng to be the special envoy for the acceptance of the great ship, and brought the teachers and students from the naval lecture hall to watch. The birth of this huge ship will mean that the ship has entered the age of steam iron ships. Sailing wooden boats can still be active for decades, but there will be more and more steam iron boats, and the era of mixed sailing and steam has quietly arrived. With such a huge hull, the normal speed can reach 14 knots. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Victory's speed is only 89 knots. And the faster Constitution is only about 12 knots. Nelson squinted his eyes. Looking at the tall giant wheel, it's hard to believe. In the era of sailing battleships, the speed of the Victory was quite normal. If the Victory had a speed of 14 knots, it would not be against the sky. If you want to beat others, you can't run, and if you want to run, they can't catch up. 4 large steam engines, 3 generators, 100 workers are required to add fuel to them at the same time during the voyage. The full load displacement can reach 10,000 tons, and there are 6 waterproof compartments. Safety is not a problem. Originally planned to build the ship is a larger ship, which is more than 200 meters long. However, due to economic benefits, there is no need for ocean transportation at present. So the original plan was cut in half and only 125 meters long. The director told Nelson, 125 meters is long enough. The Victory is only 69 meters long. The length of this huge ship is almost twice that of the Victory. Nelson was shocked when he heard that the original shipyard's plan was for a 200-meter-long ship. The displacement of the 125-meter-long giant ship is 3 times that of the Victory. Wouldn't the 200-meter-long giant ship's displacement reach a terrifying tens of thousands of tons? Such a ship is incredible in this world. It even made Nelson feel impractical. The current positioning is to be used as a cable ship, which will build submarine cables from Beijing to Nagasaki and Edo City, as well as submarine cables from Xiamen to Yizhou, Guangzhou City to Thanglong City, and Thanglong City to Batavia. Cables. After all, they are not coastal areas. The required submarine cables weigh thousands of tons. Such large ships cannot carry all the cables. In the future, after the task of laying out submarine cables is over, they are likely to serve as tankers or passenger ships, said the captain. When Luo Sheng built such a huge ship, it was not the first to put it into military use, because the entire East Asian waters no longer had the power to shake the 3 major fleets. The demand for passenger transportation is not very large. Today's sailboats can barely meet the transportation between Dongying, Ryukyu, Southeast Asia, and the mainland. What is needed now is to lay submarine cables and bring all the territories into the communication range. If there is a problem in any place, Luo Sheng can be notified in the capital and dispatch a fleet to suppress it immediately. The second is the need of large-scale industry, which requires stable and large ships to transport the oil from the Nanyang Borneo refinery. This is why Luo Sheng is obsessed with building big ships. Whether it is used to lay submarine cables or to transport oil in the future, such a huge ship can serve for 2030 years. Absolutely no loss. There is another important point. In order to build this huge ship, we are also improving our shipbuilding technology. This project has brought us 2 benefits. One benefit is to promote the technology of our first factory, and the second benefit is a large number of skilled workers have been trained. After several years of tempering, these workers will be more skilled in the production of steamships in the future, which indirectly reduces the cost of building steamships in the future. The captain continued to introduce the benefits of this large order. He naturally wanted to explain the power of steamships. In front of him, he was the Minister of the Navy. If the Navy decides to upgrade the existing sailing battleships, how many large orders the Royal Shipyard can get? 3 fleets. Each fleet building 10 steam-armored ships is not too much. That is, 30 armored ships. For each 5,000 tons, the displacement will be 150,000 tons, enough for the shipyard to start construction for 10 years. Chapter 833 Promotion of Steam Ironclad Ships 2 more. Although the iron-armored ship is very good, the current cost of the steamed ship is much higher than that of the sail battleship. Your shipyard's bid for a 36-gun ironclad frigate is twice the price of a 90-gun class sail battleship. This price makes it hard to bear. Even the replacement of some warships is an expensive expense. Since Linga was born, Nelson has helped Liu Sheng care about it. He knows that Liu Sheng often suffers from finances. At present, a major project is to lay submarine cables. For this reason, several factories producing submarine cables have been started day and night, and a considerable part of the finance has been invested in it. But Lord Nelson, think about it, the steam-armored ship has the advantages of a sailing battleship that is completely incapable of. For example, the defensive power, unless the enemy's shells hit the paddle wheels and propellers, otherwise the solid bombs propelled by the black powder of this era cannot be used at all. The armored ship causes effective damage. In other words, the steam-armored ship is invincible in this era. Also, when sailing battleships reach the equatorial windless zone or temperate zone, it is difficult to travel at all, and steam is used as auxiliary power, and they can move freely. In a similar situation, when fighting inland rivers, steam ironclad ships can easily move against the current. Come on, completely crush an ordinary sailing warship. The director of the Royal Shipyard tried his best to promote his steamship. Lord Nelson, please take a look. This is the blueprint of the ironclad ship we envisioned. The factory director clapped his hands and asked an engineer to show Nelson the blueprint. Nelson glanced at the blueprint. His eyes gleamed. This is a structural drawing of an ironclad ship, with a top-view dialysis diagram and a side dialysis diagram, and there are various annotations on it, which are obviously carefully thought and designed by engineers. And the captain has reached an astonishing 115 meters. You must know that this is not a huge ship for loading, but a warship. There is no such battleship in this era. This volume alone is amazing. In the later stage of manufacturing the giant ship, our designers had the leeway to design the armored warship. So after more than 200 days of designing by a dozen engineers, we have this steam-armored warship. The estimated length is 115.2 meters and it is fully loaded. The displacement can reach 9,200 tons, and the length can be up to 126 meters if the angle of attack is added. We call this type of steam warship the secret class armor piercing. Although there is only one deck and 36 guns are planned to be loaded, in our plan, these 36 guns are no longer the usual 24-pound guns and 32-pound guns, but 10 110-pound rifled guns and 26 guns. A 68-pound smoothbore gun. Lord Nelson, you should know the difference. Don't look at the Victory is over 100 guns, but the heaviest gun on the Victory is only 32 pounds. Which is no different from the 68-pound and 110-pound guns. Worth mentioning, once the existing sail battleship is hit by 110-pound artillery, it will basically suffer heavy damage. Therefore, although the iron-armored ship is called a frigate by the Admiralty, in fact, the firepower is enough to replace the sail battleship in the battle line. Plus, given its defensive capabilities, its combat effectiveness is simply unimaginable. There is also a very important point. The design speed of the secret class is 15 knots, equipped with a full set of sails, and capable of global cruise. Even if it enters the war across the oceans, it will never lag behind, and it will reach the battlefield faster than the victory is nearly twice as fast, enough to serve for more than 20 years. The factory director continued to spare no effort to seduce Nelson. Nelson heard the 110-pound artillery, the speed of 15 knots, and the iron armor with amazing defensive power, and his heart was itchy. For their admiralty, this temptation was even more deadly than a woman. Even if the three major fleets of the admiralty are now invincible in the Pacific, they also want to replace them with more powerful warships, a larger hull and a larger artillery. This is the romance of the Iron Man. What is the estimated cost? Nelson swallowed when he saw the blueprints and the prospect described by the factory director. If the Admiralty's budget is sufficient, he really wants to build an entire steam ironclad ship that has never been seen in history to support the Admiralty. This is the estimated cost table. The director handed the quotation to Nelson. Nelson looked at the cost schedule and poured it down like a basin of cold water. Oh my God! It's too expensive, too expensive. I have listed the cost price. Just 36 artillery is a sky-high price. All the budgets of our shipyard are also made according to the above approved. Private individuals will not profit from it except for salary and bonuses. I was thinking that if our first factory produces the first batch of Skret-class ironclad ships, our first factory will be named in history, and the engineers and workers who participated in the construction will be promoted. The director of the factory said to Nelson, the 110-pound gun plan uses the Armstrong rifled gun that is under development, right? As far as I know, the 110-pound naval gun has not yet been developed. Nelson saw that the 110-pound gun listed in the cost table was the Kyushu Army. The top secret artillery currently being developed Armstrong rifled gun with higher power, range and accuracy. Yes, only 110-pound guns are eligible for our steam-armored ships. The secret-class armored ships with the usual standard drainage of 6,000 tons can make 110-pound guns useful. In addition to 110-pound guns, 68-pound smoothbore guns if you want to produce. The production capacity of the artillery factory is enough to produce it. Even if our steam-armored ship is successfully researched, the 110-pound gun can be replaced with a 68-pound gun before it has been developed, said. 36 68-pound guns, ironclad hull. Nelson moved slightly, but thinking that Liu Sheng was financially troubled, his grandson could not die so quickly, Nelson still resisted the urge to order dozens of ships. After all, the expensive price is here. Our fleet is already under control in the Western Pacific. Wait for some time to consider building a steam ironclad ship. So Lord Nelson, you can take this design back and see it first. We have a backup at the shipyard. Maybe the Admiralty will change your mind. The director of the Royal No. 1 shipyard handed the design to Nelson. Nelson carefully took the blueprints and handed them to the soldiers who were accompanying them. Even if there is no money to build ships, there is a design drawing of a steam ironclad ship to look at. Wang Mai can quench his thirst. Get ready to launch the giant ship. Let everyone see the style of the 10,000-ton giant ship we built in our country. The shipyard knew that the Admiralty would be interested in the ironclad ships he promoted, so he shouted at the workers on the slipway. The second-generation steamship developed by the Kyushu Army is about to go to sea. Chapter list. Chapter 834 Dongfeng 3 shifts. The big ship is about to be launched. As the salute sounded, the residents of Dalian port who were onlookers yelled. The 125-meter huge hull shook slightly and began to slide slowly. Because there has never been a ship of this size, the side slipway is used instead of the front slipway in the traditional sense. It can only enter the water by sliding sideways. The workers operating the winch on the berth were very nervous, sweating on their foreheads and the back of their hands. Linking the huge wheel is a thick iron chain to prevent the huge wheel from slipping into Dalian Bay during construction. Now in order to launch the giant wheel, it is necessary to carefully tow the giant wheel into the water. Even if the huge ship is not fully loaded, it still weighs several thousand tons. Once the chain suddenly breaks or the ship capsizes, the consequences can be quite serious, killing people. The crowd waited anxiously for half an hour, holding their breath nervously, and the giant wheel slid forward about 12 meters. There are more than 60 meters left. The palm of the factory manager's palm has been soaked with sweat. This is the painstaking effort of their royal shipbuilding factory for several years, putting in dozens of engineers, hundreds of apprentices, and thousands of workers. Luo Sheng needs to use this huge ship to build a submarine cable on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean. If something goes wrong with this launching ceremony, then not only will the shipyard's efforts for several years be wasted, but the submarine cable plan on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean will be put on hold. Nelson was full of expectations for the upcoming 100-meter giant ship. This 100-meter-long steamship will prove the economic superiority of a large steamship. Larger ships can transport more goods or passengers at a time, and can also be used to carry submarine cables that are large enough to cross the ocean. It's so slow, we've all waited for 2 hours. But we haven't gotten into the water yet. Don't you see that this ship is so big? If it is towed by manpower, it is estimated that 100,000 people may not be able to tow it. If we wait patiently, we can already see that the ship is shaking. 2.5 hours, I went back for lunch in the middle, and I didn't feel any movement when I came back. That's because you haven't noticed the change. Take a closer look. The bottom of the boat has already touched the water. I guess it will take another hour. The onlookers of Dalian port residents sat on the embankment boringly. They waited for 5 hours, but the huge ship still failed to get into the sea. Nelson didn't care. He waited patiently for the launch of the giant ship. He knew that being able to pull such a huge ship of several thousand tons into the water was already a big project, and such a craft did not exist in his era. It would take 50 years for Nelson to live in the British era before it could be produced. All the people, either patiently or impatiently, waited for the giant ship to slip into the water at a speed of more than 10 meters per hour. An hour later, this huge ship is about to fall into the water. Everyone is worried about whether the giant ship will sink. "Loosen the iron ropes," shouted the workers on the berth, and the tight iron ropes attached to the huge ship were loosened. The Big Bang finally went into the water, and there was a splash of water. The giant ship, like a castle on the sea, swayed a few times in the water, gradually stabilized and stood in the water. The workers on the slipway cheered first, and the residents of Dalian port who were onlookers on the embankment broke out more enthusiastic cheers. The 125-meter-long giant wheel can actually float. "Get on the ship and prepare for a trial voyage," shouted the factory director. A group of sailors hurriedly pushed the boat into the water, paddling the oars close to the giant ship. In order to prevent the sinking of the huge ship, there was no one on board, and it was necessary to send someone to board the ship later. "I'll go too." Nelson wanted to board the big ship for the first time. "Master Nelson, you have a special status and you must not take risks. When the new ship is launched, it does not sink, which does not mean that it will not sink when sailing. Moreover, the steam boiler is in danger of exploding. You will go up again when our sailors succeed in the trial." The director stopped Nelson. If something happens to Nelson, Luo Sheng might come over and kill him. One by one sailors climbed up the giant ship along the ladder that had been prepared for a long time, and performed their duties. The coal shoveler also went to the location where the coal-fired boiler was located in time. It has taken a lot of time for the giant ship to launch, and there is not much time left for them before dark. This kind of preparation will take a while, but compared to the changes that are hard to detect when entering the water, it feels much better. The whistle echoes in Dalian Bay. Everyone swiftly looked at the 100-meter giant wheel. The four thick chimneys began to emit black smoke outside. The black smoke changes from thin to thick, billowing straight into the sky. The most iconic scene of the steam age, the black smoke of love and hatred. The big ship moved. I don't know who yelled first on the embankment. The big ship did move, and the heavy hull began to turn slowly, and 3 of the 6 masts raised sails. The most nervous thing about everything going well is the engineers and workers who polished this huge ship. Some workers from Dongying and Goryeo stood on the slipway with their heads proud. They also participated in the construction of this huge ship, and their efforts were united with this ironclad ship. Nelson saw this behemoth sail slowly into Dalian Bay, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and his heart was surging. This is the future of the naval fleet. Our design idea is not wrong. Just a few more days of observation can be put into the plan to build a submarine cable. This time, the sea cable from Edo Castle to Beijing was built. The director looked at the normal operation of the huge ship very proudly. Our huge ship hasn't been named yet. We just wait for the owner to give it a name so that our workers can paint the ship's name. Dozens of engineers who designed the 100-meter ship came over. The commander said before he sent me to Dalian port, if this huge ship can operate normally, it will be named Vostok. Nelson said. Dozens of engineers of Vostok recite the name. Although the name does not have the meaning of Yongcheng, it fits the image of the Overlord of the Orient. And the mission of this huge ship is to lay the submarine cables connecting the entire eastern region. The submarine cable produced to lay the Edo Castle telegraph line in the capital has basically been completed, and the Vostok will arrive at Edo Bay. The way out is to familiarize yourself with the channel, and the cable will be laid when returning from Edo Bay. See Nelson. The black smoke billowing to the Vostok could not help but envy. If possible, I would find an opportunity to ask Liu Sheng to allocate funds to build a steam warship for the Admiralty. Anyway, it can still be used in the future. Build it early and enjoy it. And it can also accumulate experience in building iron-armored warships. Nelson thought. Chapter list. Chapter 835. Yokohama Shipyard. 4 more. Yokohama Port, where shipyards have also begun to be built. There are various furnaces, and corresponding branch plants such as steel making, iron making, steam cylinders, berths, etc., which is a prosperous scene. The demand for ships in Dongying has increased greatly due to open trade and gradually developed fishery resources. The Kyushu Military Command and Chinese merchants jointly established the Yokohama Shipyard, which specializes in the production of fishing vessels and transport ships on site, and can also use local iron ore resources. Zheng Zilong stood on the slipway and looked at the fishing boat under construction. This is a fishing boat with a displacement of 300 tons, which is already exaggerated in this era. The Hokkaido fishing grounds in the Toyo area are rich in fishery resources, and such long-distance fishing boats are suitable for fishing in Hokkaido fishing grounds. However, compared with the shipyard in southern Lining, it can only be said to be a civilian shipyard. The Kyushu Army is not at ease putting the talents and machines capable of building large warships here to ensure an absolute monopoly on technology. Even so, the ships that Yokohama Shipyard started to manufacture have already met civilian needs. We have received orders for 2 merchant ships and 3 fishing boats from Eastern merchants here. Recently, we are too busy to come. Our shipyard has a steady stream of business as soon as we start construction. There is no other reason. The ships we produce are strong, and the cost is lower, and their houseboats cannot be compared with galleons at all. The captain of Yokohama Shipyard said to Zheng Zilong, who came to check. I am not in charge of the affairs of your shipyard, but I heard that the Yokohama Shipyard port was relatively lively soon after its establishment, so come and have a look. Zheng Zilong said. As an admiral of the Navy, he was interested in shipbuilding. Hey, I think if the Ministry of Industry decentralizes power, our Yokohama Shipyard can monopolize all the shipbuilding business of Toyo, said the director. Monopoly is not conducive to the development of technology. With the Yokohama Shipyard, this is equivalent to an additional transfer station and repair station, and ships damaged during the ocean journey can come here for repairs. Zheng Zilong's expectations for the Yokohama Shipyard are: it is used as a repair station. In the future, the damaged ships of the Beiyang fleet will not need to return to southern Lining for repairs, but can be maintained on the spot. Oh, Our shipyard is also producing these small and medium-sized ships and repairing warships. I heard that the huge ship built by the first factory in southern Lining has been launched after several years, and it will come here soon. That is when the displacement reaches the full load. The 10,000-ton giant ship is 30 times the displacement of this fishing boat. I don't know if Yokohama Shipyard will have the opportunity to produce such a giant ship one day. The director of Yokohama Shipyard pointed to the fishing boat on the slipway and said, "I saw the keel of the 10,000-ton giant ship when I was in southern Lining. It was quite amazing. It is estimated that the entire ship needs 1 million rivets and about 10,000 iron plates. I am not very clear about the specific figures." When Zheng Zilong mentioned the 10,000-ton giant ship, he was not only emotional. 1 million rivets, then this is probably also exaggerated. We currently have such extreme shipbuilding industry. By no means second ship, probably will go down in history. I made in southern Lining engineer apprentice when the shipyard, military, so I put forward the idea of building a huge steam ship. The purpose of this huge ship is not to fight war, but to lay submarine cables and transport goods. At that time, I thought that the Yongchen had not yet been built. This iron ship with a capacity of 10,000 tons, can it be built? People in the entire shipyard thought it was an impossible task, except for the top few engineers who had built a large steamship. I didn't expect it to be out after several years of grinding. Yokohama Shipbuilding, the director of the factory, told Zheng Zilong about his experience. What the military owner put forward is basically feasible, but it takes time and constant trial and error. In a few days, the 10,000-ton ship will arrive with the submarine cable. I can't wait to see how this ship is named. What is the huge ship for the Vostok? Zheng Zilong looked at the calm sea in Yokohama port. When the Vostok 10,000-ton ship arrived at Edo Bay, it might give the shogunate a greater shock. After all, the Ansai ship on the shogunate's side was only a few hundred tons dead, and the small one was only a few dozen tons. In front of the 10,000-ton Vostok, even if the Vostok is not a warship, it only needs to hit the shogunate with full force to pass it. All the blunderbuss and artillery on the settled ship may not be able to cause damage to the iron hull of the Vostok. The 10,000-ton ship has been named the Vostok, asked the director of the Yokohama shipyard. Yes, this is the name given by the military owner himself, Zheng Zilong said. It's great. None of our broken fishing boats have the opportunity to be named by the military owner himself. The director of Yokohama Shipyard has a sad face. In the arrangement of the Kyushu Army, the shipyard in southern Lining is the most important shipyard and the only shipyard that produces cutting-edge steamships and battleships. Most other shipyards only produce civilian ships such as passenger ships, cargo ships, and fishing ships. Nowadays, ships are getting bigger and bigger. Maybe when large steamships become popular in the future, large steamships will be opened here too, Zheng Zilong said. General Zheng, you don't know anything about that. For cost and practical considerations, it is estimated that there will be only one 10,000-ton giant Vostok in 10 years. At present, sailing ships are only cheap and practical, and even steam ships are thousands of tons. Levels, such as a huge ship with a capacity of 10 million tons, are not very practical. Only how many tourists travel between Dongying and Beijing every year, said the director of the factory. What you said is correct. Now that the Daku and Daki have a drainage of more than 1,000 tons, it is enough for us to control the entire sea area. What steam ships can do, the current ships can also do, if there are no additional benefits. It is estimated that the military will not be easily replaced. The reason why the Vostok was thrown out at all costs was mainly to lay the submarine cable, Zheng Zilong said. It is a good thing for us to lay the submarine cable. In the future, we can send telegrams from Dongying to our home. The director was looking forward to it. After the line is laid, there is basically no problem sending telegrams from Dongying to the mainland. But the cost of sending a telegram is very high. Zheng Zilong stretched out his 7 fingers. I heard a few words are sent from here to get to the capital. It will cost the workers almost 7 days of salary. So many, the factory director couldn't help exclaiming. Although he is familiar with the cost of ships, he is not clear about the price of sending telegrams. If you want a long discussion, you still have to entrust the Yongcheng number to ship the mail back to the capital. The telegram is suitable to inform urgent matters or report safety. Otherwise, I can't afford it, Zheng Zilong said. Chapter List Chapter 836 The Chinese Affairs Movement of the Shogunate 5 More. When Liu Sheng was busy building big ships and laying submarine cables, the shogunate was not idle. The shogunate's salvation campaign has been going on for a year. Because of the great efforts to learn China's technology and systems, he was taken by Dongying, the lower-level literati called China Affairs Movement. The Edo University Hall was opened, and a large number of samurai and Kimoto were forced by the shogunate to learn Chinese and new technologies. A year later, the Edo University Hall was overcrowded with thousands of students. At the same time, the reformers represented by Tadakatsu Sakai, Nobuzune Matsudaira, Tadaki Abe, and Yuki Aoyama started land reform on 2/3 of the land of Toei. Among them, Tadakatsu Sakai, Kozari Aoyama and others were deeply insulted after their mission to China last year. They vowed to resolutely implement reforms, and they became the most hardline figures in support of the shogunate's reforms. The land reform of the shogunate was personally checked by Tadaka Sakai. It involved two contents. One was the abolition of more than 100 scattered domains and countless samurai territories, the establishment of a provincial system, and the division of the shogunate's control into 8 territories. The lords and samurai of 31 prefectures in each province still own land, but farmers have the right to cultivate the land permanently and need to pay a certain harvest to the landowner, and the landowner needs to pay land tax to the shogunate and allow land sales. Later, the relationship between the peasant and the samurai changed from a personal dependency to a purely economic relationship. After the sale of land, emerging big merchants could purchase land from the bankrupt samurai and become a new landlord, completely destroying the economy of the local feudal forces. Basis. After the shogunate announced the plan for land reform, several feudal lords in the northeast were deeply dissatisfied with it. They rebelled against the shogunate and forced the shogunate to send troops to suppress it. In addition to land reforms, Sakai and the others were obsessed with the industrial capabilities of the Kyushu army, so they began to encourage the samurai and merchants to jointly open factories. Textile mills, paper mills, and smelters were all building. The samurai class with power, while the merchant class had money. Both it hits it off. Tadakatsu Sakai thinks about steam locomotives that represent the steam civilization day and night, and even plans to build trains and railroad tracks. A lot of factory construction requires a lot of money. In addition to wooing Toyo merchants to obtain financial support, Tadaki Abe gradually realized the essence of the operation of the Kyushu Bank by observing the operation of the Tokyo branch, so he encouraged Tokugawa Iemitsu to open the Edo Bank, which is opposed to the popular Tokyo. Tadaki Abe personally served as the president of the Bank of Edo and began fierce competition with the Tokyo branch run by Otama. Yukari Aoyama, who went to China with Tadaka Sakai, returned to his territory, and soon sold his land to the local merchants, and settled in Edo Castle with all his family. He personally presided over the Edo News Agency's construction. Soon the Edo newspaper was established. Half a year ago, the Edo Daily News was published in Edo Castle, and it competed with Kyushu Daily News for the control of Edo Castle public opinion. Not only in Edo Castle, but also the Edo newspaper quickly established branches in Nagoya, Kai and other places, and it has the potential to sweep the entire East. Matsudaira Nobuzune, who mainly controls military power, trained a new type of army on a large scale, adopted a conscription system, and tried to imitate new guns and artillery in the military industry. Daimyo, on the other hand, was besieging Osaka Castle, which was controlled by the fallen coalition forces. Although fighting on two fronts, The situation was extremely favorable for the shogunate. Many people in the interior of the Kanto region were full of faith in the shogunate, and the determination of the shogunate allowed the shogunate to obtain a source of troops. Tadaka Sakai is mainly responsible for political and industrial changes, while Abe is responsible for economic reforms, Aoyama is responsible for cultural reforms, and Matsudera is responsible for military reforms. These people are full of fear for the Kyushu army. After being forcibly opened by the Kyushu army, and visiting the base camp of the Kyushu army for a while, they became more afraid and had to resort to the most radical way of reform, involving all aspects of the shogunate. Not everyone was satisfied with the changes carried out under the support of Iemitsu Tokugawa. Some feudal lords in the northeastern region rebelled, and the battle with the shogunate killed more than 2,000 soldiers in the shogunate. Some samurai who were unwilling to lose their privileges began to assassinate the reformists. Almost every day, bodies were found in the streets of Edo Castle the next day, so that the leader of the reformists, Tadaka Sakai, had to have dozens of them to travel. A heavily armed warrior protects him. It is said that he hides a protective goggles on his chest before going to bed to prevent a killer from stabbing him in the chest. The face of the increasingly prosperous city in Edo Castle is intertwined with the tense atmosphere of the turmoil, which is extremely strange. The current situation in Dongying is probably unimaginably complicated. The five forces of the shogunate, reformists, conservatives, northeast rebels, and southwestern coalition forces are competing. Moreover, there is the resurgent Huaxia Club. The leader of the Huaxia Club, who was frightened by the shogunate and sought refuge in the Beiyang fleet in the Yokohama concession, has once again returned, and Tanaka has become more calm and terrifying after several years of struggle. The Secret sneaked back to Edo City and reselected a group of backbones of the China Association. In addition to these six forces, there is also a transcendent existence that has been silently watching the Kyushu army undergoing changes in the shogunate. What makes the shogunate unbelievable is that the Kyushu army does not seem to want to intervene in their reforms. Instead, as usual, stand idly by, make money with peace of mind, and ship ships of gold and silver back to the mainland. Even some factories opened by Dongying businessmen, the Far East Trading Company also joined a group of Chinese businessmen to invest in them, especially mining, timber processing plants, breeding farms and other resource-related factories. Kyushu newspaper also publishes Kyushu Daily as usual, turning a blind eye to the competition of Edo Daily. The commander of the Beiyang fleet, Zheng Zilong, turned a blind eye to Nobuhiro Matsudera's training of the new army, and seemed to think that the opponent would not pose a threat to him. Tokyo Academy also recruited a group of new students as usual, and did not care about the competition of Edo University. The enrollment of Edo University is mainly the privileged class such as samurai. The Tokyo Academy is not just a samurai, but also the children of civilians who occupy the majority in the East but have no right to speak. Miss, I heard that the Edo Bank under the charge of Abe Tadaki has raised the deposit interest rate again. An employee of the Tokyo branch said to Otama, who had assumed the post of vice president of the Tokyo branch. Really? Dia, who was after the calculation, raised her head. She was more gorgeous than when she returned to the capital a year ago. Chapter list. Chapter 837 Competition of Edo Bank. One more. They raised the deposit interest rate 3 times in a row within 6 months. With the shogunate as an endorsement, many samurai and common people's silver was placed in the Edo Bank. Especially the samurai class was forced by the shogunate not to put the silver in our bank. Instead, it must be placed at the Edo Bank. Except for the Eastern merchants who want to trade with our Chinese merchants, they must not put the transaction amount here. The deposits of other people in our Tokyo branch are declining, and our branch is also depressed a lot. Tokyo branch said to Dia, Abe Tadaki is a smart man. He knows that using the shogunate's credit and higher deposit rates can steal our customers. Dia said, Miss, what should we do if we continue like this? The Edo Bank supported by the shogunate will take away most of our business. Deposits are the lifeblood of the bank. Without deposits, there will be no money for loans, and many things will be impossible to do. Now, the employee asked. Don't worry, Dao said calmly. Is the Tamura here? We have sent someone to inform Tamura that he will be back from Kai country soon, the employee said. While they were talking, Tamura, a large comprador businessman from Dongying, hurriedly broke into the Tokyo branch. He was able to have today's status, but he had to rely entirely on the Kyushu army, and the vice president of the Tokyo branch opened by the Kyushu army came to him personally. After he knew it, he hurriedly put down Kaikuni's business and drove his carriage back to Edo Castle. Miss, after hearing your instructions, the younger one will come back immediately. Tamura panted. Follow me to the backstage, and I have something to look for you. Dao closed the account book and said to him. Yes, yes, Tamura said consensually. Tamura followed Dao and could smell the faint scent of her body, and could not help but covet such a goddess. You have helped us develop the local market and help us purchase raw materials in the past few years, and you must have benefited a lot from it. I heard that your cash is more than the cash of the shogunate. Dao asked. There is no such thing, it's all the grandfathers of the Kyushu army enjoying their food, otherwise I am still a small fisherman in Yokohama village, where there is such a beautiful scenery. Tamura said quickly. In addition to the silver in our Tokyo branch, you should have a lot of cash in private. Did I make a mistake? Dao asked again. I didn't expect the eldest lady to know so clearly. I will put all the cash in the Tokyo branch. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. I just need all your money to do one thing. Dao said. All the money? Tamura was a little surprised, but he got it by helping the Kyushu army. You heard it right, it's all the money. And I will lend you 100,000 taels of silver. What does Missy want to do with such a large sum of money? Tamura was a little surprised. You secretly bought Edo Castle and surrounding rice, and transported the rice to Yokohama port to the people of the Beiyang fleet. Dao said. I have bought too much rice. I am afraid that the price of rice in Edo Castle will rise sharply. The shogunate may intervene in suppressing the price of rice. If the shogunate discovers that I am secretly manipulating the price of rice, I might be arrested. Tamura is a little embarrassed. It is not that the rice merchants in Edo City have not jointly manipulated the price of rice, but the shogunate, based on the small-scale peasant economy, absolutely does not allow the price of rice to be manipulated, because too high a price of rice will cause resistance from farmers and citizens. With the support of our Kyushu army, you can do it. If something happens, we will rescue you. Dao said. I don't know what the eldest lady wants to buy so much rice and what she wants to do. If it's just to raise the price of rice and make a difference, this method is not only risky, but also easy to arouse people's anger. It's not a good way, said. Don't ask too much, just do it. Dao said. Yes. Tamura didn't dare to ask more. He went to the front desk to receive 100,000 taels of silver bills and withdrew his own deposit, still a little confused. The sum of these money can clear a considerable part of the rice in Edo Castle, and the price of rice in Edo Castle will definitely rise in the next month. Tamura didn't dare to disobey Dao's order, so he went secretly to buy rice in Edo Castle. Miss, I don't understand why I have to overdraft 100,000 taels of silver to Tamura, and ask him to withdraw all the money. After the front desk employee gave him Tamura's money, I saw Dao coming out of the backstage. Asked inexplicably, do you know what the word yakui means in Japanese? Dao wrote 2 Chinese characters on white paper. This word refers to the people who gather to resist the rule of the Lord. For example, the rebels are farmers, so it is called Tuiyakui. If you riot for rice, it's Miyagu. Is there any connection between Miyakui and Dankan's coming to take the silver? The employee was still a little confused. You will know soon. I need to go to the Yokohama concession to do business. You have to be optimistic about the bank first. Dao put on her coat and prepared to go to Yokohama port. Holy. Although several employees of the Tokyo branch did not understand what Dao was doing, They had always trusted the newly appointed vice president. At this time, Tadaaki Abe of the Bank of Edo was outside the Tokyo branch, and he couldn't help being proud when he saw the Tokyo branch, which was becoming less crowded. The Edo Bank he founded not only completely cloned the Tokyo branch model, but also had an advantage that the Tokyo branch did not have. After all, the Tokyo branch is a branch established by the Kyushu army across the ocean, and if something goes wrong, it might run away with money. After all, the shogunate was in the local area. Even if something went wrong, the shogunate could not run away from the temple. Master Tadaaki Abe, why do you have time to hang out outside our Tokyo branch? Daya walked out of the branch wearing a trench coat and saw Tadaaki Abe with a samurai. It turned out to be the eldest lady. Your Tokyo branch has done a good deal recently. Abe was a little proud. The Edo Bank was thriving, with Tokugawa Iemitsu and others taking the lead in deposits. The number of deposits has far exceeded the Tokyo branch. Tadaaki Abe is blessed. Everything is well. Master Tadaaki Abe has successfully operated the Edo Bank. I am afraid that it is not going to be promoted again. Daya saw that it was a competitor and was not annoyed, and smiled slightly. Miss, it's time to get in the car, said the carriage driver who was waiting outside the Tokyo branch. We'll talk in detail later, Daya said. Tadaaki Abe's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't understand why the Tokyo branch only had the foreign trade market, and the other party didn't even mean to panic at all. Chapter Table of Contents Chapter 832 What is that smoking black monster? Idiot. It's not a monster, it's a ship. A big ship like never before. Residents in the Yokohama concession spotted the 10,000-ton giant ship sailing from southern Lining, and they were unbelievable. The arrival of the Vostok has attracted countless people's onlookers. 4 thick chimneys billowed with black smoke, and the 10,000-ton ship was anchored on Edo Bay. Because there was no suitable dock and unable to dock, the Vostok had to stop at a distance of several tens of meters from the coast. This huge ship is different from ordinary sailing battleships. Sailing battleships are generally 2 and 3 decks, which are taller, while steam iron armored ships are single decks with a long and narrow hull, 125 meters long. The hull of the Vostok is covered in black paint, and the 3 characters Vostok are painted on it with white paint. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet stood on the sailing warships such as Daku and Daki and looked curiously. The arrival of the 10,000-ton Dongfeng made them amazed. They had never seen such a strange ship, long and narrow, and it was really worried that it would break in the middle. The aspect ratio of an ordinary sailboat is 4:1 or 5:1. While the Vostok has an astonishing aspect ratio of 7:1 to 8:1. In fact, the later Titanic was even more exaggerated, with an aspect ratio of almost 10:1, and it really broke in two when it sank. Zheng Zilong stood on the pier, looking at the black smoky Vostok and its black metal texture, and he was inexplicable. This is a miracle of the industrial age. It is completely different from an ordinary ship. The cylinder alone weighs tens of tons, which is totally unimaginable before. Vostok, I don't know how big it is compared to Yongcheng, and it can come and go freely in seas where there is no wind. Zheng Zilong seemed to be talking to himself. But General, I think the Vostok has only one deck. If it is used for combat, it can only install some artillery on the upper and lower decks. Maybe the number of artillery is not as good as that of the Daku and Daki. Deputy of the Beiyang Fleet Commander Shi Daxuan stood beside Zheng Zilong and was shocked to discover the shortcomings of the Vostok. In the eyes of their navy generals, what they saw was not the transportation capability of the Vostok, but the possibility of becoming a warship. It's not that the more artillery the better the steamship era. It depends on whether the hull is sturdy and maneuverable. Moreover, only heavy iron armored ships can carry larger caliber artillery. Zheng Zilong is already aware of the steam iron armored ships. future. Steamship Shidaxuan also had to face the Vostok. Its birth is likely to indirectly set off a revolution in the naval fleet. Vostok came to build a submarine cable from Yokohama port to Beijing. Soon we will be able to telegraph directly with Beijing, Zheng Zilong said. This is a great thing. If Dongying wants to get out of our control in the future, it will be difficult for us to take action immediately by the Beiyang fleet as long as a telegram is shot from the capital. Shidaxuan said. It is said that Vostok also brought one thing. General Zheng, General Shi Daya came to Yokohama port and met Zheng Zilong and Shidaxuan, who were watching the Vostok at the dock, and other officers of the Beiyang fleet. It's better to come early than to come by coincidence. The Vostok has just arrived. And you have arrived. Zheng Zilong had already received Daya's letter in advance. This time, I have sent a batch of items from the trust department. They are very precious, so I have to pick them up in person. Daya smiled. Is there something related to the Tokyo branch? Zheng Zilong asked. Yes. Daya couldn't comment. The arrival of the Vostok caused a sensation in the Yokohama concession. People in the concession rushed to report. Even some overseas Chinese were deeply shocked. They had never seen a 100-meter-long steamship. Go back to the Shogunate. The Kyushu army also hides a more terrifying steam ironclad ship, which is simply a monster. It is suspected to be 40 feet long. The Shogunate spies in the Yokohama concession wanted to report back to Tokugawa Iemitsu for the first time. They didn't know what the Vostok was here for, but the existence of the Vostok 10,000-ton steamship made them extremely panic, especially the black hull of Vostok, with black chimneys and billowing black smoke. It is simply a black monster. When the Shogunate was busy reporting back, Nelson led the people off the ship, and some sailors were carefully hoisting down the big boxes. Minister, why are you here in person? Zheng Zilong couldn't help being surprised when he saw Nelson's arrival. I want to personally feel the speed of the Vostok. I have to say that steam power is good. In the future, our Admiralty will also find a way to get a steamship. Nelson looked back at the Vostok, becoming more and more obsessed with steam propulsion. It's a pity that such a ship is too expensive to build. It took a shipyard to process and build such a Vostok for a few years. Our shipyard also needs to produce a large number of merchant ships, fishing boats, and passenger ships. Zheng Zilong also thought about building a steamship. The high price of the steamship was shocked when it first came out. Maybe when the technology becomes more mature in a few years, the cost of the steam iron armored ship will drop. After all, there will be less and less good wood for making sailing ships. The southern part of Lining is because there are woods from the Xingin Mountains, so wooden sailing ships are made. The cost is much lower than that of a steamship. Nelson was also sighing, and he didn't want to add traffic to Luosheng. Daya has met Lord Nelson. Daya said to Nelson, it turns out that it was you, little girl, who asked me to bring you a batch of goods from the Ministry of Households. When Nelson saw Daya, who had a close relationship with his daughter, he thought of something, and took out a letter from his neckline. There is a letter my daughter entrusted me to you. With some joy, Daya accepted the letter. How is Linga recently? He already knows how to walk away, babble, and recognize 10 Arabic numerals that even my grandfather can call. Nelson said of Chu Linian, I think my daughter gave it to you. The description in the letter will be more detailed. Linga is so smart. She will definitely be like a military master in the future, a man of great talent. When Daya heard Nelson talk about Linga, she also listened with gusto. In her opinion, Luosheng may be the smartest person in the world. How could his son be bad? My lords, where should I put these boxes? The sailors on the Vostok worked together to lift the large boxes from the boat ashore, panting for breath. Daya patted his forehead. I almost forgot about it, so let's put the box on the pier first, and I will send people to Edo Castle. Chapter List Chapter 839 Goods from the Household Department 3 Shifts. My lord, What are the household goods? How come the big box is so heavy? It's just like iron blocks. The sailor who carried the box shook his numb arm. Good stuff. Dayu patted the big iron box. Every big iron box was locked by a thick iron lock. As the goods that the Ministry of Household had specially sent to Dongying by the Oriental, and Dayu personally came to receive the goods, it was obviously very valuable. This is the key to all boxes. Nelson handed a bunch of iron keys to Dayu. When will the submarine cable project from Dongying to Beijing start? How can our Beiyang fleet help? Zheng Zilong said to Nelson. Vostok's telegrapher must first set up a telegraph station in Yokohama port, and then start laying submarine cables to the capital from here. You can send a ship to follow to prevent any accidents on the Vostok. Do you know that the submarine cables above of does it weigh? Nelson asked. Multiple Zheng Zilong is not clear. Nelson stretched out 3 fingers, more than 3,000 tons. Zheng Zilong was surprised to hear this amazing number, and even Dayu was a little stunned. What is the concept of 3,000 tons? I heard from people in the Leonan factory that this kind of submarine cable has 3 layers. The inner core has several copper wires. The middle is an insulating layer made of 3 layers of rubber, and the outer layer is an armor made of 18 twisted steel. I know why it is so heavy because the outer layer is made of steel wire. And there are repeaters and devices for powering the repeaters, which are used to amplify signals along the way. I don't really understand, Nelson said. Technology is changing with each passing day. I don't understand it at all. Zheng Zilong is even more confused. What are insulating layers and repeaters? So complicated. It would be nice to have someone who understands the principles of this aspect. We only need to know what purpose can be achieved. Dayu was also a little confused, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. The Kyushu Army introduces new technologies every year, and it is simply difficult for people who are not studying this technology to understand. Nelson was busy building submarine cables, and Dayu had his own business. After bidding farewell to Nelson and Zheng Zilong, Dayu asked him to transport more than 10 large iron boxes back to Edo City. The big iron boxes are extremely heavy, and almost every big iron box needs a carriage to transport. More than a dozen large carriages entered Edo Castle mightily, making the warriors who guard the city feel strange. What are these open to accept our inspection? The guardian warrior looked suspicious, and more than a dozen large carriages were too weird. These are the goods of our Tokyo branch. According to Article 21 of the Edo Treaty, the shogunate and its subordinate samurai are not allowed to inspect the goods of the banks, schools, newspapers, and shops established by our Kyushu Army in Edo Castle. If you insist to check, it is a violation of the Edo Treaty, and it is deemed to have declared war with our Kyushu Army. Can you bear such a responsibility? Dayu said to the warrior. When the warrior of the castle heard that Dayu had moved out of the Edo Treaty, his face was ashen. Now is not the time to tear his face with the Kyushu Army. He really dare not risk the violation of the treaty to forcefully search the goods brought by Dayu. The goods can go in, but the dozens of people who escorted the carriage have muskets on their backs. They should be soldiers of the Kyushu Army. You can't go in. Their warrior gritted his teeth and pointed to the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet who escorted the carriage. These soldiers were temporarily dispatched by Zheng Zilong to Dayu. According to Article 13 of the additional clause of the Edo Treaty, the number of Kyushu Army soldiers in Edo Castle shall not exceed 300. Even if you add them, it is far less than 300. Do you have any questions? Dayu pretended not to ask solutionally. Let them into the city. The city defender was unwilling to let Dayu's motorcade in. Damn it, those old guys above, how could they sign an Edo treaty with the Kyushu Army, and add all the messy clauses to it? We just want to fight them and there is nothing we can do. Their warrior watched Dayu's team arrogantly and he passed by and slammed a punch against the city wall. If this treaty were not signed at that time, the rebels would have taken Edo Castle a long time ago, said another samurai. Their feelings for the Edo Treaty were extremely complicated. Although the treaty gave the Kyushu Army many privileges, The Kyushu army saved the shogunate after all. The Tokyo branch is not a shop. Suddenly there were more than a dozen carriages and dozens of soldiers. Among them, weirdness was revealed everywhere. You must report this to Lord Tadaki Abe. Their warrior knows that Tadaki Abe is currently leading the charge. The Edo Bank confronted the Tokyo branch, so it hurried to look for Abe Tadaki to report. "Miss, why did you come back so soon?" The employees in the Tokyo branch were surprised to see that Dayu returned from the Yokohama concession soon. "I'm just going to pick up the goods from the household department." Dayu said to the soldiers of the Beiyang fleet who escorted the carriage. "You have worked hard to move the iron boxes on the carriage to the bank's warehouse." The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet who were sent by Zheng Zilong to escort the box of holes saw the beauties, and they worked very hard one by one. One by one, the iron boxes were transported to the warehouse behind, attracting the attention of many employees. "What will be the goods that have been transported from the Hubei in the capital?" "You live in Edo City for a while, and you are responsible for the safety of the Tokyo branch. Our branch will provide you with food and accommodation." Dayu placed dozens of soldiers from the Beiyang fleet. These soldiers were sent by Dayu, but they didn't feel wronged, but were very happy. "You two enter the warehouse with me to check the goods." Dayu asked two people to enter the warehouse of the Tokyo branch. Dayu took out the keychain Nelson gave her. "What on earth are these more than 10 large boxes specially shipped from the Ministry of Households?" "It must be expensive," said an employee in charge of the inventory. "Of course it's worth a lot, because the box originally contained gold and silver." Dayu pushed a large box aside, revealing rows of dazzling silver ingots. "More than 10 large boxes are silvertals." The two employees who counted looked straight. "It's really not easy to want the Ministry of Household to pass my plan. If it were not for the main force of the army to reject the crowd, how could the Ministry of Household transport such a large amount of treasury money over? But there is a risk of sinking to the bottom of the sea on the way." His hands flicked across the rows of silver ingots. "Handling so many silvertals, maybe he has no idea about money in the future. We used to be guns and artillery, but now they are gold and silver." Chapter list. Chapter 840. Layout for more. Abe Tadaki, your Edo Bank is booming. Why are you still frowning? Tadaka Sakai brought dozens of samurai to the Edo Bank. Through the reform of the shogunate, he saw the hope of the shogunate, and the shadow brought by the Kyushu army gradually disappeared. He believed that through the efforts of the reformists, the shogunate would eventually be able to compete with the Kyushu army. Dayu of the Tokyo branch personally escorted more than a dozen carriages to our Edo castle. "I always feel that she wants to do something. Sakai-kun, what do you think?" The president of the Bank of Edo, Abe Tadaki Abe, said to Tadakatsu Sakai with a bitter face asked. Although he felt that Dayu wanted to do something, he was puzzled. There are too few clues to him, only that dozens of soldiers from the Northern Fleet and a dozen horsey-drawn carriages have arrived at Edo Castle. It is not even clear what is on the carriage. She is just a female stream. What is there to worry about? A year ago, we were afraid of her because we did not know her identity and purpose. But after visiting China, I knew that she was just a member of the Kyushu military household department. Ordinary officials. I came to our Tokyo branch only to serve as the vice president of their Tokyo branch. And in the face of your competition in the past year, she is not the same as that President Kane. There is no way that Tokyo branch has been completely trampled on by Edo Bank. It's underfoot. Sakai said. Your statement is not unreasonable, but the dog that bites does not bark, and underestimating the opponent will pay a heavy price. Abe said worriedly. Send someone to monitor her more. If you find it tricky, you can find a way to get rid of her. This time I came to the bank to take a loan to study the steam engine. The trains, armored ships, and textile machines of the Kyushu army are inseparable from the steam engine as power. The steam engines in our factory are all purchased from Chinese merchants, and their technicians are responsible for maintenance. Our people don't understand the principle and structure at all. Therefore, I need a certain amount of funds to set up a special factory from the owner. Research and develop steam engines to interrupt the Kyushu army's monopoly on us," said Sakai Dadatsu. "Sakai-kun, you have taken away nearly 1 million tons of silver from our rivers and lakes bank. We are also struggling here, and most of the deposits are handed over to you." Abe Tadaki frowned. "The purpose of the establishment of the Edo Bank was to prepare the factory for us. The construction of the factory requires a lot of money, especially the purchase of machines from the Kyushu army, which costs money like water." Tadagara Sakai was mad at talking. In order to build a factory, he had to buy machines from the Kyushu army at a high price, which was almost 3 to 10 times the market price, making 1 million tons of silver not enough to spend. The purpose of developing the steam engine is also to break the Kyushu army's monopoly on machines. "In the future, we won't have to buy machines from them at sky-high prices," said Sakai. "Fine, I need a sum of 50,000 tons of silver here, which can be temporarily used for you to develop a steam engine." Abe Tadaki thought for a while, and said painfully, 5,000 tons is not enough. At least 100,000 tals. Sakai said. 100,000 tals. Sakai-kun, you are embarrassing me. "Well, I will find a way to attract more deposits. However, the factory must be profitable next year, otherwise Edo Bank will not be able to pay interest to depositors," Abe said. "Our locally produced goods will surely be sold locally. Don't worry about that. Even if 1 million tals of silver are poured into the ocean, you can hear the echo." Sakai is not very worried. The goods produced by Dongying's local factories do not have to bear the cost of transoceanic transportation, so they don't believe that they can't compete with Huaxia products. "I hope so." Tadaki Abe thought very much. At a rice shop in Edo Castle, the owner of the rice shop Mitsui met a major customer. "Master, 2,000 stone rice. Your order is too big. I have to send someone to the granary to check if there is enough rice." The owner of the rice shop hesitated after receiving the big order. "Let's get it at the market price." "Yes, 2,000 shi rice are all bought at market prices." Another big customer came from another rice shop. 3,000 stone rice. 1,000 stones of rice. If you only have 800 stones, then 800 stones. 500 stone rice. The large and small rice shops in Edo Castle were swept away almost at the same time. Most of these rice silos were outside the city and were taken away directly. Inside the Tokyo Academy, Tanaka, the leader of the Chinese club, sat under a tree, surrounded by several new members of the Chinese club. The above has already prepared a major operation to make the shogunate lose the people's support. We will be the main force in this operation. If we can gain popular support in this operation, the influence of our China Association will be further expanded. By then, the Kyushu army will be further expanded. I also have to accept my proposal to escape from barbarians and enter China." Tanaka used a branch to mark 3 places on the ground. "You take people to Mipu, so you take people to the bank, and your team is the most important thing. You must spread the news. Do you understand?" "Understood." Several key members responded. "The killers sent by the shogunate last year killed all the old backbone. I am almost the only survivor. Since you are willing to follow me on the road to resist the shogunate, please put your life and death away." Tanaka Naruto to these backbones, they could see firmness in their eyes. The Huaxia society, which was the enemy of the shogunate, not only was not defeated by the shogunate, but instead promoted a group of loyalists who followed him. Most of these people are poor children who have been bullied by the samurai class, but they are around 20 years old, and they are the most vigorous and lifeless. Step by step, he disintegrated the shogunate and avenged the former companion of Huaxia who would die. Tanaka Cheng's resentment against the shogunate grew deeper, and he himself almost died at the hands of the shogunate's assassin. The backbone of the Huaxia club quickly sneaked into Edo City with the members of the Huaxia club. Huang Zongxai, the dean of the Tokyo Academy, shook her head when he saw Tanaka Cheng and others leaving the Tokyo Academy. He was originally sent by Luo Sheng to enlighten the people here, but many of the students he trained have joined Tanaka Chenchika's Chinese association to fight against the shogunate. The contradiction between the warrior class and the poor peasants is very fierce. If ordinary people collided with the samurais on a guard, the samurai would not be guilty of killing them on the spot. So that day, Tadashi Sakai even dared to provoke Daiyu. The shogunate is not something they can deal with. Hope they don't die. Huang Zongxi couldn't dissuade Tanaka and others, so he had to shelter them through Tokyo Academy. Chapter list. Chapter 841. Big rumor. 5 more. The Kyushu army is ready to declare war on the shogunate. This amazing news spread like wildfire in Edo Castle, and the people in Edo Castle were panicked. The panicked people of Edo Castle wandered on the streets, all inquiring about the latest information. If the powerful Kyushu army suddenly tore up the Treaty of Edo and went to war with the shogunate, their peaceful life would be disrupted. The soldiers of the Beiyang fleet in the Yokohama concession have blocked all the roads in and out of Yokohama port. An extremely huge ship arrived at Yokohama port. It is very likely that it was transporting gunpowder to the Beiyang fleet. The warship of the Beiyang fleet has left the port. Tokyo Academy announces suspension of school. Kyushu newspaper announced the suspension of publication. One piece of news came, and the haze of war hung over Edo Castle. The Kyushu army is about to declare war on us. One of the parties involved, Iemitsu Tokugawa, was awakened. He looked confused. How come Xiamen is more informed than the spies he arranged in the Yokohama concession? Regardless of whether the news was true or false, Iemitsu Tokugawa, who was not sure about the situation, immediately summoned all the important ministers in Edo Castle. If the Kyushu army has no intention of declaring war on us, the civilians can't come to nothing. They would rather believe that it is not credible. They should immediately block the gates and send envoys to the Yokohama concession to communicate with the other party and clarify the Kyushu army's intentions. If the Kyushu army didn't mean to declare war on us, if they really want to declare war on us, we will fight to the end, said Nobutsuna Matsudera, who is in charge of the military. What do you think? The Tokugawa family looked around at the other retainers. Masuira-kun's suggestion is the most reliable, and the ministers and others seconded it. A group of Tokugawa vassals said, "It's weird to declare war at this time." Tadaki Abe, who had been worried about Daiyu's affairs, murmured to himself when he learned that the Kyushu army was about to declare war. "Abe Tadaki, you have something to say?" Tokugawa Iemitsu asked when he saw Abe Tadaki a little lost. "No," Abe Tadaki said hurriedly. In order to prevent the Kyushu army from declaring war, the shogunate immediately sent troops to close the gates and prepared for the battle in advance. Teams of samurai stood on the wall, armed to the teeth. However, the actions of the shogunate made the residents of Edo Castle believe that the Kyushu army was really going to fight the shogunate. "I want 2 stones of rice." "I want 3 stones. A group of young people squeezed the residents who bought rice, holding silver and copper coins, and shouting in front of the owner of the rice shop. Why are they so anxious to buy rice? And every shot is a few stones. Young people are so rich now. The residents of Edo City who bought rice were squeezed away by these young people. The first reaction was not anger, but amazement that they did it. Generous. You know what a shit, the Kyushu army will soon be calling, and the food from outside the city will not be able to come in. Once the Kyushu army besieged the city, it will be a short time. If it lasts for a few months, it will be eaten by people," said the young man on the periphery. The residents who had only planned to buy a dozen kilograms of rice turned pale after hearing this. This is the truth. Food is the most precious resource during wars. "I want a stone of rice." 3 stones. 3 stones rice. The panic about the war drove the residents of Edo Castle crazy. They flocked to the rice shop like moths to the fire, hoarding rice before the war broke out. The owners of Mippi were scared and sweating profusely. If they usually laugh from ear to ear, they only sold a large amount of food to big sellers not long ago. The surplus grain in the city, and even the surplus grain near Edo Castle, is not enough for so many residents to hoard. In order to limit the crazy needs of the residents of Edo Castle, the price of food in Edo Castle rose and then tripled in less than half a day. The high food prices made the residents of Edo Castle lose their minds. These nasty big grain merchants, they hoard rice, sit on the ground and raise the price. I see that there are still many bags of rice in their backyard. Everyone go in and grab them and let these profiteers eat their own fruits. Someone shouted in the crowd of rice buying. The turbulent crowd of snatching profiteers' food destroyed the simple storefront of me shop, and the crazy crowd almost demolished the rice shop. That's the grain I left for my own use. The owner of the rice shop guarded the last few bags of rice. However, his resistance was too weak in front of the crazy people. The angry people stepped on him and snatched the last few bags of rice from the rice shop. Even Mipu's cash box was looted. Dozens of rice shops in Edo Castle were all looted. Even so, it still cannot meet the needs of the residents of the city, and the panic about war and food shortage continues to spread in Edo Castle. Repay the money. A group of people blocked at the gate of the Edo Bank. They all came to withdraw money. If the shogunate loses in the war with the Kyushu army, the shogunate is likely to go bankrupt. With the strength of the Kyushu army, the shogunate is likely to be defeated. Once the shogunate cedes land and compensates again, it will use the Edo Bank's deposits to deposit in the Edo Bank. Even the shogun's own samurai will lose confidence in the shogunate. I want to get back my deposit in the Bank of Edo before the shogunate is defeated. Please trust us, we are able to repay your savings. Abe Tadaki, under the protection of the samurai, desperately blocked the surging crowd. It's not that he doesn't want to withdraw money to these people, but that most of the deposits taken by the Bank of Edo are used by Tadaka Sakai to invest in factories, and they don't have enough reserves to satisfy the people who run on. Since we have the ability to repay, why not give us cash now? Yes, withdraw money to us and pay back our hard-earned money. The crowds on the run were all yelling. They all had to get the cash before they were relieved. Did not see genuine silver coins. All promises are fake. Please give us some time for the shogunate and we will surely return the amount to me. Tadao Abe promises you with the dignity of a samurai. Tadaki Abe blushed and shouted roughly. He also had no way to come up with the money. The savings he gave to Sakai Tadakatsu's investment industry could be as large as 1 million. Who in the world can come up with 1 million tals of cash in a few days? This is their deferment. The Edo Bank's money has already been emptied before, and they can't afford to pay it all. No one in the crowd called out. The crowd at the gate of the Edo Bank was in an uproar. It turns out that Edo Bank has already lost money. Abe Tadaki looked in the crowd angrily, trying to find the person who was contributing to the situation in secret, but there were human heads all over his eyes. Unable to distinguish who was contributing to the situation. It is very likely that he was calculated. Abe Tadaki's head was violent with blue veins. He was nervous before, and always felt that Daiyu was calculating him. Now it is estimated that the other party has already taken action. Chapter list. Chapter 842. The Edo Bank is over 6 more. The shogunate pays back the money. Thousands of residents blocked the gate of the Edo Bank, angrily assaulted the guard samurai, wanting to get back their deposits inside. The samurai drew out swords and faced the mobs all at once. If it weren't for them, I guess the fate of the Edo Bank would be no different from the rice shops that were smashed. Master Abe, these people gather to make trouble. Do you want to kill one or two to kill the chicken and the monkey? A samurai asked Abe Tadaki. Unless it's the last juncture, no force can be used. Even knowing that he might be calculated by Daiyu, the angry Abe Tadaki still has some sense. The residents put their money in the Edo Bank because they believed in the shogunate. If the residents came to withdraw money and suppressed it by force, who would dare to come here to deposit money in the future? Tadakatsu Sakai, you have harmed me. Tadaki Abe now realizes the consequences of excessive loans. To absorb deposits through the bank is to borrow money from the people. Once everyone asks for money, the shogunate pulls his pants. Tadaki Abe, who has not studied system theory, uses his own experience and feelings to usually put tens of thousands of reserves in the warehouse, but he did not expect that someone would maliciously run on it, causing panic among all the people. Tens of thousands of reserves are not enough to satisfy all the residents who come to run on, and most of them who are not satisfied may demolish the Edo Bank. When the Bank of Edo suffered an unprecedented run on millions of gold, the Tokyo branch also suffered a run. Payback. Payback. The merchants and residents of Tokyo who had made deposits in the Tokyo branch shouted, "The shogunate may go bankrupt in the war, and the Kyushu army may freeze the deposits of the Toyo people here because of the war. Don't worry, everyone, our Tokyo branch has nothing else but money." Wearing a green skirt, Daiyu brought out the employees of the Tokyo branch. The appearance of Daiyu slightly suffocated the businessmen and residents of Dongying who came to ask for money, and almost made them forget what they were here for. "Don't worry, everyone, every copper coin you put in our place will not be less." Daiyu asked him to carry out the 2 big iron boxes. After the big iron box was opened, all the merchants and residents of Dongying who were begging for money took a breath of air conditioning. The 2 big iron boxes are full of silver ingots and silver bars. "Whoever wants to withdraw, just come and withdraw," Daiyu said lightly. There are more than a dozen boxes of silver lying in the warehouse. She has enough confidence to deal with all the Dongying people who come to withdraw money. As for the Chinese merchants who made deposits with her, they would never run on them at all. This is only the Tokyo branch. The head office in the capital doesn't know how many silvertals there are, and it is also endorsed by the Kyushu army. Huaxia merchants will not worry that the bankruptcy of the Tokyo branch will affect their deposits. All the Toyo depositors who came to ask for money were silent. Facing such a confident Tokyo branch, they didn't know if their worries were unnecessary. "This girl, you are members of the Kyushu army. You can tell us if the Kyushu army is really going to declare war on the shogunate." A person saw that Daiyu seemed to be in charge of the Tokyo branch, so he asked her. "The military affairs have nothing to do with our bank. The only thing I can guarantee is that no matter what happens, your deposits in our Tokyo branch are safe. Even if our branch goes bankrupt, you can still go to the mainland to ask for it." "Absolutely not. I will owe you even 1 copper coin." Daiyu said to them in the Japanese that he learned. Although she is not yet proficient, she can basically communicate normally with her intelligence. The sincerity of the Tokyo branch embarrassed the residents of Edo Castle who came to ask for deposits. The other party is so sincere, but they don't believe the other party. Except for some people who still took the cash, others gave up the practice of asking for cash. The Kyushu army won, and the Tokyo branch is still operating as usual. The Kyushu army was defeated, and the Tokyo branch's real silver pair would not be shipped out of Edo Castle, so they were not very worried. "I heard that the Edo Bank is still blocked by angry residents, and they dare not let them in to withdraw money." After the Tokyo branch quickly restored order, an employee who went out to inquire about a competitor returned with news. "They only have a reserve of tens of thousands of tals. How could it be exposed for the people to cash it out?" Daiyu said. "It's really weird. The Bank of Edo has obviously absorbed a huge sum of 1 million tals. How come there are only tens of thousands tals of reserves? If they have 200,000 or 300,000 tals, they will never be so embarrassed." The employee doubted. "The reason is very simple. The purpose of their bank was to fund the shogunate's huge industrial plan. The money came too easily. They did not expect that there would be a malicious run to turn a large amount of deposits into factories and machines. The fixed assets of China. If they are the ones who launched the offensive, we don't have enough cash, and it's not easy to block this run. In the future, we will still leave more reserves. In case the shogunate counterattacks, we will be the passive one," said Daiyu, who used malicious financial means to attack the shogunate. "Miss, how do you know that they only have tens of thousands of tals in reserve?" the employee asked in surprise. "Don't ask too much about some things." What Daiyu didn't say much is that to truly bankrupt the other party's bank, the most important thing is to dampen everyone's confidence in it. Banks are built on the basis of credit. The Bank of Edo has gone through this catastrophe. Unless there is a mortal genius, it will not be possible to save it. Daya is quite satisfied with this offensive, and this offensive is far from over. Fighting against the eldest lady, I guess Tadaki Abe will cry this time. The employees in the Tokyo branch roared with laughter. The Bank of Edo has robbed them of a large amount of deposits in the past year. This time the Bank of Edo has suffered, and they are naturally the beneficiaries. And after this incident, they even more respected and admired Daya, who secretly planned all this. Since the establishment of the Edo Bank, Daya was suppressed by the Edo Bank led by Abe Tadaki, and operated in a low manner for a year, and finally launched a fatal blow when the Edo Bank was most vulnerable. As Daya said, Edo Castle, if the residents of Japan lose confidence in the Edo Bank because of this incident, no one will dare to go to the Edo Bank to make a deposit in the future. Are the Chinese merchants here? Daya asked. We have arrived in Edo City long ago. As long as the eldest says a word, ask for money, pay for money, and ask for people. A dozen Chinese merchants wearing silk appeared in the Tokyo branch. All of them were talking to Dong Ying, a big businessman in the trade. Chapter Table of Contents Chapter 8 The Big Acquisition 7 More. The haze of war has always been lingering over Edo Castle. The messengers sent by the shogunate to the Yokohama concession were refused entry, and the Kyushu army recalled all the skilled workers and engineers sent to Edo Castle. The Cold War lasted for half a month, and some residents in Edo Castle began to run out of food, and they had to buy from other residents in the city at high prices. The shogunate knew that there was not enough food in the city, so he immediately sent to Kai and other areas of Musashi to ask for help, so that other areas could transport the excess food to Edo Castle. Edo Bank could not withstand the pressure of the people in the city, and finally admitted the fact that it was unable to repay the deposits to the people in the short term. After knowing the facts, the residents of Edo City were greatly disappointed. They were not compensated, and under the leadership of the members of the Huaxia Society, the property of the shogunate ministers in the city was destroyed. 2 factories that the shogunate finally established were burned down by the fire. The steam engine that Sakai bought from the Kyushu army at a high price was annihilated in the raging fire. After learning the news, Tadakatsu Sakai sat on the ground, silently. Tokugawa Iemitsu learned that there was another riot in Edo Castle a year later, so he had to use the shogunate's samurai again to suppress it all over the city. However, the reason for the riot in Edo Castle is different from the last time. This time, many people in Edo Castle who had deposited silver in the Edo Bank believed that their money was misappropriated by the shogunate, damaging their own interests. Panic is still spreading. Due to lack of food and money being overdrawn by the shogunate, riots in the city continue one after another. Secretly, Tanaka Chengyai and others of the China Association are active and inciting residents. On the 16th day of the Cold War, the third factory opened by Tadakatsu Sakai was burned down by residents, and then the fourth factory. In a textile factory established by the shogunate, a few investors from the east were anxious. This textile factory was invested and constructed by Tadaka Sakai and the others, and it might be burned down by the rioting residents as the property of the shogunate. The Kyushu army has recalled all of the skilled workers to the Yokohama concession for fear of being hurt by the turmoil. Our textile factory has been shut down for the past half month, and we have suffered heavy losses without earning the first pot of gold. Continued like this will let us continue. It's bankrupted. A Dongying businessman said, stopping work is nothing. The people who lose their minds outside may burn the fire here, and then we will lose all our money. Another Dongying businessman said, what the shogunate is doing. They can't control the current situation. They said that they could establish a factory and give us tax relief. But now the Edo Castle is turbulent, and even the factory can't be kept. What taxes are there to talk about? A Toyo businessman said. I think we should not follow the shogunate to do things. They can't beat the Kyushu army. I want to sell my share to Chinese merchants. If it is listed in their name, no residents will dare to come here and smash it. None of you seeing that Tokyo Academy, Kyushu newspaper, and Tokyo branch are safe and sound during the riots here, said a Dongying businessman. "Why do you want to sell your share to Huaxi merchant? You communicated with Huaxi merchant without mentioning it to us. You are betraying us." Other Dongying merchants deliberately transferred the share of that Dongying merchant and couldn't help but rush. What betrayal can't even protect the factory? Now you can sell it to a Chinese merchant and you can still get back a little. If it is burned by a fire during the turmoil, there will be no copper coin, the Dongying merchant said. "How much money are your share Chinese merchants willing to pay for your share?" other merchants asked. 300 tals. Dongying merchant said. "It's only 300 tals of silver. Are you crazy? At that time you invested 1,000 tals of silver." Other businessmen found it hard to imagine. This is equivalent to selling the textile mill's share to a Chinese merchant at a 30% discount. "I have any way. The only way to protect the factory is to let the Huaxia people take over, so that the textile factory will not be destroyed." The Huaxia businessman who intends to sell his share said helplessly. The other Dongying merchants were silent for a while. The residents of Edo Castle burned down their own factories, and even if they were willing to rescue their factories, they could not do anything. In a tea house in Edo Castle, a merchant from Dongying pushed a voucher with both hands to a large merchant in China. "This is the proof that I hold 30% of the share in the flour mill, at a discount of 50%. Dongying merchants were reluctant to give up this proof. "I accept it. This is the 3,000 tals of silver slip from the Tokyo branch. Take a look at it yourself." The Chinese merchant inadvertently slapped a silver slip on the table and forcibly snatched the proof from the Dongying merchant. "I hope you can keep the flour mill. After all, it was my painstaking effort in the past year." Dongying businessman's heart was dripping with blood. At the beginning, Tadakatsu Sakai brought him to build a new type of flour mill driven by a steam engine. He invested 6,000 tals of silver and worked hard for a year. However, when he encountered this incident, he had to sell his share of meat to Chinese merchants. "You are really unlucky. There will be riots in Edo Castle. I took over during the turmoil. It is very likely that the factory will be burned by angry residents, so I took a big risk," said. "No, if you get a few soldiers from the Beiyang fleet to stand outside the flour mill, those civilians will definitely not dare to set your flour mill on fire. It is the Edo Bank established by the shogunate that offends them." The Dongying businessman shook his head. Acquisitions like this were quietly carried out in Edo Castle. In order to avoid being burned by the rioting residents, many factories initiated and established by Tadaka Sakai sold part of their shares to Chinese merchants. The Chinese merchants were listed, so that the people of Edo City who burned the property of the shogunate did not dare to act rashly. The Kyushu army did not owe them money, and China, who secretly incited the residents, would not be so stupid as to destroy the Kyushu army's industry. "We have bought 23 factories at low prices, ranging from 17 to 72, and are still expanding. These Dongying merchants are eager to sell factories, with discounts ranging from 10% to 60%. This deal is quite a bargain. If we build a factory here, nothing else, this good location will never be given by the shogunate." Several large Chinese businessmen returned to report to Daiyu. "The shogunate spent money to buy our machines, and worked hard to build factories. Now it has become our industry." If Sakai knew that his reform results were stolen by us during this offensive, I don't know how it would feel. Daiyu played a dancing fan in her hand. This is a fan used by Dongying dancers for performances. Chapter 844 Frustrated Change. On the second day of the Edo Castle turmoil, several more shogunate properties were burned down, and the people of Edo Castle, who were shrouded in the shadow of the war, were in panic all day long. Martial law throughout the shogunate is difficult to alleviate this tense atmosphere, because even some samurai in the shogunate are also afraid of the Kyushu army coming over, which means they have to fight. But if you go to war, you will die. The Yokohama concession is lifted. The Kyushu army did not intend to declare war. It was just a temporary martial law. The businessman from Yokohama port brought back clear news. What? Our worries these days are unnecessary. Long live peace. After the residents of Edo Castle heard the news, they repeatedly confirmed and finally cheered. The shogunate was also relieved to learn that the Kyushu army did not declare war. They didn't want to go to war with the Kyushu army, which was too strong to defeat. I'm scared to death. My armor has hardly been replaced in the past 20 days. A samurai finally replaced the armor of 12 kilograms and moved his muscles and bones. What's the use of you wearing this armor? It can't stop the Kyushu army's muskets. It's useless. A samurai next to him said, you still have to put on the armor to feel safe. The samurai who removed the armor patted the cold armor. The armor that was common during the Warring States period had become flashy. Tokugawa Iemitsu stood on the castle lord's castle, looking at the cheering residents of Edo Castle, and not far away there was a burning factory with black smoke. The Kyushu army has made Edo city residents ecstatic just by not going to war. This time we suffered heavy losses. Most rice shops, vegetable shops, and cloth shops were looted, and the direct loss amounted to more than 100,000 silvertals. Not counting the loss of our factory being burned, the price of a steam engine coupled with the hostile acquisition of the factory share held by our Toyo merchants by the Chinese merchants. Nearly half of the factories we built in the past year were looted by the Chinese. Tadakatsu Sakai came to Tokugawa Iemitsu's side and hardly dared to interact with Tokugawa. Jiagyang report. He presided over the land reform and the establishment of factories, but he was calculated by Da. A year of hard work was wasted, and he had no face to meet Tokugawa Iemitsu, who had high hopes for him. We at Edo Bank have suffered unprecedented losses. Although we blocked the residents who came to the bank, the people have lost confidence in us at Edo Bank. After order is restored, they will definitely come to us for deposits, and they will not see you in the future. We have to put the money with us. We have lost the capital to compete with the Tokyo branch, said Tadaki Abe on the other side. There was a blue-purple lump on his forehead, and he didn't know which mob had stoned it, and he couldn't hold him accountable afterwards. The Kyushu army has not yet started war with us, but only released a small smoke bomb. We were in a mess and lost hundreds of thousands of silvertals. Tokugawa Iemitsu heard the two most severely lost retainers and felt that it was not easy. It was too difficult. Under the oppression of the Kyushu army, even if their shogunate wanted to change, they were struggling. In the final analysis, we lack sufficient force. The news of the war can cause panic in Edo Castle, and we cannot use force to suppress it. Because we were frightened by the Beiyang fleet, and because of the existence of the Beiyang fleet, we have many methods. It can't be used, said Nobuzuna Matsudera, who is in charge of military reform. If it were not for the Beiyang fleet anchored in the port of Yokohama as a sharp blade hung over the head of the shogunate might directly use the samurai army to smash the Tokyo branch and suppress the people. To change, we should take the lead in developing and building muskets and artillery, and establish a standing army. Only with the use of force to confront the Beiyang fleet can we develop other factories under the blockade of the Kyushu army. Through this incident, Nobuzuna Matsudera summed up a set of things. The theory of force priority. Tadakatsu Sakai, what do you think? Tokugawa Iemitsu looked at the leader of the change. Firearms factories give priority to development. This is a good point, but the manufacture of firearms requires the support of steel and machinery. The mass production of firearms and artillery, like the Kyushu army, requires a lot of investment. No textile mills, flour mills, or smelters will be built. We don't have enough silver to support the arsenal. Tadagura Sakai was a little difficult to handle. Several of the highest figures of Dongying on the castle fort were lost in thought. None of them had the experience of change, nor did they have any warnings. They could only risk the suppression of the Kyushu army and cross the river by feeling the stones. Masuira-kun, how has your smoothbore research been done this year? Abe Tadaoaki asked Masuira Nobuzuna. The first batch of artillery produced exploded, killing several skilled workers and gunners. Nobuzuna Matsudera, who originally advocated vigorously developing firearm technology, said of the artillery he supervised, and his expression was a little dim. Without the mature skilled workers and mature artillery casting skills that Liu Sheng had summoned, the artillery he supervised was a complete imitation of the artillery of the Kyushu army. Many of the steps were unfamiliar, and explosions were inevitable. It's too difficult, it's too difficult. Tokugawa Iemitsu shook his head again and again, seeing that almost all reform measures had been blocked. I propose to build a new shipyard to produce fishing boats and merchant ships, while accumulating naval warship technology. Even if we make progress in guns and artillery in the future, without warships, it is impossible to break the blockade of the Beiyang fleet against us, said. The shipyard needs too much money. Because the factory was burned down, we still owe hundreds of thousands of tals to the residents of Edo Castle. Abe said. Let's raise donations, let all the samurai donate part of their property, and let the whole country fight back. Tokugawa Iemitsu said, our Tokugawa family will take the lead in donating. Soliciting donations, Sakai Tadaki, Abe Tadaki and others stared at each other. Fundraising is the last resort of last resort, and it can indeed temporarily alleviate the financial crisis, but at that time, some people will be willing to dedicate their wealth to tighten their pants and engage in an arms race with the unfathomable Kyushu army. The Beiyang fleet has always stayed in the Edo Bay. Our Edo Castle is equivalent to always being exposed to the artillery of the Kyushu army. We are constrained everywhere. Shouldn't our shogunate change a place? Kai country or Onaga country? Iemitsu Tokugawa, dominated by the Kyushu army, proposed another plan to move the capital to avoid the Beiyang fleet. No, after decades of painstaking management by our Tokugawa family, Edo Castle is very strong. If you choose another place as the shogunate, you may lose popular support. Moreover, the Beiyang fleet is free to come and go on the sea. It's an island country, and where can you escape? Sakai Tadakatsu rejected Tokugawa Iemitsu's inexplicable idea because of his eagerness. Chapter 845. The first four-wheeled car. At Yongdingmen, on both sides of the spacious official road gathered crowds of onlookers. I heard that the mysterious Academy of Sciences has developed an unprecedented industrial product. Compared with the shogunate walking on thin ice, Liu Sheng's life had no idea how moist it was. The Kyushu army stopped its external expansion in the past year, and Liu Sheng realized the current productivity and population, and reached the limit of being able to control the territory. Blindly seeking expansion will only lead to the collapse of a huge territory. The place Liu Sheng lays down is either an area greatly influenced by the Han culture or a gathering place of overseas Chinese. After stopping external expansion, Liu Sheng was busy building factories, telegraph networks, and developing various technologies, and invested the originally huge military expenditures on technology research and development. As long as the industrial foundation is good, it is really not difficult to want to explode. Father, hug a toddler who was just 1 year old, shook his hand, already babbling. Why do Linga have to hold you every time I go outside? Ella had a headache. Liu Sheng took the child over. This guy seems to like to be the focus of everyone, because you usually spoil him. Ella, Dayu, Xiaoxiu, Liu Rushi and others all regarded Linga as a group pet, and Liu Sheng was a little worried that he would be spoiled. Come! The people on both sides of Yongding Gate exclaimed. Inside the inner city, a dark shadow slowly drove out from the shadow of the city gate. It was an open iron wagon with 4 wheels. The front 2 wheels were small and the back 2 were large. The most amazing thing is not a wagon made of iron, but this wagon can move on its own without being pulled by a horse. A person sits on the iron wagon and skillfully manipulates the several handles in front of him that are used to control steering and transmission. A carriage without a horse. How did it do it? The old man has lived all his life, and I really haven't seen such a strange carriage. The long secret 4-wheeled car finally appeared in front of the people in the capital, which caused the people in the capital to be shocked. This is a small train with huge business opportunities. Some businessmen saw the 4-wheeled vehicle that does not rely on human or animal power like a train, and they linked the four-wheeled vehicle to the train. The operation of trains not only began to change the way the people in the capital traveled, but also provided convenience for merchants to transport raw materials and commodities. If there is a transportation method that is faster than a horse-drawn carriage and has a larger transportation volume to complement the train, the transportation cost can be further reduced. Luo Sheng was a little excited when he saw the four-wheeled car that could be moved. Four-wheeled vehicles, he came to this world and had children, as well as a large number of talents that the system summoned to research and develop the first generation of vehicles. Cars at this time have only the simplest braking device, body, and internal combustion engine. In Luo Sheng's arms, Ling saw the four-wheeled car coming by and waved in excitement, as if she saw a big moving toy. Beep. The four-wheeled car honked its whistle symbolically. The four-wheeled vehicle drove to Luo Sheng's side at a steady speed, then braked, and the rubber tires left shallow traces on the ground. Daimler came down from the four-wheeled car. The auto factory has lived up to the trust of the army owner and successfully developed a four-wheeled car. Thanks for your hard work. This year's year-end award for your working group doubled. Luo Sheng said. For the four-wheel vehicle R&D team led by Daimler to complete the task as scheduled, Luo Sheng must be commended. And Daimler has also trained a group of local automotive engineers and skilled workers, laying the foundation for the future development of the automotive industry. The people in the four-wheeled vehicle research and development team were excited. Originally, Luo Sheng took special care of technical talents, and the salary of technical talents was not lower than that of civil servants, and if the year-end bonus were doubled, that would be a considerable income. The diesel truck R&D team led by Diesel was very jealous of the awards the four-wheel vehicle R&D team received. Four-wheel vehicles use low horsepower internal combustion engines, and are basically modified on the basis of horse-drawn carriages, which is not too difficult. The diesel truck research and development team is studying large trucks that can carry several tons, and the internal combustion engine required is a high-power diesel engine. And the brake system of the big truck is much more complicated than this simple four-wheeled car. The output power of the gasoline engine used in this car is 0 watts, and the maximum speed can reach 4 km per hour. Daimler introduced to Luo Sheng the results of their hard research. 4 kilometers. The speed is similar to that of ordinary people riding a bicycle. The key is that there is no need for manpower and energy storage, and there is a lot of room for improvement in the future. Don't the military chief get in the car to experience it? Daimler encouraged. Leave it alone. Luo Sheng secretly said in his heart that the car he had driven before was much better than this. It was called Wuling or something, and it could exceed 100 kilometers in an hour at the fastest. And it could also drift. And the first four-wheeled car in history is more like a child's toy. The first four-wheeled car is just the beginning. You still need to continue to work hard to develop a second-generation car. Later I will let people provide you with design ideas for a new generation car. When the car manufacturing technology matures, it will be established. The assembly line realizes the mass production of automobiles. Luo Sheng wanted to provide them with the shapes of future generations of cars, such as Ford's cheap-shaped car, Chrysler's Airflow car, Volkswagen's Beetle. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng couldn't help but miss the era he was in before. Yes, we will definitely study the plan you provided to us. The military owner, Daimler, knew that although Luo Sheng did not understand the specific principles, he had a vision beyond this era. He could go less if Luo Sheng pointed out the direction. Many detours. Wanting to put a car into use is not only a matter of whether a car can be produced, but also the construction of suitable roads, and the promulgation of automobile-related regulations. It will take at least another 10 or 8 years for the auto industry to grow out of nothing. Yeah? Ling wanted to reach out and wipe the horn of the four-wheeler. Linger, no. Ella held Linger's hand, fearing that the pungent copper smell on the speaker would irritate him. Linger, leave it to you. I'll go up and try it. Although Luo Sheng felt that the first four-wheel car was not as good as the modern cars he had seen before, he couldn't help but go up and try it. "You have to be careful," Ella said softly after taking Linger. Yeah, Luo Sheng didn't worry about his safety. With a top speed of 4 kilometers per hour, he could jump off the car calmly even if something happened. Luo Sheng took a big step and sat in the driver's seat of the four-wheeled car. This car had no other place besides the driver's seat. Where are the clutch, brake, and accelerator? How to change gears? Luo Sheng asked Daimler below. Daimler is at a loss. His car doesn't seem to be operated like this. Chapter 846. Zhu Jian's Vernacular Chinese Plan. One more. Under Daimler's demonstration, Luo Sheng quickly learned how to manipulate the first four-wheeled car. In his opinion, this four-wheeled car is an exquisite toy car, and it is really not difficult to get started. He operated the first four-wheeled vehicle to drive slowly on the official road outside Yongdingmen, and the people on the road burst into even more enthusiastic cheers. This is a pain for the guards who protect Luo Sheng and the personnel of the intelligence department. They need to follow Luo Sheng at all times. Luo Sheng slid round Yongdingmen before getting out of the car. This car still has a lot to be improved. For example, the iron chain is easy to break. Luo Sheng discovered some of the problems. Yes, we also discovered this problem during research and development. When the journey is about 10 kilometers to tens of kilometers, the iron chain is easy to break. The iron chain is too thick and it is not conducive to driving the car. We need a little time to proceed, improve. Daimler admitted. It should be fortunate that no break occurred during the test drive. Your automotive research team will continue to develop more powerful engines, and try to increase the speed to 50 kilometers per hour. Luo Sheng thought that automotive research still needs to be improved, but this is the general trend in the future. Perfection is a matter of time. 50 kilometers should be more practical, but it is much faster than the speed of a carriage. Military owner, here is a letter from the Leonan Academy of Sciences. An official from the Beijing Academy of Sciences walked over and said to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng accepted this letter, and the writer was Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu. Luo Sheng knew that it was Zhu Yaozhen's current pen name. The vernacular movement. Luo Sheng saw the content written by Zhu Jian, and couldn't help being a little surprised. The content of his letter was already in plain and easy to understand. Zhu Yaozhen followed Mr. Zhu and others at the Leonan Academy of Sciences and was influenced by many people there. Not only did he publish articles in newspapers under his pen name, he also became the vanguard of the vernacular movement. The vernacular writing he advocated is to turn written classical Chinese into popular writing, reduce the cost of learning for ordinary people, and interrupt the monopoly of power by civilian officials and intellectuals. Being able to read and write in ancient times is a respectable thing, and it is even more difficult to learn classical Chinese from older people. Luo Sheng still agrees with this, because although it is written in classical Chinese, the people in various places actually speak the local dialects, and it is very popular, just like the language used in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is very close to the vernacular. Some Confucian scholars even forcibly put together characters in order to compose essays against and imitate people from the pre-Qin era. However, it is not trivial to confirm that vernacular texts become official texts. It is estimated that they will be resisted by many people, and then they will be suspected of being against tradition. Should we use this opportunity to promote vernacular writing and unify the language? By the way, at present, Mandarin is basically only used by large families and literati, while ordinary people still speak dialects, and the cost of communication between them is relatively high. This is also the next thing to do. Luo Sheng secretly wrote down, industrial technology has gone up, and universal education has also begun to become necessary. Comprehensive compulsory education is not feasible. But you can start pilot projects in big cities, where residents are richer and more willing to receive education. You first report to Zhu Jian by telegram, and let him draw up a more detailed plan. This kind of thing cannot be done on a whim. It requires multiple verifications and needs to be heard in advance. Luo Sheng told the official from the Academy of Sciences, said, Xiaoguan understands. The officials of the Academy of Sciences received Luo Sheng's reply. and went down to prepare to send a telegram back to Zhujian. Military owner, I have an emergency report here. Liu Sheng just finished answering the matter of the officials of the Academy of Sciences, and another official came to report to him. This is an official from the Ministry of Etiquette. This is the telegram sent by our envoys stationed in Korea as soon as they arrive at Dalian port. It is extremely important, said the official of the Ministry of Etiquette. From the news of Goryeo, is there something wrong with Goryeo, which has always been stable and peaceful? Liu Sheng took the letter and changed his color slightly. What's the matter? Ella came over and asked. Koryo's civil officials collectively spent a lot of money to impeach the king's King Saja for kinky skills. Under the wrath of King Injo of Goryeo, he exiled Liu to Jeju Island. Liu Sheng handed the telegram back to the official of the Ministry of Gifts. Liu, that person seems to support the military master's measures very much, and has always wanted to imitate the military master's approach in Korea. He will visit us every year during the festival for the past 2 years. Ella thought of Li Yong's look like. Accurately speaking, I am still his elder brother. He learned all his methods from me. However, Goryeo is like a small country governed by civil servants. He does not have great power, and it is inevitable to be attacked. This time I don't just see the civil official group targeting him. His father might not be afraid of his expansion of influence and affecting his status as the king of the Goryeo kingdom. Liu Sheng understood that if it were not for the acquiescence of the Goryeo kingdom's Renzu behind his back, I am afraid that the civil official group would not. It was so easy to overthrow Li Dong, the pioneers who sought to make changes in Korea. Father and son guard, the affairs of the emperor's house are really terrible. Ella could not help but whisper when he heard that the king of Goryeo and father and son were guarding each other. Power is used in the right place is a good thing, and when it is used in the wrong place, it will be terrible. Liu Sheng touched Linga's head. If it weren't for the family, things like this shouldn't happen to us in the future. What he wants depends on his own efforts, and you don't have to worry. I have considered everything. Liu Sheng touched Ella's head again, knowing that she was worried that in the future, she and Linga would also evolve into the situation of Li Zong and his son. Liu Sheng turned his head and asked the official of the Ministry of Rites, could Li Zong send someone to ask for my help? The official of the Ministry of Ritual shook his head. The incident happened suddenly when the king of Goryeo suddenly sent soldiers to arrest Li Rong, who was in Busan, and exiled him to the desolate Jeju Island. Our envoy in Goryeo took the ship as soon as he learned about this. Go to Dalian port to send a telegram to the capital. Jeju Island is not far from Busan, and Liu should have been taken to Kyushu Island by now. Liu Sheng frowned slightly. The exile of Li Rong is equivalent to the lack of influence of the Kyushu army in the Goryeo court, which is not a good thing for the peaceful evolution of the Goryeo kingdom. Li Rong or Li Rong's group should send someone to contact me soon. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, military owner, how can you be sure that Liu will send someone to come? The official of the Ministry of Rites was surprised. The reason is very simple. No one can save him except me. If I don't take action, he might be poisoned somehow. Liu Sheng said. Chapter 847. The Exiled Prince of Korea. 2 more. Liu Sheng's guess was correct. After Li Rong, the first son of Goryeo, was exiled to Jeju Island, Jin Zijian, the servant who followed Li Rong, took a Chinese merchant's sailboat and rushed to ask Liu Sheng for help. Jin Zidian was exiled to Jeju Island because he had been following Li Yong and waiting for Li Yong to take over the throne from Minzhou. It is only possible to escape from Jeju Island by riding a Chinese merchant's sailing boat. Jin Zidian saw Liu Sheng, knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, making Liu Sheng feel a little at a loss. All the civil servants in the court are wolves in sheep's clothing. They are silent on the surface, but behind the back they are united to resist our changes in Zhao Xian's son. Zhao Xian's son, he and Wang concubine Jiang were arrested. It's on Jeju Island, and I still have to work during the day. Jinzi choked up. What did Li Dong do that would cause the civilian officials to unite against him? Liu Sheng asked. The dispute between our court and friends is more than that at the end of the Ming Dynasty. The Chinese military officials of the court are divided into the Western Party, the Northern Party, and the Southern Party. The Northern Party is divided into the Great Northern Party and the Little Northern Party. The Xiaobai faction is divided into the King Xiaobai faction and the Kuo Xiaobai faction. The Western Party is divided into the Gong Xi faction and the King Xi faction. I was originally a member of the Gong Xi faction. Later, after following the son of Zoxian, I left. After the Gong Xi school, the reform school was established. Jin Zidian said. Luo Sheng heard a headache. The crony dispute in Korea is really fierce. A court is divided into several factions, and each faction is divided into several factions, and then it continues to be divided into other factions, but it is the Ming Dynasty or the Goryeo Kingdom. This phenomenon of rolling over with each other shows that the emergence of crony disputes is by no means accidental. This is the original sin of the bureaucracy. All bureaucrats like to form gangs and seek to maximize their own interests. Jin Zidian continued. Originally, Xiren founded the reformist to win over all the Koreans who came to study in the Academy of Sciences, and to better assist Sohan's transformation in Korea. Our number has expanded from a dozen people at the beginning to there are hundreds of people, many of whom are the children of high-ranking officials in the imperial court. They are likely to be the next generation of civil officials. If they can grow up, in the future, His Highness Zhao Xianshi will have enough capital to fight against the old civil officials. This is what I am planned, according to the vision of the villain, under the power of our reformists. His Highness Zhao Xianshi only needs to continue to build factories, develop the economy, and enhance his reputation among wealthy and powerful businessmen, and he will be able to own the businessman group in the future. I don't want to show that the son's determination is too firm, and proposed to His Majesty the King in advance of the proposal to nationalize the land. It's okay not to mention it, it stabbed a hornet's nest at the first mention. Civil officials from all parties in the court united together, accused His Royal Highness Sohan of indulging in the steam engine and other obscene techniques, and also tried to contact the army owner to usurp the throne. His Majesty was so angry that he sent the Imperial Forest Army to arrest Sohan's, Seiko and us, and exiled them to Jeju Island. Luo Sheng listened to Jin Zijian and said a big deal, and he understood what was going on. In fact, Li Rong's land nationalization proposal touched the interests of the civil official group as a feudal big landlord, so it attracted revenge from the civil official group. In addition, the king of Goryeo originally had scruples about his grown-up eldest son, so he fell into trouble by the way. Li Rong was still Wang Shizi and proposed to nationalize the land. This step is too big. No wonder he will fail because of this. Luo Sheng felt that Li Dong was still too idealistic. This is also a kind of academic traits that everyone who comes out of the Academy of Sciences possesses. Li Rong was a prince who grew up in peace. Compared with Luo Sheng's self-made, he didn't know that not everything can be done by himself. Luo Sheng believed that without the Industrial Revolution system, he had already died dozens of times at this point. I understand your request. Luo Sheng sighed. He is now the man with the strongest military power in East Asia, and he needs to intervene in many things. The villain took the risk of killing his life from Jeju Island to the capital by a ship passing by a Chinese merchant. Your Majesty, the great military master, please save the son of Sohan. Jin Zidian begged. How does Li Yong want me to help him? How do you Goryeo reformists plan me to help him? When he visited me a year ago, I deliberately let him replace the current Hinjo as the king of Goryeo, but he refused me proposal. Luo Sheng thought of the scene where he met with Li Rong last year. The son of Sohan is generous, and often measures others with the greatest kindness, so he will be taken advantage of by the traitor. Even if he is sent to Jeju Island, he still believes that His Majesty will release him soon. But the villain thinks, Jin Zizi said. What do you think? The villain is not afraid to speak frankly. I am afraid that the royal son will continue to do this. The ministers in the court are still blowing ears. His Majesty's poison will soon be delivered to Jeju Island. If this continues, His Royal Highness may not survive this year. Jinzi said hesitantly. This person is very powerful. and he dares to speak the truth. Seeing that Jin Zidian's speculation coincided with his speculation, Liu Sheng couldn't help but secretly wonder. You must know that the authorities are obsessed with the bystanders. Li Rong is not smart enough, but because he is in the game, it is very rare for Jin Zidian to be able to see this clearly. That is to say, Li, you didn't mean to ask me for help. And the one who actively asked me for help was you who supported Liu. What means do you plan to let me intervene in this incident? Liu Sheng asked. The villain courageously asked the great military master to send troops into Hanjing, and put pressure on the conservatives in the capital, so that the king and the conservatives announced the cancellation of the edict to exile the royal son. Jin Zidian said, "It's just a request for the release of Li Rong. There is no need to send an army. I only need to send a few envoys over to say something." Liu Sheng said indifferently, "Now there are only 3 forces in East Asia, Huaxia, Dongying, and Goryeo. Together, Dongying and Goryeo are not enough to fight the Kyushu army. Asking the king of Goryeo to release one person, there is no need to send troops there. If you have to mobilize the army, unless you want to change the dynasty of the Goryeo kingdom," Liu Sheng added. After Jinzi listened, his eyes lit up. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" "I think Li Rong is young and promising, and he has enthusiasm. He is very suitable to be the next king of Goryeo, and Ginzu is very smart. I think your talents should not be limited to the 3 acres of Goryeo. On the ground, you must know that this world is huge, and you can have greater accomplishments," Liu Sheng said meaningfully. Chapter 848 Can do things during the day 3 shifts. The villain doesn't understand the meaning of your military master. Jinzi couldn't help but wonder when Liu Sheng suddenly shifted the topic to himself. He is not a stupid person. He has already felt the olive branch that Liu Sheng threw to him. You should know that in the entire region, apart from China, there are only Dongying and Goryeo. This is an unprecedented change. For our Kyushu army, I can provide you with a bigger stage instead of being a small feudal dynasty. The subordinates are suffering in crony disputes," Liu Sheng said. The villain is sincere and frightened. With the poor talent of the villain, I am afraid that he will not be able to shoulder the important task entrusted by the army master. Jin Zidian knelt on the ground and was frightened when he heard that Liu Sheng wanted to recruit him under his command. The identities between them are too great. Jin Zidian did not expect that Liu Sheng would personally recruit him, a Korean man. If Li Yong becomes the new king of Goryeo, you will naturally be the most powerful minister in the Goryeo dynasty. If you want to have greater deeds and status, you need to pay a sufficient price. Liu Sheng tapped on the table. I would like to hear more. Jinzi realized that Liu Sheng had really moved his mind to support Li Rong as the new king of Goryeo, and couldn't help but want to know Liu Sheng's conditions. As Liu Sheng said, if Li Yong becomes the new king of Goryeo, then he who has been following Li Yong will definitely become the most powerful person in Goryeo. If Liu Sheng did not help, if Li Rong was killed, he and other members of the reformists would definitely be murdered by the conservatives. Actually, it's not a price, it just wants you to do one thing, Liu Sheng said. If you break your promise, our ubiquitous intelligence office will put you and your family in leather bags in the middle. Throw it to the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Yes, Jinzi replied tremblingly. Liu Sheng is the most powerful person in this area. Whoever he wants to kill, there will be a group of killers who will continue to work for him, which is absolutely unacceptable. Jin Zidian stayed in Liu Sheng's mansion for a long time, and walked out of the military lord's mansion with a very complicated mood. Originally, he was only here to ask for help from Liu Sheng, and he did not expect that his arrival would make the situation in the Goryeo kingdom mess up. And this time he didn't know if he came or not. Jinzi nodded and looked at the blue sky, and couldn't help having a headache. Jinzi-jin, can the military master agree to your request? Said a Chinese businessman. The military owner has agreed to intervene in this matter. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang. If it weren't for the privilege of meeting you when I was with His Royal Highness Wang Shizi in the Leonan Academy of Sciences, I am still being guarded on Jeju Island. Jinzi pointed to this. Wealthy Chinese businessmen are grateful. The other party was one of the earliest merchants to join forces with the Kyushu army. He had a wealth of money. If it weren't for a little personal relationship, as Jinzijin, he might not be able to invite this wealthy businessman. I happen to be trading with the fallen coalition forces in Hirado, not far from Jeju Island. After learning the news, I will immediately go to Jeju Island to pick you up. Wang Chengyuan said. Treasurer Wang, your news is pretty good. Just a few days after I was exiled to Jeju Island, you came to your door. And there are ways to smuggle me out of Jeju Island. Jin Zidian said with emotion. Unexpectedly, the Chinese merchants can learn the news even if they are a little bit troubled. But I often trade between the three countries. If I don't receive the news in time, the loss may be tens of thousands of tals of silver, and this matter may affect the decision-making of the military owner. I am helping you to help the military owner. I am able to have my current status because of the extra care given to me by the military owner. Wang Chengyuan said. His business is getting bigger and bigger, and he has become a big trader between Huaxia, Dongying, and Korea. That's it. It seems that anyone who depends on the military master can have a good life. Jinzi thought thoughtfully. After all, the military master is different from the previous people. He must pay attention to the legitimacy in everything he does, and don't cross the river to demolish the bridge, otherwise I would be the end of Shinwansen. Wang Chengyuan said. Jinzi nodded, not knowing what he was thinking. Since your matter, the military owner has decided to intervene, it will be resolved satisfactorily. I don't think you should be so frowning. I invite you to eat at the best restaurant in Beijing. You see that you have stayed at the Leonan Academy of Sciences for such a long time. Mandarin is also very proficient. Maybe we will be able to do things with the dynasty in the future. Wang Chengyuan said to Jin Zidian. Yes. Maybe we can do things with the dynasty in the future. Jin Zidian said. After Jin Zidian left, Liu Sheng thought about which force he would use to deal with the affairs of Korea. Now there are 3 troops in the north that can intervene in the affairs of the Goryeo Kingdom. They are stationed in the 1st Corps of Yangtai in Liadong City, Nelson's Zili Fleet, and Zheng Zilong's Biyang Fleet. If you want to resolve Korea's affairs as quickly as possible, it's the most convenient way to go by sea. After all, Liang was still exiled on Jeju Island by the Sea of Japan. If Zheng Zilong wants to be optimistic about the shogunate, he should use the Zili Fleet. Where is your father? Liu Sheng found Ella and asked about Nelson's whereabouts. He is laying a submarine cable in the Pacific Ocean. Ira replied. I almost forgot. Liu Sheng remembered. Nelson volunteered to take the Vostok to lay the submarine cable from Beijing to Edo. It should be on the Sea of Japan. Now, the laying of submarine cables is also very important. You can pull Dongying into our territory through the cables. Liu Sheng wanted Nelson to lead several battleships of the Victory to Hanjing, but Nelson was still on the Vostok and came back. It takes too long to reorganize the Zili Fleet and then go to Jeju Island and Hanjing. Forget it. Mobilize the Biyang Fleet in Yokohama port and contact Zheng Zilong. You ask the people from the intelligence department to immediately mobilize their staff to go to the Hanjing city of Korea. Liu Sheng did not expect that the affairs of Korea would be more serious than those of Dongying. Early. Since the plan can't keep up with the changes, we can only react according to the circumstances and solve the problem of Korea first. Well, I'll arrange for someone to go. Ira replied. Don't worry, the submarine cable from Beijing to Edo has not been laid yet. It will take a while before we send someone to inform Zheng Zilong. Where is Linga? Liu Sheng saw that the child was not in the backyard. Xiaoxiu and Liu Ru took him over to the yard that you used to give to me by the former military commander. I sent someone to protect it. There should be nothing wrong with it. Ira replied. That's good. They took Linga away. We rarely have time alone. Liu Sheng closed the door of the room quietly. Military master, what do you want to do? This is daytime when Ayla saw Liu Sheng jamming herself in the room. Her cheeks were hot. What about during the day? Even the Ming law doesn't stipulate that you can't do things during the day. Liu Sheng said nonchalantly. The 849th chapter. Beiyang fleet dispatched 4 more. In Yokohama port, Zheng Zilong received Liu Sheng's order to go to Jeju Island to pick up Li Song, the son of Goryeo Goksohyun. Is this operation an ordinary diplomatic operation, or should force be used? Shi Daxuan asked Zheng Zilong. The telegram said that we must prepare with both hands. It is very likely that we will use force to knock it off. Zheng Zilong put down the telegram. Our Beiyang fleet has been training for several years and has never had a chance to fight. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Shi Daxuan was a little excited and a little nervous. While the Nanyang fleet was galloping in the South Seas, their Beiyang fleet had not been in battle for a long time. The commander said that the matter is important. I must personally lead the fleet to go. You led the Daku fleet to stay in Edo Bay. Zheng Zilong said to Shi Daxuan. Shi Daxuan can't help but lose. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity to go on an expedition. It is also very important to be optimistic about the shogunate. I am worried that after our main force leaves, the shogunate may become active. Zheng Zilong knew that the shogunate was restrained because he and the Beiyang fleet suppressed Edo Castle at Yokohama port, like a pinch, lived in the throat of the shogunate. Once this hand is released, the shogunate may jump up and down. I will monitor every move of the shogunate and will never give them a chance to cause chaos. Even if we only have the Daku formation, it is not their navy that can look up to. Shi Daxuan saw that he could not intervene in the affairs of Korea, so he had to stay at the base camp. By the way, you are optimistic about Daewoo. She only calculated the shogunate not long ago and caused them to lose millions of tals of silver. I am afraid that the shogunate will retaliate against her. Usually the main force of our Beiyang fleet is here, and they dare not even use assassination methods. But if our main force leaves, they will be lucky, and they are more likely to go slant forward. Zheng Zilong said. I will send additional soldiers to protect her. Shi Daxuan said. The murder of a member of the China Association in the concession last year, but the murderer has not been found? Zheng Zilong asked. Shi Daxuan shook his head. No. The killer sent by the shogunate seems to have disappeared out of thin air. It is very likely that he has already left the concession. Some families in Dongying themselves make a living by assassinating and inquiring about information, and some people may be used secretly by the shogunate. But as long as we have a strong force, they will not dare to mess around. Zheng Zilong said. Yeah? Shi Daxuan nodded. No matter how powerful the assassin sent by the shogunate is, it is almost impossible to break into the heavy ground of the barracks. And once the Kyushu army is killed and the shogunate is found behind, the Beiyang fleet is estimated to immediately bombard Edo Castle. The officers and soldiers of the Beiyang fleet have been stationed in Yokohama port for a long time. When they received the order to set sail, they were just as worried and uneasy as Shi Daxuan. The Beiyang fleet hasn't been fighting for a long time, and some recruits who have just joined the Beiyang fleet have not even experienced the baptism of war. They have only experienced a quarterly exercise. There is no other way. As the world is peaceful, there are so many wars. Father, I heard that you are going to sea to fight. Can you take me with you? A little boy at Yokohama pier, when he saw Zheng Zilong in military uniform preparing to board the battleship Darky, he asked eagerly. Stupid boy, war is not a good thing. You will know when you grow up. Zheng Zilong touched the boy's head. I'm not a kid, and I will be a general of the navy. The little boy unconvincedly knocked out Zheng Zilong's hand and sorted out his messed hair. Zheng Gong, you are still far away from your father, so stay and accompany your uncle to look at Yokohama port. Shi Daxuan messed up his hair again. All the materials of the Darky and Dian formations have been filled, and the soldiers and officers are all in place. The captain of the Dian came over and said to Zheng Zilong, Shi Daxuan, leave it to you here. Zheng Zilong turned to the ship, Beiyang fleet, set sail. The 2 sailing battleships, 8 frigates, and 3 supply ships anchored in Yokohama port all pulled up their sails, and the officers and men of the 2000 Yang fleet slowly sailed out of Yokohama port. "I will definitely be more prestigious than my father in the future," Zheng Gong said as he looked at the gradually smaller shadow of the Yang fleet. "Go back to sleep, you have everything in your dreams," Shi Daxuan said. The main force of the Yang fleet left Yokohama port during the non-exercise period. The shogunate, who had already figured out the schedule of Yang fleet's work and rest, immediately noticed something wrong. The time when the Yang fleet went to sea was not the time of usual exercises, and this time the Yang fleet also deliberately carried a large amount of gunpowder from the warehouse, which was obviously going to sea. "Go to war. Report to the general immediately that the Yang fleet is suspected of going to sea for war." "Where are they going to fight?" "Who knows, we just need to report it truthfully, and leave other matters to the general's discretion." The shogunate spies in the Yokohama concession are swiftly operating, delivering information to the shogunate in Edo Castle. "What?" Zheng Zilong left the Yokohama concession with the main force of the Yang fleet. Almost all shogunate ministers were shocked when they learned that the Yang fleet had left Yokohama port. Zheng Zilong and Yang fleet, two names dominated Dongying for several years. The shogunate is shrouded in their shadow all the time. Even on ordinary festivals, the Yang fleet did not intend to leave the Yokohama concession, and has been blocking the entrance of Edo Bay. According to our spies, the Yang fleet is loaded with enough gunpowder to start a large-scale war, and every officer and soldier has a musket on his back and is fully armed. It is completely different from their usual exercises. When they exercise, they are fundamentally different. It won't be such a big fight, and the gunpowder equipped is only an fifth to a third of the full amount," said Sakai, who has a better understanding of the Yang fleet. "Because the Yang fleet conducts exercises every quarter, in order to save costs, it will not allocate full gunpowder." "Which force are they going to act on?" The shogunate ministers looked solemn. The only shot by the Yang fleet was to help the shogunate repel the siege of Edo Castle by the allied forces. They have not seen the Yang fleet take action for a long time. Did the rebels provoke them, or did the Westerners make a comeback? The people in the shogunate believed that the Yang fleet needed to do it themselves. Either the rebels of the Shimadzu family or the Westerners. No one could have imagined that the Yang fleet had to deal with the Koreans. The main force of the Yang fleet leaves. Can we take advantage of this time to build a shipyard and do some other things? Matsudera Nobuzuka said. After the main force of the Yang fleet left, their minds began to become more active, as if the patriarch went out for a while, and the little children in the family became unhappy. Chapter 850 released immediately 5 shifts. Jeju Island was originally a place controlled by the Yuan dynasty. Later, decades after the end of the Yuan dynasty, the officials in charge of Jeju Island surrendered to the Kingdom of Goryeo before it was incorporated into the territory of the Kingdom of Goryeo and established 2 counties. This place is located on the sea on the edge of the Goryeo Peninsula. Even in Goryeo, it is a very desolate place, and it is a place of exile. Goryeo's Oxian's first son, Lee Sum, and his wife, Kang, were dressed in coarse cloth and were still plowing the fields with a hoe. There were Korean officers and soldiers wandering around the farm with knives across their waists. In addition to Liu and Jiang, some Korean reformists were also exiled to this farm. Jin Zidian seems to have escaped. I wonder if he can get us reinforcements. Now the entire court is hostile to our reformists. It is estimated that Jin Zidian is going to the Kyushu army of China for help. I saw that the Chinese merchant bought the officers and soldiers here that night and took Jin Zidian away. At that time, the Chinese merchant had 100 of silver bills when he sold them, and the officers and soldiers looked straight. The Chinese merchants are really rich, and it is true that money can make the ghosts go ahead. Isn't it? Huaxia merchant is willing to pay to save Jin Zidian, which shows that Huaxia is willing to help us. Some of the exiled reformists were whispering in private. Husband, I haven't seen Jin Zidian for a long time. Did he go out? Jiang asked Li Rong. I don't know how he got out. Li Yu put down his hoe and looked at the sea under the mountain. It's not your husband that you let him escape? Jiang asked. Of course not. Father is only in anger for a while. I believe that when he wants to understand the importance of change to our country, he will definitely send someone to put me back. The scholar officials in the court do not understand that the times have changed. If we don't make changes, we will fall behind this era. Liang said. But husband, your painstaking efforts, I am afraid that those pedantic literati do not understand. Even my father opposed you in the court. Even I was regarded as rebellious by him. Jiang said. That's because we went to the Academy of Sciences in Liaonan, and we saw what the future should look like, and they are still indulging in the courts fighting for power. They are really pedantic. Li Zhang hugged the young wife and struggled, said. The Jiang family, who is also from Korea, also studied at the Liaonan Academy of Sciences. In addition, the family behind the Jiang family is a large family of Goryeo Kingdom. Whether it is because of political marriage or Li Yong's personal wishes, Jiang family has become a natural thing. His wife. It's just that the younger generation of them studying abroad was regarded as heresy by the civil official group, and they were suppressed together. Husband? What do you think it is? Jiang suddenly exclaimed. Li Rong followed the direction Jiang pointed out, and saw sail shadows appearing on the sea level, and 13 ships appeared in their sight. 13 ships, flying the Blue Dragon banner of the Kyushu Army's Admiralty. The battleships of the Kyushu Army. Why did they appear here? Li Yu, who had been in Southern Leaning for several years, was familiar with the battleships of the Kyushu Army. He could even tell if it was a battleship of the Kyushu Army at a glance. Merchant ships of Chinese merchants. Are they here to pick up your husband? The reinforcements that Jin Zidian found? Jiang looked up at Li Rong. Maybe it was really Jin Zidian who went to find reinforcements from the army chief. The army owner knew that I was in trouble and would definitely send someone to rescue me. Seeing the battleships of the Kyushu Army appearing outside Jeju Island, Li Rong thought that this time things might be a big deal. Innovators, officers and soldiers on Jeju Island have also discovered the Kyushu Army warships suddenly appearing in the waters of Jeju Island. More than a dozen ships of the Kyushu Army blocked the port to and from Jeju Island, among which the artillery of the sail battleship was aimed at Jeju Island. Does anyone know Chinese? The officers and soldiers on Jeju Island panicked. They know that only the Kyushu Army has such a warship in the entire sea area. A small boat was dropped from the darky, and several soldiers from the Northern Fleet rowed the small boat to land first. The officers and soldiers on Jeju Island held bird guns or swords, and were very afraid of the soldiers of the Northern Fleet who came ashore. Please come out among you who can speak Chinese. The soldiers of the Beiyang Fleet were not afraid of the Korean defenders, who were far more numerous than their own. A Goryeo officer was pushed out by the crowd and asked nervously, "Why did your Kyushu Army's warship appear on our Jeju Island?" Goryeo Sohyun is a friend of our army owner. Our army owner heard that the king of Goryeo had exiled the prince, so he sent us to pick up Sohyun's son and return to Hanjing. Please hand over Sohyun's son. The soldier of the Beiyang Fleet said. Do you have a pardon from our king of Goryeo? The defender of Jeju Island suspiciously asked. No, our musket is a pardon order. The soldier of the Beiyang Fleet coldly took off the musket behind him. The defenders of Jeju Island were shocked and raised their shields and broadswords. Please release Sohyun Shizi immediately, otherwise our fleet will attack Jeju Island, and our reinforcements will continue to come here from southern Lining. Please consider the consequences. The soldier of the Beiyang Fleet said. The Chinese-speaking Korean soldiers explained the intentions of the Beiyang Fleet to their companions, causing an uproar among the Jeju Island defenders. The Goryeo garrison on Jeju Island has more than 200 men. Together, they are only equivalent to the number of one warship in the Beiyang Fleet. Should they defend Jeju Island under the siege of 13 warships? It's simply impossible. They don't have a pardon from His Majesty the King. If His Royal Highness is released without authorization, in the future, His Majesty and officials in the court will be blamed, and we might be put to death. But if we don't let people go, we might die. Now the law doesn't blame the public. Can the court still punish more than 200 of us? This is a matter of spine. If the Kyushu army lets us let go, we will let go. Wouldn't we have to listen to them in the future? Do you want to be spineless or to die? If you die, it's not a fight. The defenders of Jeju Island disputed. Have you discussed it? We don't have so much time to listen to your arguments. We either hand over people or go to war, said the soldier of the Beiyang fleet. Please give us more time to discuss, said the Korean soldier who can speak Chinese. The defenders of Jeju Island were arguing for quite a while, and finally the general manager here made a compromise to them on behalf of all the defenders. Please come with us. You can take the king, if possible. I hope you, your majesty. Let me explain that our Jeju Island defenders are not unwilling to resist, but the difference in strength is too great. Don't worry, when we meet the king of your country, we will help you to speak good things. The soldier of the Beiyang fleet said.